Chapter 71 Atypical Martial Arts. Wang Jingqi swallowed his saliva and just wanted to agree. He heard Hu Yang's voice. Sorry. We can't make the decision on this. Yen Rui paused. There's no other way. I can't do this business. But I can tell you where we use these grains. Hu Yang continued. After you listen. If you still insist on your own ideas, we won't have any objections. Yen Rui, okay. Do you know where some people who were injured in the battlefield and couldn't make a living after retreating went? Hu Yang asked. Yen Rui naturally didn't know. He continued to listen to Hu Yang. For those who are slightly better, their families are willing to pay for treatment, so they can do some light work. More people are abandoned by their families and lie in bed waiting to die. Yen Rui felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this. He still remembered how Zhuang Chongwen lay in bed. If Zhuang Min hadn't insisted on saving him, maybe Zhuang Chongwen wouldn't exist now. Then you are? We will gather together the retired soldiers who have no family to support them. If they are capable of fighting, we will heal their injuries and reintegrate them into the team. If they are disabled and can't go to the battlefield again, we will arrange logistics work or do what we can. Hu Yang said while looking at Yen Rui's face. Seeing that Yen Rui's face did not fluctuate, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. We have now gathered about 20,000 people, and about 15,000 of them are capable of fighting. I believe that in the near future, we will definitely be able to strengthen our strength and wipe out the Su family. Yen Rui touched his chin and thought, you did so much. Is it just for the Su family? The Su family is of course just the first step. After we get rid of the Su family, we will continue the eastward expedition until there is no war in sight, and the people live and work in peace and contentment, without the worries of war. Wang Jingqi slapped the table. Anyway, people like Su Jiao will never appear again. Yo! Yen Rui looked at the ambitious Wang Jingqi and said with a smile, who taught you this? Wang Jingqi straightened his chest. My sister taught me. Wang Jingyu. Wang Jingyu's mind really surprised him. Being around someone like Su Ming, she can still teach an idealistic brother. It's really extraordinary. So what do you want to buy? Yen Rui sat back on the stool. Tell me what you want first. Maybe I don't have what you want. Hu Yang's eyes lit up when he heard that there was a way. We are short of clothes, food, and... Yen Rui raised his hand, waved it and said, you mean you are short of everything? If so, tell me what you can give me. These. Wang Jingqi took out a stack of yuanbao coupons. If these are not enough, we will find a way to get some more in the future. If possible. I don't want yuanbao coupons. Yen Rui said, I want martial arts secrets. And Yen Rui took out a small piece of original seed from his bag. Do you have this thing here? This is. Wang Jingqi came forward and looked around, but couldn't see anything special about this small black stone. If you can't see it, forget it. Yen Rui stopped. Martial arts secrets. Exchange them for secrets. And there are also gems and rare minerals. If you don't have these, you can use yuanbao coupons to buy them. Is that okay? Okay. We will find a way. Hu Yang clenched his fists. Use yuanbao coupons to pay today, and we will use something else next time. The two people couldn't take much with them. Yen Rui asked them to take the shopping basket and choose goods in the supermarket. They all took rice and millet, as well as white flour and soybean oil, and finally cloth and salt and sugar. You two can't carry these. Just 50 kilograms of rice. The two took 4 bags, and 10 kilograms of millet, and took 3 bags. Not to mention the other things. It was obviously too heavy for 2 people to carry. It's okay. I've been training my strength since I was a child. I can still bear the weight of these things. Hu Yang patted his shoulders proudly and said, if you don't believe me, I'll show you later. After receiving the yuanbao coupon, Yen Rui saw Hu Yang take out a shoulder pole from outside. The baskets on the shoulder pole were big enough to hold a person weighing about 150 kilograms. Today, Wang Jingqi put the rice and flour into the wicker baskets, and then Hu Yang put the shoulder pole on his shoulders, and then shouted loudly, and the shoulder pole weighing more than 300 kilograms was steadily lifted up by him. Awesome. Yen Rui couldn't help but applaud him. Wang Jingqi ran forward to open the door for Hu Yang, and Hu Yang even had time to turn around and say goodbye to Yen Rui and Jian Anqi. Looking at the backs of the 2 people leaving, Yen Rui locked the door, and then told Jian Anqi all the information about the Su family that he'd bought in the information market, as well as the analysis of Pu Jun's family. Since it's written in the message, there must be a basis for it. But it's not appropriate to tell Pu Jun the truth in this situation. We can talk about it later when we have a chance. Yin Rui nodded, thinking so. But the next morning, Zhuang Min came to the supermarket with a big bundle. What is this? Yin Rui asked curiously. Looking at the big bundle, Zhuang Min scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Didn't you say you liked this paper last time? I collected all the paper in his house and prepared to give it to you. Why give it to me? Come on. Pick whatever you want. Just treat it as exchanging paper. Yin Rui looked at Zhuang Min with a smile. Zhuang Min is still dressed like a little boy. It seems that the small head flower that Zhuang Chongwen bought for him has never been used. However, this paper reminds him of something. The black lines on this paper a few days ago allowed the system to identify that there was residual energy in it. But it must have been contaminated during papermaking. Ordinary paper would definitely not have this effect. Do you know where the papermaking family gets their raw materials? Yin Rui asked when Zhuang Min came to the cashier after selecting the items. Zhuang Min thought for a while. It should be on the back mountain in our village. We don't go out unless it's necessary. Yin Rui nodded. Do you have time later? Can you take me to the back mountain in your village? Zhuang Min naturally agreed. Yin Rui asked Jian Anqi to stay in the supermarket to receive guests. And he followed Zhuang Min to the back mountain. After arriving in the village, Zhuang Min found the papermaking family. The family's surname was Wang. And everyone in the village called him Master Wang. It's near here. I choose this kind of thicker bamboo. The paper made from this kind of bamboo is thicker and more durable. In addition to bamboo, I use the water from this stream instead of well water. Master Wang took Yin Rui to find another stream in the mountains. The water from this stream will make the paper with a burst of fragrance. But in addition to bamboo, I will use this kind of vine mixed in the paper-making materials. Master Wang climbed to a shady place halfway up the mountain. Panting, wiped the sweat off his face and said, It's this kind of vine. After adding this kind of vine, the flexibility will be better and the life of the paper will be longer. Yin Rui looked at the unusually lush vines and felt an inexplicable strangeness in his heart. So did you find what you want? Master Wang looked at Yin Rui, who was frowning in front of him, and said anxiously. He was afraid that Yin Rui would be furious if he didn't treat him well. After all, he had a newborn baby at home. Wang Fuzi drank the milk and milk powder sold by Yin Rui. And then he raised the child's face to have some color. Oh, it's good. Can I stay here for a while? I want to look around to see if I can find what I want. Yin Rui smiled at Wang Fuzi after he reacted. Thank you. I'm sorry for bothering you today. Wang Fuzi was relieved and patted his chest and said, No trouble. No trouble. It's my honor. Yin Rui signaled Zhuang Min to go back, and said that he didn't have to stay here for a long time, and promised that he would definitely come down from the mountain before dark. Zhuang Min reluctantly went down the mountain with Wang Fuzi. After the two of them left, Yin Rui looked at the emerald green vine, carefully touched it, and then slowly injected his supernatural power into the vine. As a result, something unexpected happened. The leaves of the vine actually danced slowly in front of him. There was no wind or rain here, and the sky was clear. The dancing of the leaves proved Yin Rui's guess. He can now have some connection with plants. Yin Rui retracted his hand, touched the vine that seemed reluctant to leave, and then walked forward humming a song. The vine climbed halfway up the mountain and stretched for about 1 kilometer. Yin Rui walked forward along the direction of the vine and heard the sound of gurgling water at the end. Yin Rui had a feeling that what he was looking for should be here. System. Do you feel the energy of the original species? The system replied, Report to the host. No abnormal energy was detected. Are you sure? Yin Rui took out an engineer shovel from the space link and shoveled down towards the gap in the middle of a stone. The gap between the rocks was very small. Yin Rui had to work hard to open the stone. And then, he saw a small cluster of green sprouts trembling in it. Seeing this, Yin Rui knelt down, put his hands on the ground, and stared at the 2 green sprouts, trying to see what they were. But his current ability was still too weak. Even if he injected his energy into the sprouts, he could only feel the joy of the sprouts. If he asked them anything, they couldn't answer. I always feel that there is something here. Yin Rui murmured to himself, Look, the plants on this side are more vibrant than those on the other side. And this side is backlit. Normally, this would not be the case. Host, what you mean is? Yin Rui simply took the engineer's shovel and dug in the open space nearby. Since the system could not find the energy source, Yen Rui could only rely on his sixth sense to act. Host. The system did not detect any abnormal energy here. If you want to exercise, you can go back to the supermarket. Which is safer? Don't think I can't hear the sarcasm in your tone. Yen Rui stood up and wiped the sweat from his head. Just wait. I will definitely find what I want. The system was silent, and Yen Rui continued to dig forward. Finally, in an inconspicuous open space under an ungrown tree, Yen Rui's sixth sense gave him crazy prompts. As if he had to dig 3 feet deep? In this case, then dig. Yen Rui bent down, facing that place, and dug out the soil from that place back and forth and threw it somewhere else, until he dug a pit about half a meter deep before stopping. The host can buy a physical enhancer, the system suggested in his ear. The host said last time that he would prepare a bottle of physical enhancer before doing intense physical labor. No, I don't need it, Yen Rui vowed, patting his chest. I feel like I'm about to find it. The system was skeptical. He still didn't think Yen Rui could find something with strong energy, but he didn't know where Yen Rui's confidence came from. This is it. When Yen Rui pushed down again, he felt the head of the engineer shovel hit a hard, metal-like object. He threw the engineer shovel aside, then excitedly laid down and used his hands to dig out the soil inside. The system watched Yen Rui take out a plain big stone from a huge pit. It should be a 1,000-layer stone, which is hard and dense, with a strange shape, and is mostly used in rockery. But why did Yen Rui buy a rockery stone? The system was a little confused. That's not right. Yen Rui looked at the stone in his hand, and the inspiration suddenly dissipated. He looked left and right, but couldn't see anything special about the stone. So he threw the stone aside again, and lay back on the edge of the hole again. It must be in this hole. I detected it. The system suddenly sounded an alarm. I detected the energy of the original seed. I said it. Yen Rui suddenly became excited. I said what I did was right. There must be a resentful seed here. Sure enough, with Yen Rui's unremitting efforts, he finally found a small piece of original seed half the size of a fist in this half-meter deep hole. Such a large piece of original seed. How can you not detect its energy? Yen Rui picked up his trophy, looked left and right in the sun, and couldn't let it go. Are you not as accurate as my sixth sense? System. I will make up for my shortcomings in the upgrade. Yen Rui didn't understand. But maybe it had something to do with the nearby environment. He didn't stop at one thing. Anyway, he came here, and dug up the 2 newly sprouted seedlings, and was afraid that he would not adapt to the local climate. So he simply filled a bucket of stream water, and then dug a large bag of soil, and then humped down the mountain and knocked on the door of Zhuang Min's house. The door of Zhuang Min's house was not locked. He just touched it lightly, and it opened. Yen Rui carefully went out, fearing that he would disturb the rest of the 2 people. As a result, he saw the son of the village chief who he met last time, standing in the house and arguing with Zhuang Chongwen. Yen Rui walked gently to the door, leaned against the wall, put his ear against it, and then heard the huge quarrel coming from the house. Do you think you are still the same Zhuang Chongwen? I'm kind enough to give your Zhuang family a way out. Since you don't listen, don't blame me for being rude. Don't go too far. Zhuang Min is still so young. And you want her to give birth to a child for you? Don't dream. What's wrong with giving birth to a child for me? Did she feel wronged? The man seemed to ask Zhuang Min again. Do you feel wronged? You are shameless. I just like this about you. The more you scold me, the more I like it. Hearing this, Yen Rui couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. What a concrete pervert. This is the first time he has seen one. I'm going to say this. 3 days later, Zhuang Min will enter my house. Otherwise, you can just wait to collect the body of your uncle. After saying this, the man wanted to leave. When Yen Rui heard his footsteps, he immediately hid aside. He didn't come out until the system said that he had left the house and returned home. As soon as he came out, he saw Zhuang Min lying in Zhuang Chongwen's arms crying. When Zhuang Chongwen saw Yen Rui, he immediately patted Zhuang Min on the back. Zhuang Min then stood up, wiped his face, and said with his head down in frustration, I'll take you out. Don't go out yet. What's wrong with you? Tell me what happened. See if I can help? Zhuang Min shook her head. Don't get involved. It doesn't matter. What do you mean it doesn't matter? This kid is being so distant. If it were something else, Yen Rui might not want to get involved. But this kind of thing Yen Rui would definitely not ignore. So he wants to force you to marry him? 3 days later? Why is he in such a hurry? And why does he have to marry you? Let me tell you. Zhuang Chongwen pulled Zhuang Min down, wiped his face, and then slowly said, actually, it's all because of me. What? When I was injured, Xiao Min took a plant of Diyuan grass from his family. It was this Diyuan grass that cost me my life for so many days. Originally, I wanted to use Yuan Bao coupons to compensate the village chief's family after I recovered. But he refused, saying that we owed his family a life and had to pay it back with Xiao Min's life. Either we die or we sell our lives to his family. I would rather sell my life to his family than marry him. Zhuang Min sobbed and spoke intermittently. How can we pay with our lives? He said that I owed him a life and asked me to pay him back. After I gave birth to a child for him, this life would be considered paid off. And then he could let me go free. How disgusting. The disgust in Yan Rui's eyes was about to overflow. So what do you want to do now? Run away? Yan Rui thought for a while. What is Diyuan grass? If I use ginseng, can it offset the value of Diyuan grass? Zhuang Chongwen shook his head, thank you. But compared with Diyuan grass, ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum are just ordinary medicines. And their spirituality can't be compared with Diyuan grass at all. This is difficult. Yan Rui took a breath. How about this? You run out at night, and then go to the supermarket to find me. I will definitely protect you. Yan Rui once again said this with true feelings. He really didn't want to see a little girl ruin her life in vain. Zhuang Chongwen shook his head. This will definitely implicate you. How can this implicate me? Do you think he, a village chief, can do anything to me? Yan Rui patted his chest. This matter can be completely handed over to me. But we can't trouble you forever. Sooner or later, we will leave the supermarket and live somewhere else. After Zhuang Chongwen said this, he added, the village chief is a member of the Su family. Su family? Su family? Why is it the Su family again? Since it is so fake, the people who want it really can't move to other towns to live. I can help you say hello to Su Ming and ask his family to stop getting entangled with you. There are so many women of the right age. With his family's conditions, it is not difficult to find someone who is a good match or a person who is in love with him. What they want is actually my family's secret book. Having said this, Zhuang Chongwen no longer concealed it. The Su family has always wanted our martial arts secret book. So that's it. Yan Rui now understands why the village chief's family must be so aggressive. In fact, there is one last way. Yan Rui lowered his voice when he thought of this method. You can go find Hu Yang. Hearing this suggestion, Zhuang Chongwen opened his mouth, while Zhuang Min was a little confused. She looked at Zhuang Chongwen and asked in confusion, Uncle, who is Hu Yang? Hu Yang is. I just made a deal with Hu Yang yesterday. He exchanged a lot of food and cloth from me. If you go to him, at least you won't have to worry about food and clothing. You shouldn't worry about these. Yan Rui looked at Zhuang Chongwen's somewhat relaxed expression and continued, so your family still has some property. But if Zhuang Min is forced to marry the village chief, you will lose these properties sooner or later. With the Su family's greedy genes, Zhuang Chongwen will let them eat them all. Then it's decided. Zhuang Chongwen slapped his thigh. Let's go tonight. Yan Rui was relieved. But he continued, why don't you leave now? Without taking anything. Or I can help you take some things. If we leave in a swagger, it may not attract attention. Then I'll trouble you. But we won't leave for the time being. I still have some things to do in the village. Zhuang Chongwen's expression was frozen, frowning. And then, he gave instructions to Zhuang Min. There is a loose brick under the bed in your room. Against the wall. When you pull it out, there is a book inside. That book is the secret book of our expert. Take it out and give it to Mr. Yin. Absolutely not. Yan Rui waved his hands hurriedly. It's too expensive. Totally unnecessary. I feel more at ease if I leave it with you. Just consider it as a favor to me, Zhuang Chongwen said. Anyway, I can memorize the secret book of our family. It's just a book. It's not that important compared to Xiao Min. Zhuang Min shed tears again. She nodded heavily, trotted back to her room, and took out the secret book. Look! Look! I told you that you have a backup plan. Chapter 72 Atypical Martial Arts. A familiar voice came from outside the door, and everyone in the room was startled. Yan Rui subconsciously stood up. Zhuang Min immediately ran to Yan Rui's side, and Zhuang Chongwen stood up to be alert. I said that if I don't push you, No one knows how much potential you have. The face of the village chief's son immediately appeared in front of several people. Isn't it here? After saying that, the man stretched out his hand to Zhuang Min. Hand it over. You're dreaming. Zhuang Min angrily stuffed the book into his arms. Then stepped forward, raised his arms, and unfolded a posture ready to attack. If you have the ability, kill me. Not impossible. Su Tao clapped his hands. Yan Rui didn't understand. So he didn't notice the horrified expressions of Zhuang Changwen and Zhuang Min. Yan Rui was waiting for the next words. But Zhuang Changwen said, You let him go. This is a matter between our two families. Don't involve outsiders. Su Tao glanced at Yan Rui. Where did this young master come from? Yan Rui had no expression. Why do you care where I came from? So you want to let me go? Su Tao looked Yan Rui up and down. He looked at Yan Rui's thin arms and legs. And looked vulnerable. He sneered softly. You just conspired with him to rebel against me. Right? Now you want to leave? You're dreaming. Yan Rui heard this and looked at Su Tao. You said that? So what if I said it? If you can leave today, it will be a slap in my face. Su Tao. Su Tao. Let him go. Zhuang Changwen seemed to have made up his mind. Let him go. And I will give you my Zhuang family's secret book in exchange. Su Tao closed his eyes. And then opened them. His expression became even more crazy. The secret book was already in Su's name when I entered the door. You want me to use my things to exchange for this person's life? Don't be crazy. Zhuang Changwen was so angry that he wanted to say something. And then a beast roared and a huge impact knocked him to the ground. Yan Rui also subconsciously covered his face. When he opened his eyes, he saw a huge black wolf leaping behind Su Tao, looking at them with embarrassed eyes, as if looking at his own meal. Su Tao! Zhuang Changwen roared. Do you know who he is? Even Su Ming has to be polite to him. If he has any problems, Su Ming will not let you go. Hearing Su Ming's name, Su Tao was stunned for a moment. He looked at Yan Rui with fear. After thinking for a moment, he said disdainfully, If my cousin blames me, I will just give you the secret book of your Zhuang family. You? Zhuang Changwen stood up angrily and pointed at him, and couldn't say anything. Yan Rui looked at Su Tao's face and said with disgust, You are older than Su Ming? Then you still want to force Zhuang Min to marry you. You are so shameless. Die! Su Tao didn't react to Yan Rui's words at first. But he was furious after reacting. What a ignorant minion. Black Shadow. Come on! Su Tao pointed at Yan Rui. Bite this fool to death first. Yan Rui was fearless. So he had no intention of retreating. Instead, Zhuang Min rushed forward. His hands formed a semicircle in front of his chest. And the black wolf rushed forward. Zhuang Min twisted his body. And a strong wind blew around, causing the corners of several people's clothes to flutter. And the black wolf's fur also trembled with the wind. Zhuang Min's movements were neither fast nor slow, forming a sharp contrast with the black wolf. One was extremely fast. The other was extremely slow. When they collided, a strong huge wave was generated. Zhuang Min. Yan Rui put down his sleeves and saw Zhuang Min standing there panting, while blood was slowly dripping from the black wolf's body. And his sharp eyes were staring at Zhuang Min with hatred. No wonder the Su family wanted the Zhuang family's secret book so much. Zhuang Min must have internal strength. Right? It must be internal strength. A small child can fight this half-man-high black wolf to a draw. So awesome. Come here. Su Tao was somewhat dissatisfied with the black wolf's performance. He touched the black wolf's head with his hand, then took out the powder from his arms and sprinkled it on the black wolf. Yan Rui also hurried forward and pulled Zhuang Min behind him. You two just hide behind me for a while. Don't worry about anything else. Yan Rui instructed. He can't hurt me. No. That black shadow is the blood wolf he trained since he was a child. And he won't let go until he sees blood. Zhuang Min said while panting heavily. Zhuang Changwen also spoke at this time. I will hold the wolf back in a while. Xiao Min will hold Su Tao back. And you will find a way to leave. As long as you leave the village, they can't stop you. Yan Rui said. You are still thinking of sending me away? Didn't I tell you that I can handle these two, one man and one wolf? Yan Rui's tone was unquestionable. You two will hide behind me in a while. I promise that we can leave in less than a quarter of an hour. On the other side, Su Tao took out another grass with a strong smell from his arms and handed it under the nose of the black wolf. The black wolf immediately bared its teeth. Its eyes glowed red, and it arched its body to face Yin Rui, ready to attack. Yin Rui curled his lips and took out the magnetic sonic wave cannon directly from the space button. Before Su Tao could wonder where he got this thing from, he was knocked unconscious by Yin Rui's cannon. Zhuang Chongwen and Zhuang Min were so shocked that their jaws dropped. They both opened their mouths at the same time and murmured, "Yin." "Mr. Yin?" Yin Rui smiled at the two of them. "I said I can do it. You two go back and pack up your things. Collect the important things together. I will take the things that you can't carry later." Yin Rui shook the magnetic sonic wave cannon in his hand at the two of them. "My thing is very powerful." After hearing this, Zhuang Min nodded vigorously. She turned back to the house and started to pack up her things, while Yin Rui turned around and confronted the black wolf that had already lost its mind. The black wolf became a little overwhelmed because it suddenly lost its master's instructions. His eyes went back and forth among the three people, trying to find the one who took action. As a result, after Zhuang Chongwen and Zhuang Min left, he finally locked Yin Rui's existence. "What? You still want to hit me?" Yin Rui waved the weapon in his hand at the black wolf. "I won't let you get away with this." Yin Rui didn't want to attack the black wolf for the time being. He felt that the wolf could understand human commands and should have his own thoughts. So he persuaded him, "Your master is not a good person. If you don't kill people, he won't give you meat. This is wrong." The system's voice came out from Yin Rui's ears. "Host, the system does not recommend that you educate an irrational wolf on human nature, especially a wolf that has been given stimulants." "Ah? When did you give it?" The black wolf suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Yin Rui, looking like it wanted to tear him apart. Yin Rui sighed. He had trusted his sixth sense too much just now. Now that his safety was in danger, he was still a little naive. Bang! The wolf was very fast, but Yin Rui pulled the trigger faster. He looked at the black wolf that fell heavily in front of him, sighed, stretched out his hand, and transferred a little of his supernatural power into the wolf's body. Looking at the man and wolf of the Su family who both fell in the yard, Yin Rui sighed. He walked into the house and saw that although the two people from the Zhuang family were in a hurry, they were still methodical. After a while, they packed up the important things. There were actually not many things in the two big bags. Zhuang Min carried a big one and Zhuang Chongwen carried a bigger one. When they walked into the yard, the two looked at Su Tao lying in the middle of the yard and kicked him tacitly. Yin Rui couldn't help laughing, and then urged, "Go quickly. Go quickly. We will be discovered soon." Even though the two were reluctant in their hearts, they still supported each other and left as quickly as possible. When they arrived at the entrance of the village, there were a few people standing at the door. Those people looked at Zhuang Min and Zhuang Chongwen's dress and stood there for a while without moving. "If I don't leave, I'll die," Zhuang Min said to the guard. "You know what the consequences will be if I marry Su Tao." "But my parents, the guards in the village are all old acquaintances. But Su Tao is the son of the village chief after all. The village chief is not in the village recently, so Su Tao has always had the final say." "Then let's do it." Yin Rui took out the magnetic sonic cannon again and fired one shot at each guard. Zhuang Min looked at Yin Rui in disbelief. Yin Rui shrugged his shoulders. "It's not like he'll die. He'll wake up in a while." Hearing this, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time thought of Su Tao lying in their yard, and their faces changed drastically. "Go! Go!" Before leaving, he did not forget to close the door of the village. But after leaving, the two of them did not know where to go for a while. "Let's go to my place first. If it doesn't work, you can sleep on the floor. It's not cold at night." Yin Rui smiled and was about to take the two people away. Zhuang Chongwen actually wanted to go directly to Hu Yang, but he had only met and had dinner with Hu Yang in the army. Hu Yang also invited him to conspire together, but he refused at that time. If he wanted to go now, he couldn't find Hu Yang's location for a while. That's troublesome. When the three people returned to the supermarket, it was completely dark. After crossing the Wantian ladder, Yin Rui saw Jian Anqi looking around anxiously at first sight. Yin Rui's heart softened, and then he waved to Jian Anqi vigorously. "I'm back." Jian Anqi was relieved when he saw Yin Rui. Even though he knew through the system that Yin Rui was unharmed, he was still half-hearted. He couldn't let go of his heart until he saw him. "I'm telling you, I was really in danger today." Just as Jian Anqi was about to speak, he was interrupted by Yin Rui's words. Yin Rui seemed to have seen through Jian Anqi's thoughts, and did this on purpose. He smiled at Jian Anqi and said, Let them stay here tonight. Since Yan Rui had made the decision, Jian Anqi had no objection. However, after he pulled the man into the supermarket, he complained in a low voice. I heard from the system that you were in danger today. A little bit. But it's okay. Yan Rui spread his hands. I have a magnetic sonic cannon and an indestructible body. You don't have to worry about me at all. Jian Anqi lost his temper, but still emphasized, next time I go out, I want to go with you. Don't worry. There won't be a next time. Yan Rui patted Jian Anqi's shoulder, then turned around and asked the two to come in quickly. There was no bed for the two of them. Zhuang Changwen took the initiative to say that he could sleep on the floor, and Jian Anqi took out 2 mattresses from upstairs. You two can sleep here. After Yan Rui and Jian Anqi went upstairs, Jian Anqi pulled Yan Rui to the sofa. What happened today? The system said you were in danger. Risks and opportunities coexist. Isn't this normal? Yan Rui took out the original species he dug today. Look! I found the target. He said you were in danger after finding the original species, not when you were looking for the original species. Jian Anqi caught the loophole in Yan Rui's words. What exactly is going on? Yan Rui could only tell what happened today in detail. Jian Anqi heard Yan Rui was relieved after he was not hurt. The Su family is indeed hateful, but there is nothing wrong with their genes. I think so too. Yan Rui agreed. But I always feel that his wolf is a bit problematic. It feels weird. That's his wolf too. It's dangerous to be so close to him, and it misses you when you're not home for a day. When Anin was mentioned, Yan Rui's eyes seemed to scan around. Where is Anin? She was too tired after playing all day, and she was sleeping with your clothes. Jian Anqi pointed to the door of Yan Rui's room. She's sleeping inside. Hearing this, Yan Rui's heart softened. After he walked into the room, he saw Anin lying next to his pillow, snoring in his sleep. Seeing Anin like this, Yan Rui's sleepiness also surged. He turned around and waved to Jian Anqi. Good night. Good night. Yan Rui yawned and went into the house to wash and rest, while Jian Anqi went downstairs at this time and walked to Zhuang Changwen and Zhuang Min, who were still somewhat majestic. Who is that Su? Don't miss a word. The next morning, Yan Rui got up early and went downstairs. You can see that Zhuang Changwen and Zhuang Min have already packed up and started practicing at the entrance of the supermarket. Good morning. Yan Rui raised An's little cat paw nestled in his arms and waved it. Sure enough, Zhuang Min's eyes lit up after seeing An. How is it? Isn't An very cute after the injury healed? Yan Rui scratched An's chin and showed off to the two of them. Hai Shili's growth rate is really fast. Now it seems that he has grown a lot bigger than the last 2 days. Is it true? Yan Rui puts all his attention on An every day. Even though An has grown up, he can't see any changes. How big can he grow in the end? Yan Rui asked curiously. No smaller than the black wolf yesterday, Zhuang Changwen said firmly. If you feed him carefully during the growth period, there may be a bigger surprise. That's great. Yan Rui likes big cats, so I should cherish him more when he is young. Yan Rui thought that he must take more photos of An when he was young, because he would not have this opportunity when he grew up. Boss Yan. Su Ming's voice came from the direction of Wan Tianti. Zhuang Min shuddered when she heard the voice. Yan Rui signaled her to be patient. What's wrong? Do you want to buy something? Yan Rui looked at Su Ming, his tone unchanged, and smiled as he received him. No. I have a favor to ask of you. Su Ming glanced at Zhuang Changwen and Zhuang Min, and quickly looked away. Yan Rui saw that he looked a little mysterious, and led him aside. What's wrong? What happened? It's like this. I have a cousin named Su Tao, who was beaten to death last night. His limbs were broken, his meridians were injured, and he will never be able to practice martial arts again. Ah? Yan Rui held back his gaze from looking at Zhuang Changwen and the other man, and frowned as he said, Did he offend someone? Yes. I thought so too. Everyone around him said that he offended the 2 people from the Zhuang family. So I took the Zhuang family's things to Haiying to smell. But Haiying said it wasn't them. So I came to ask you if you could help me figure out who the murderer is. Are you sure it's not from the Zhuang family? Yan Rui was curious. How did you rule it out? It shouldn't be the banker. I know my cousin well. He has offended countless people. If the banker wanted to do something to him, he would have done it long ago. And there is no need to wait until now. But if we really can't catch him, we can only investigate the banker. After Su Ming finished speaking, he glanced at the 2 people on the side, Who are they? They are the banker's people. They stayed at my place last night. Then it must not be the banker. Mr. Yen, I just want you to help me find the real murderer. Originally, he thought that if he couldn't find the real murderer, he would arrest the two bankers to make up the number. He had already given the order, so he had to cancel it quickly. These two people are obviously under Yen Rui's protection, so you must not offend them. I may be powerless to do this, but since it's you, I can only give you a general direction. Yen Rui's expression was unpredictable. The crux of this matter is still on you. On me? Su Ming pointed at himself. Why is it that he offended people, and the crux is on me? Because you have bad luck recently. Yen Rui began to make up stories. To be honest, the first time I saw you, I felt that you had a very strong luck, and should be someone who could influence the family's fortune. It's just that. But you seem to have made some small mistakes recently, so your fortune is down, affecting the children of the same clan. Seeing that Su Ming seemed to have taken his words to heart, Yen Rui took advantage of the victory and pursued. Think about it. A family is like a tree. If there is a problem with the trunk, the branches extending outward will definitely not have a good life. Su Ming suddenly realized. I was wondering why the Su family has been having trouble recently. Blame me. Really blame me. Is there any way to crack it? Su Ming wanted to take out the source treasure coupon from his arms, but was stopped by Yen Rui. The tree is big and has deep roots, and it shades the world. After Yen Rui left 8 words, he turned around and walked towards the entrance of the supermarket. Su Ming wanted to follow him and ask what he meant, but he saw Yen Rui turning back. This is your way. You have to understand it yourself. Looking at Yen Rui's unfathomable back, Su Ming stomped his feet, turned around and left with the guards. When he was sure that he had disappeared, Zhuang Chanlin limped over with the help of Zhuang Min. It's okay. Su Tao is disabled. Yen Rui simply told the two of them about Su Tao's situation and comforted them. Don't worry. They don't want to catch you. Hearing this, the two looked at each other. Zhuang Min glanced at Zhuang Changwen and was about to say something when he was interrupted by Zhuang Changwen. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. Yen Rui waved his hand and saw Jian Anqi brought a bowl of fruit after entering the house. Do you want to eat? Yes. Yes. Yen Rui took it and repeated what Su Ming had just told him. Do you think this Su Tao is justice from heaven? Well, he deserves it. Jian Anqi lowered his eyes and did not say anything. Yen Rui continued with emotion. You said that everyone in their family knew what kind of character their family members were, but they didn't change at all. Isn't this what they deserve? So we can only pray that Wang Jingqi can succeed. Zhuang Min, who originally wanted to go out today to help Yen Rui promote, was kept by Yen Rui. However, perhaps because she did a good job in the past few days, people came to the supermarket to buy things one after another. Among them was Master Wang. It's great that you two are fine. Master Wang wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. We were scared to death yesterday. Master Wang was about to continue talking about what happened yesterday, but he was stunned by the dazzling array of goods in the supermarket. Zhuang Min smiled and pushed him. You buy it. Don't tell us stories first. Master Wang swallowed his saliva and looked at everything in the supermarket. The supermarket has the kind of painting pigments and ink used in elementary school art classes. After Master Wang opened it, he looked at the instructions for use and was amazed. Seeing the prices of these things, he slapped his thigh and said 3 times. Now the prices outside are very expensive, especially the precious things like ink sticks. He made paper because there was really no paper at home. Although everyone called him Master Wang, he actually didn't teach many students, which made him really ashamed. Now with these things, students can really write on paper outside the sandbox, which is a pleasant surprise. So much. Can you use it all? Yen Rui looked at Master Wang, who had filled 2 baskets of ink and pigments, and reminded, do you want salt and sugar? And salt and sugar? Master Wang reacted. Yes. Yes. After that, he saw Zhuang Min skillfully took 2 bags of salt and 2 bags of sugar from the shelf, and took out a roll of cloth. Master Wang focused all his attention on the ink, and he didn't pay attention to other things. He didn't expect that there was such a good and cheap product. I only have these papers. I don't know if they are enough. Hearing that supermarkets don't like to accept yuanbao coupons, Wang Fuzi cut the new paper he had just dried in the past 2 days and sent it over overnight. Yen Rui looked at the familiar black lines and nodded happily. It's enough. If you still have papers with black lines in the future, please keep them for me. I will take them all. Hearing this, Wang Fuzi immediately smiled and patted his chest. That's great. Thank you. Yin Rui happily took the paper with energy and said, I wonder if you can make more of this paper with black lines. I want to customize it. Of course I can do it. But it's not certain whether this paper will have black lines or not. After hearing this, Wang Fuzi was a little disappointed. He scratched his head in embarrassment. I just made this kind of paper by accident. You can make paper with black lines by using the vines you took me to yesterday as raw materials. If you fail, I will keep the paper as usual. With Yen Rui's guarantee. Master Wang patted his chest and promised, leave it to me. After sending Master Wang away, Yen Rui touched the paper in his hand and said to the system in his mind with some pride, if this paper is put on the system mall, I will not sell it if it does not have 10,000 points. Chapter 73 Atypical Martial Arts. You actually came up with this idea. The system was surprised. But the host system mall has not yet been opened. So what? It's better to be prepared. Yen Rui carefully put away the papers. If the supermarket wants to do big and strong, it can't do without my forward-looking vision. By the way, can we open a store in the system mall in the next upgrade? The system was silent for a while. And after a long silence, Yen Rui said leisurely, I know that I have to rely on myself for everything. My small system has changed. No. I will apply to the main control. The system suddenly raised endless fighting spirit. There will definitely be a system store soon. Then I'll wait for your good news. Yen Rui smiled. And at the same time, the Su family was experiencing a small storm. You said that the people of the god ancestor said that the lifeline of the Su family is in you? Su Ming's father looked at Su Ming in disbelief. Are you sure he is the god ancestor? If he is not the god ancestor, he is also the god ancestor's people. Su Ming said firmly. Dad, you will know if you go and see. The things he sells there are not what we can do at all. We have never even seen them. He can also knock people out directly with hidden weapons. If this is not divine power, then what is it? If it is not divine power, it is very likely to be internal strength. Su Ming's father Su Zhengrui said, I will meet this person tomorrow. If he dares to lie to you, I will make him pay for it. Dad, be careful with your words. Su Ming exclaimed. Have you forgotten the ability of the god ancestor? Su Ming was frightened by Su Ming, and carefully wiped the sweat with his sleeves. Still a little restrained, okay. Wait for us to find out. The next morning, Yen Rui heard Zhuang Min and Zhuang Chongwen shouting and swaying. He hurried downstairs without even washing his face. What's wrong? The two pointed outside the door and said, I just saw someone surrounding the supermarket. There are about 50 or 60 people, led by Su Ming. So that's how it is. Yen Rui breathed a sigh of relief. He won't come to me again. Right? It's okay. You two don't have to worry. Yen Rui said. I'll go out and take a look. Wait a minute. Zhuang Chongwen called Yen Rui again. Do you need to change your clothes? Yen Rui lowered his head and looked at the old t-shirt and sweatpants he used as pajamas, and realized it later. Waking people up at 6:30 in the morning is really tactless. But Su Ming and Su Zhengrui, father and son, who were outside the door, were also wondering, doesn't the god ancestor get up at Inshur every day to serve the gods and Buddhas? Why hasn't the door been opened yet? It's because the service has not been completed yet. It's very mysterious here. Even the Buddha statues are not allowed to be seen. Su Ming felt that the second floor was extremely mysterious. Last time he wanted to sneak upstairs to find out. He found that there was an invisible obstruction on the stairs. Su Ming also observed carefully that Jian Anqi could walk back and forth as if nothing happened. But he himself could not, which shows that he still picks people. After a long time, around 7 o'clock, Yen Rui opened the door. This time he was wearing a black satin round-neck robe with dark gold patterns, a white jade accessory on his belt, and a straight posture. Behind him, Jian Anqi still followed with no expression, looking very serious. After Su Ming saw Yen Rui, he gently patted Su Zhengrui beside him, then bent down and said to Yen Rui, God, Mr. Yen, this is my father Su Zhengrui. Yen Rui looked Su Zhengrui up and down, pursed his lips, and said in a difficult manner, Are you sure? What a question. Could there be any ethical mistakes? How can you talk like that? Su Zhengrui was angry. Although his son didn't look like him, it was because his son's mother was a great beauty. So his son, Su Zhengrui, suddenly fell silent, and began to recall some things that happened in the past. As a result, Su Ming next to him stomped his feet hard. Dad. Shinzu didn't mean that. Su Zhengrui immediately raised his head and brushed down the drag. Su Ming's hand on his sleeve. Of course I know. What does that mean? Su Ming immediately bowed to Yan Rui. Please calm down. My father is a little confused. He hasn't been out for a long time, so his mind is a little confused. Please help treat him later. Yan Rui frowned, looking dissatisfied. Then why did he go out? Don't let me see him again in the future. Yan Rui shook his sleeves and walked into the house. From Su Zhengrui's expression just now, it can be seen that there may be a lot of hidden secrets about his past. It really deserves to be the Su family full of scum. After Yan Rui entered the door, Su Ming wanted to follow, but was stopped outside by Jian Anqi. Su Ming wanted to push Jian Anqi away, but Jian Anqi stood there motionless, and Su Ming was as powerless as if he had pushed against a wall. Please make way. I want to talk to. Su Ming immediately lowered his voice. The god ancestor. Jian Anqi looked at Su Zhengrui, who was still standing there with a curious look on his face, and lowered his head and said, everyone should know what to do. Su Ming understood immediately, and he turned around and ran back to Su Zhengrui. Dad, you just offended the god ancestor. Hurry up and apologize to the god ancestor. You kid. Is it because he said you are the most fortunate person in the Su family that you support him? Su Zhengrui raised his hand and hit Su Ming on the head. You useless thing. Yan Rui looked at the two people entangled outside the window and felt quite funny. He said to Zhuang Min, who was opening his mouth in surprise in the house, look at them. Remember their appearance? Before the building is about to collapse. It all started with internal discord. Zhuang Min was thoughtful. Yan Rui asked her if she had figured it out. Zhuang Min nodded. Then asked, what is a building? Yan Rui smiled at her. You can also think of it as a big tree. Zhuang Min understood it. And at this time Su Zhengrui finally stood at the door a little awkwardly, and said to Jian Anqi a little awkwardly, I'm here to apologize. Yan Rui sat behind the cashier and hooked his finger at Su Zhengrui. And Jian Anqi put down his arm and let the two of them in. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for offending you. Please forgive me. After Su Zhengrui finished speaking, he bent down and bowed deeply to Yan Rui. Yan Rui raised his eyebrows. That's it? And this? Su Ming walked forward carefully, took out a vermilion wooden card box from his arms, and slowly pushed it in front of Yan Rui. This is an apology. Yan Rui took the box, opened it and took a look, nodded with satisfaction, and took it down. He almost couldn't breathe when he saw such a huge jadeite. Tell me, what do you want to do today? Yan Rui pointed outside. You brought so many people here. What's going on? Are you going to attack me? No. No. Absolutely not. Su Ming hurriedly explained. We brought so many people because we are going out to do something later. If we just come to your place as a guest, we will definitely not make such a big show. Yan Rui nodded good-temperedly. Tell me, what is the purpose of coming? Can you prove that you are the god ancestor? Su Zhengrui was not like Su Ming, who obeyed Yan Rui's words. He still had a little doubt in his heart. The previous god ancestor could call the wind and rain and travel thousands of miles a day. You also said it was before. Yan Rui raised his wrist and rested his chin on it, looking at the father and son with some amusement. What is your identity? Let me prove it to you. If you don't believe it, just let the outsiders come in and try. No. No. Su Ming hurriedly intervened. Dad, what are you talking about? What did we say outside just now? Su Zhengrui didn't care, with a broken jar temperament. I mean, there are many people pretending to be the ancestors of the gods in recent years. You are not experienced in the world. Don't be easily deceived. Yan Rui didn't care, but pointed to the door. The door is there. Get out of here. Su Ming was anxious. No. My father didn't mean that. Whether he meant that or not, it doesn't matter now. I said that he was born with a destiny of wisdom. How could he be so decadent now? Look at your behavior. Yan Rui hesitated, and said to the two of them, no wonder. Destined with wisdom? What does it mean? Su Zhengrui was also frightened by Yan Rui for a while. Tell me in detail. Yan Rui kept silent. The timing was wrong. Please be kind and don't bother with him. Su Ming took off his jade pendant and stuffed it into Yan Rui's hand. This is the best warm jade. I hope you don't dislike it. Yan Rui took the jade pendant and raised his chin to Su Zhengrui, And Su Zongrui bowed deeply to Yen Rui. Please speak. Although he bent down, he was still thinking that if this person was not right, he would call the guards in and hack him to death. You have been gifted since childhood, but you are good at hiding your shortcomings. You wanted to make a big splash in the future, but as you grow up, you find that everything is not going well for you. You are powerless to do anything. You are obviously very capable, but you always go wrong in the end. Yen Rui tapped Su Zongrui's eyebrows. Oh, this life star is a waste on you. After hearing Yen Rui's words, Su Zongrui didn't care whether this person was a god ancestor or not. He felt that every word of Yen Rui touched his heart. Su Zongrui was eager to hold Yen Rui's hand, but was pushed away by Jian Anqi, who suddenly appeared. What are you going to do? Su Zongrui swallowed his saliva. It's my fault. I'm blind. I just offended you and I apologize to you. Please tell me. What should I do? Go back and check your blood relatives. If you continue like this, your branch will have a bleak future because of you. And it will be a good result for your branch to have no descendants. Yen Rui waved at the two of them. No point in talking. Let's go. Su Zongrui wanted to continue asking, but Jian Anqi brought the two of them to the door without any explanation and threw them out. Su Ming wanted to leave directly, but Su Zongrui held him back. Don't you want to express your feelings? Su Ming reacted immediately and called the 50 or 60 guards behind him to go to Yen Rui's supermarket to buy goods. After everyone had 2 large bags of things, he signaled to Yen Rui to leave. After the 2 people left, Jian Anqi came over. Yen Rui didn't even raise his head. If you have any questions, ask now. How do you know that? The system said that there is no information about Su Zongrui in his database. Did he buy it in the information market? Yen Rui shook his head, put everything in his hands in order, and then stood up and said cunningly, I guessed it all. Looking at the curious eyes of the people in front of him, Yen Rui straightened his chest and explained proudly, I didn't see any long articles about Su Zongrui on the Su family's relationship website. It's just that his background is slightly better. From this point of view, he is a marginal figure in the Su family. Such a person who grew up in the environment of the Su family must have a sense of depression of being unappreciated. I started from this aspect and made up a few vague sentences. And he believed it. Hearing this, several people suddenly realized and thought of the issue of blood relatives that Yen Rui had told him. Zhuang Min understood a little bit of the building will collapse that Yen Rui had just taught her. Okay, forget about them. They can fight however they want. It has nothing to do with us. Just now, Su Ming asked these guards to come to the supermarket to buy things. In addition to the source treasure coupons, they used the stones they brought with them, broken silver, their own seals, and used weapons, and even a very small piece of gold to exchange for goods. Yen Rui wanted to find something like the paper in Master Wang's house, which had residual energy, but he didn't find it after searching for a while. So he simply collected everything and thought that he could use it as a gift in the store he opened in the system mall in the future. With Zhuang Min around, the supermarket was extra clean these days. Even though the supermarket was spotless under the control of the system, Zhuang Min would still wipe the shelves with a small rag from time to time when he was not practicing. Zhuang Chaoman also presented the Zhuang family's nameless secret book to Yen Rui. In the past, the Zhuang family relied on this secret book to travel the world. Later, wars broke out. The Zhuang family was dormant and fell apart in the war. In the end, only Zhuang Min and Zhuang Chaoman were left in this branch. If their descendants wanted to learn from them, they could only pass on the copies they wrote. Yen Rui took the secret book without hesitation, and then gave it to Jian Anqi. I think this method is most suitable for you. You try it. Didn't Jian Anqi have a spark in his hand before? This martial arts also focuses on the palm, which is a bit like a mild version of the 18 palms of the dragon subduing. In the future, it may double the destructive power when combined with Jian Anqi's supernatural power. At night, long after the store closed, someone knocked on the door of the supermarket again. Yen Rui went downstairs with a messy hair, and Zhuang Min and Zhuang Changwen stood beside him. Be careful. Don't be careful. It's Hu Yang and Wang Jingqi. Hearing this, Zhuang Min and Zhuang Changwen looked at each other and said, Then I'll open the door. For Zhuang Min, opening the door has become a piece of cake. As expected, when he opened the door, he saw Hu Yang and Wang Jingqi standing at the door. Come in quickly. Just as the two were about to ask questions, Zhuang Changwen pulled them in and quickly closed the door. Why are you here? After entering the door, Wang Jingqi didn't even bother to greet Yan Rui, and asked curiously, "It's a long story." Zhuang Chongwen slowly recounted his experiences with Zhuang Min in the past few days. After listening to them, the two of them couldn't help but feel scared. Hu Yang even slapped his thigh and said angrily, "If I had known this, I should have killed Su Tao long ago. Now he is half dead. I heard that he was tortured for most of the night. Now he is useless. I guess his father can't cure him when he comes back. This is his retribution." The two people were angry and heard about Su Tao's situation. They exhaled again. That's right. That's right. No matter who helped punish Su Tao deserved it anyway. If he saw this warrior, he must drink 2 cups with him. Why did you two come here tonight? Yan Rui interrupted at this time. Have you prepared the things? I just came to show you first. If it's okay, we will mine in large quantities. Wang Jingqi took off the bag on his body and put it on the table, making a loud noise. Are all these stones? Yan Rui asked curiously. Wang Jingqi opened the bag directly. Didn't you say you like stones? I went back and took out a piece of stone from my mine. They are all here. We can trade with whatever you like in the future. Oh my god. I didn't realize that the Wang family actually has a mine. What kind of mines are these? This is a coal mine. This is a jade mine. And this is a silver mine. Wang Jingqi explained to Yan Rui one by one. It's a pity that the price of jade mines is not high now. If it were in peacetime, my family would definitely be able to dominate the area with this jade mine. These 3 types of minerals are the same to Yan Rui. The only difference is whether they are valuable or not. But jade is still valuable. So I'd better take jade. Yan Rui was about to speak, but his hand paused, and then he fiddled with the only inconspicuous honeycomb-shaped mineral among the pile of minerals. What kind of mineral is this? This is an ordinary stone from the mountain near my home. It is mainly used to build houses, but I think it is beautiful. So I brought it to you to have a look. Do you like this? I like it. I like it so much. There are actually energy fluctuations on it. Yan Rui picked up the hot honeycomb-shaped stone and looked at it carefully. The keywords for the shape of this thing on the internet are generally natural volcanic stone foot rub. But it has a different situation here. I like this. You could exchange it for me in the future. Yan Rui took the stone and pushed the other 3 minerals back. You should be able to use these in the future, so you don't have to give them to me. Of course, you can give me a small amount of silver. The silver may be used to make weapons in the future. For jade and coal, forget it. He also has fire essence for heating. Okay, but how do you calculate it? How many stones can be exchanged for 1 caddy of rice? 1 caddy of rice can be exchanged for 100 caddies of stones. Millet can be calculated as 1.5 caddies, and the rest of the food is calculated in the same way. Yan Rui casually set a price. How much do you want today? As much as you can fit. Hu Yang came with his big shoulder pole again. Yan Rui nodded. Zhuang Min, if you leave later, you can also help them get some things. When Zhuang Min saw Hu Yang and Wang Jingqi tonight, she didn't know what she felt. She knew that she would eventually return to her life outside. But the days she spent with Yan Rui were so comfortable, so safe, and so unforgettable. She hadn't slept so peacefully for so many years. It turned out that being protected by a powerful person was like this. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Yan Rui looked at Zhuang Min, who looked a little absent-minded, and said with a smile, What's wrong? You can't bear to leave me. Zhuang Min shook her head, but nodded hurriedly, and finally stomped her feet hard, ran to the rice shelf, and took out 2 bags of rice. I'll help you get the things. That's great. My sister will definitely be happy when you go back this time. Wang Jingqi clapped her hands. My sister has long wanted you two to go to her place, and now she finally got her wish. I have to ask her for a reward when I go back. Yan Rui listened to Wang Jingqi and finally asked his doubts. Are you talking about the sister Wang Jingyu? Hearing her sister's name, Wang Jingqi shuddered. Why did you suddenly say her name? It scared me. I'm talking about her. You also know my sister. Yan Rui nodded. Of course I know. At the same time, he also talked about his one-time encounter with Wang Jingyu. Hearing this, Wang Jingqi sighed. If I had been strong enough, my sister wouldn't have ended up marrying that beast Su Ming. Wang Jingqi opened up. When Su Ming came to my house to propose marriage, he even had the nerve to say that he divorced a wife and 3 concubines for my sister. How shameless he was. Under this situation, how can a woman who has been divorced have a good life? But my sister once said that she would never be a concubine. So Su Ming came up with this terrible idea. Wang Jingqi clenched her fists. If I hadn't been impulsive and hadn't been framed by them, my sister would definitely not have taken the initiative to marry Su Ming. I said, it's a bit too low for someone like your sister to marry Su Ming. Yin Rui looked at Shuang Min, who was taking things back and forth. Women are always troubled by such situations. But the good days of their Su family are coming to an end. I tell you, with your help, we are going to break through the Su family's teams one by one and start from the inside. You can also fight from the outside. You can pick Su Qing's team to fight. Yin Rui pointed out a way for the two. Although Su Qing's team is all elite, there are not many of them. And Su Qing controls the families of these elites. And these families do not live a rich life in the eyes of others. You can start from here. We all know that you bought this information from the information market. Right? Hearing Wang Jingqi's words, Yin Rui was a little surprised. Have you tried it? What? We haven't tried it at all. We can't find the families of these elites at all. Wang Jingqi scratched his head in annoyance. When we saw this news, we wanted to start with the families of the elites. But we searched for a whole 6 months and couldn't find the location of those families. You haven't found it in half a year? Do you get thrown off every time you track them? Yin Rui couldn't help but ask curiously. Is Su Qing's team so powerful? I even suspect that they have a secret passage. I have never seen them send anything out. Nor have I seen them send anything to the elite camp. It's like disappearing and appearing out of thin air. Disappearing out of thin air. And appearing out of thin air again. It is known that there is no magic in this plane. So could it be? These people don't exist at all? Chapter 74, Atypical Martial Arts. Yin Rui was shocked by his own guess. But after thinking about it, there are not a few people who have such means throughout history. So it is not surprising. When he told Wang Jingqi his guess, Wang Jingqi widened his eyes and exclaimed, no way. How could there be such a person? Hu Yang pondered for a moment, and then said, it is not impossible. Su Qing is insidious and cunning, and his means are vicious. Not to mention that this kind of dirty trick suits his taste the most. When someone suggested to him to burn 6 slaves directly with lime, he almost wanted to use it. Now it's just a trick to deceive his subordinates. For him, it's a matter of closing his eyes. Seeing Yin Rui's hesitant eyes, Wang Jingqi explained, he used to be a soldier in Su Qing's family. So that's it. No wonder he knows so much. But I still have something to remind you. Yin Rui said. This matter can wait. It's better to conserve your energy first. I heard that the Su family has been busy with war in the east recently. So they can't take care of the west now. It's better not to alert the enemy. The two of them naturally understood that by this time. Shuang Min had already prepared all the rice and flour that Hu Yang needed, and arranged them neatly in the basket. How about you all rest here for a night, and leave early tomorrow? Yin Rui looked at Shuang Min, who was looking down and felt like he was about to cry, and said, is it dangerous at night? There are always some stray soldiers at night. So sometimes there will be some accidents. No. We'll leave now. Zhuang Chongwen touched Shuang Min's head, patted her shoulder to comfort her. Go earlier. And you can adapt earlier. After all, you will live there in the future. Shuang Min nodded, mustered up the courage to look up at Yin Rui. Boss Yin. Goodbye. Thank you for your care these days. Yin Rui thought for a while, took out an amulet from the drawer, and handed it to Shuang Min. Just treat it as a parting gift. Be sure to wear it with you. I hope you will be safe and sound in the future. Shuang Min looked at the amulet and thought it was ordinary and should not be very valuable. So she did not refuse. Accepted it as if it were a treasure, and then carefully put it in her arms. Wang Jingqi, who was not much older than him, also touched her head. Let's go. Brother will definitely take good care of you. Shuang Min nodded, and the few of them went out together. Yin Rui looked at the figures of several people outside the door, and could see that Shuang Min almost fell down because of her frequent turning back. He sighed with concern, and then remembered that no one could hear him. So he was relieved inside. Can't bear to leave? Jian Anqi asked. Going there is the best way out for them. Of course I know. But it's really hard to bear to see a little girl wandering around like this. There's nothing to be sad about. She can't always grow up in a greenhouse. And you have to believe that she has the ability. Jian Anqi hugged his arms and looked at Shuang Min, who was leaving. If she joins the army, she might be able to thrive in the army. Shuang Min really has that energy. when Yin Rui couldn't get out of bed in the morning. Zhuang Min had already practiced morning exercises. At night, she had to practice a set of boxing with Zhuang Chongwen before resting. At noon when the sun was at its hottest, she even went to stand in the sun. A person who works so hard will definitely be a martial arts master in the future. Yin Rui put his thoughts behind him. It was useless to think more. Now that things have come to this, he can't intervene too much. Yin Rui picked up An who had been biting his trouser legs. Let's go. Let's go back to sleep. He pointed at An's weight, and then stuffed An into Jian Anqi's arms. Do you feel that he has become heavier? Jian Anqi nodded. I record his weight and height every day. His height grows by 1 centimeter, and his weight grows by 0.5 kilograms on average every day. But did you just find out? What's more surprising than Yin Rui's discovery of this matter is that Jian Anqi had already measured An's data early. What? I just hold An every day, and don't feel it. Yin Rui pinched An's little ear, and An immediately struggled out of Jian Anqi's arms, and jumped into Yin Rui's arms. But I feel like I've been getting stronger lately. Yin Rui stood at the door of the basement warehouse. Shall we go down and do an experiment? The two of them went down to the laboratory together. Yin Rui first easily lifted a 50-gene barrel of soybean oil with one finger. In the past, I had to lift it with my hands, but now I can lift it easily. Worried that Jian Anqi didn't believe him, Yin Rui casually waved the soybean oil barrel in a fancy way. Look! Then can you lift a box of soybean oil now? A box of soybean oil has 6 barrels. A total of 300 gene. If it is not relying on tools, it is absolutely difficult for a normal person to lift it at will. Yin Rui walked to the box with great interest. He shook his arms, then placed his hands on both sides of the box, gathered strength in his arms, and then lifted the box up in one go. See if I can lift it up. Yin Rui excitedly swung in front of Jian Anqi, then immediately felt overwhelmed and hurriedly moved the box back to its original position. It can be lifted at least. How much does an adult pig weigh? Is it about the same weight? Yin Rui wiped the thin layer of sweat on his head. So my strength has really increased. Right? Jian Anqi nodded. I also found that my strength has increased recently. It may be because of my supernatural powers. The energy in the crystal core has dissipated faster than I thought. Although the original species can replenish the energy of the crystal core, Jian Anqi and Yin Rui's demand for energy has suddenly increased recently. Both the crystal core and the original species have to be used in rotation. So the original species they have now are not enough. Then you use this small piece of original seed first, and we will think of a way to find another piece in the next 2 days. Yin Rui tried hard to recall his experience in the back mountain of Huxin village these 2 days. But he thought that it was a blessing from heaven that he could find that piece of original seed. Why is there no original seed mine, like the one in the previous plane? Yin Rui scratched his head and said with some regret, if it really doesn't work, let's close the supermarket and go out to find a mine. Absolutely not. Jian Anqi and the system said in unison. Jian Anqi felt that it was really dangerous outside, even if he would not be physically injured. From Yin Rui's mentality, he would definitely be greatly shocked after walking around outside. The system simply didn't want the two to leave the supermarket. You won't be able to earn points after leaving the supermarket. Are the points from the first 2 planes enough for you to use later? Actually, they are enough. Yin Rui calculated for a moment, touched his chin and said, at least the things I bought are enough for me to eat until I die. And now I can easily beat 10 or 8 people. And I have endless weapons. The more Yin Rui spoke, the more he felt that he was right. Don't tell me. It seems that we can really survive in the end times. No. No. Absolutely not. The host can't be so unambitious. Don't you want to upgrade with the system? Okay. Okay. I'm kidding. Listening to the sizzling sound of the system's electricity due to anxiety, Yin Rui smiled and coaxed, I am still interested in several other planes. It would be too boring to go back now. Hearing this, the system was relieved. You must work hard, and the system will never treat you unfairly in the future. After resting, Yin Rui watched Jian Anqi easily lift up the 300-gene soybean oil box. He crossed his arms and felt indignant. How come Jian Anqi is still so much stronger than him after everyone has superpowers? Does the enhancement of the body depend on the proportion of the body's strength? Then won't he become worse and worse in the future? Thinking of this, Yin Rui regained his fighting spirit. Tomorrow I will choose a method to practice. Only on the second day, Yin Rui picked and chose. and finally picked out the Shuyu technique that looked the easiest. This one is good. Isn't it just a matter of doing a set of his movements every morning, basking in the sun at noon, and doing another set of movements in the evening? Yin Rui looked at the book as if he had found a treasure. He had also checked it out in his world these 2 days. It turned out that there was also such a thing as Ziyushu in his world. But the Ziyushu in the 2 planes were slightly different. In his plane, Ziyushu mainly used music to cure diseases and save people, so that others could have a good and relaxed mentality in order to achieve the therapeutic effect. But this plane is a little different. Although it is also about curing diseases and saving people, it also has its own set of exercises, and it must be combined with the mental method inside, and use more internal force for treatment. It has a kind of image that can establish the most capable image among all doctors after learning it. Looking at the somewhat lazy Yin Rui, Jian Anji, who took out a wooden stake to practice, asked, "Tell me when you are tired of learning. There is a way to relax your muscles and bones in my exercise book." The Zhuang family's exercises are good at internal force. The internal force in this plane is very mysterious, but it is not known whether it will conflict with the 2 people's abilities. So Jian Anji started to practice his internal force early, and did not urge Yin Rui. After he tried it, if there was no mistake, he would urge Yin Rui to practice. Yin Rui waved his hands at Jian Anji. In the portable compartment, he packed hundreds of boxes of cut fruits, not to mention all kinds of snacks, all made by Jian Anji himself. Yin Rui felt that he was not doing business in the plane. Now he was just here to enjoy the good life. Making money suddenly became easy. It's too early to say it. Just when Yin Rui was satisfied with his ideal life, Su Zhengrui appeared. This time, Su Zhengrui did not make a big fanfare. He only brought 2 servants to the supermarket. He looked at Yin Rui, who was lying in a rocking chair at the entrance of the supermarket and basking in the sun, and walked directly to him and bowed 3 times. "Please save me, Mr. Yin." Yin Rui didn't even open his eyes. "It's not the end yet. You don't need anyone to save you now." Hearing this, Su Zhengrui became even more nervous. Is there a last moment? If it comes to the end, will there be no salvation? That would be too late. Please be kind and help me just this once. I will definitely not let you down. Su Zhengrui waved to the 2 guards, and saw the guards immediately run to the side of the Wan Tian ladder, and then saw boxes coming from under the Wan Tian ladder one after another. "Is there anyone under you?" Yin Rui opened his eyes, and leaned back in the chair and asked. Su Zhengrui immediately explained, "You didn't seem to like these guards last time, so I asked them to wait downstairs. There are too many things to take, and the 3 of us can't carry them." Yin Rui nodded, and watched the 2 people carrying the boxes one by one to him. After stopping, Yin Rui counted and found that there were 10 boxes. Su Zhengrui looked at Yin Rui's expression without disgust, and waved his hand. The 2 opened the boxes one by one. Seeing the things inside, Yin Rui's expression did not change, but he took a breath of cold air in his heart. "Rich, rich, rich, rich," Yin Rui screamed wildly in his heart. Su Zhengrui brought 3 boxes of refined gold bars alone, and 2 boxes of various jewelry. Just looking at the surface layer, there are pearls, jade, and agate strings. "I heard that you like martial arts secrets. I was a little rushed to prepare, so I could only find these." Su Zhengrui pointed to one of the big boxes. "There are 76 kinds in total. The rest are calligraphy and paintings and ornaments." Yin Rui asked the system to estimate the price, and the points all start from 9. This Su Zhengrui really spent a lot of money. No, the Su family has plundered so much of the people's blood. He already has money. Thinking of this, Yin Rui was no longer amazed. He raised his chin and said with satisfaction, "Since you are sincere, I will help you this time." Hearing this, Su Zhengrui felt that the clouds had cleared and the moon was bright. The haze that had been pressing on his head for so many years finally had a chance to blow away. "This is the birthday of some of my blood relatives. Please help me see who wants to plot against me and take my life." Yin Rui took the 2 pieces of paper with dense writing, thinking that the Su family still has a lot of humanity, and this does not include relatives who are not a threat to Su Zhengrui. Yin Rui stood up with the 2 pieces of paper and walked to the shade. Su Zhengrui wanted to follow him, but Yin Rui immediately raised his hand to stop him. "Don't come over. The farther away from me, the better." Su Zhengrui's heart was half lifted. Could it be because his fate was too bad, and Yin Rui was afraid that he would harm him? "The farther you are from me, the less influence the Su family's fate star will have on me. And the more accurate my calculation will be. So it was because of this. Su Zhongrui hurriedly said, then I'll go down and come back later. After saying that, he ran to the edge of the cliff and went down the mountain along the Wanyan ladder. Seeing Su Zhongrui leave, Yin Rui said to the system, does the information I bought contain the birth records of all the people in the Su family? Yes. The system has listed the birth dates of all the people in Su's family. Please proceed with the next instruction. Yin Rui looked at the paper that Su Zhongrui gave him, which had only his birth date and no name, and smiled. This old man still had something to keep for him at this time. Maybe there was a smoke screen in it. 12 of these are not the birth dates of Su family members, the system reminded. Yin Rui nodded. Help me mark them. And then mark Su Qing as well. Who is Su Zhongrui close to? Mark 2 more, and see how I will talk to him later. The system scanned the birthday list as it said. And after marking all the information he needed according to Yin Rui's words, Yin Rui began to go back to the sun to bask in the sun. If someone comes up to remind me in the future, if it is Su Zhongrui's servant, you don't have to care. If it is Su Zhongrui himself, you can remind me again. The system didn't understand, but still wrote down his request. Later, the servant ran back and forth 3 times. On the 4th trip, Su Zhongrui could not help it and climbed the ladder again with his son. When Yin Rui knew about it, he opened his eyes and stood in the sun with his hands behind his back, looking at the direction where Su Zhongrui was about to appear. Su Zhongrui was shocked to see Yin Rui like this when he came up. As expected, he looked mysterious as the servant said. Su Zhongrui stood on the last step, neither going up nor down. Yin Rui lowered his voice and said, come here quickly. Do you still need me to treat you? He didn't dare to do that. Su Zhongrui hurriedly trotted to Yin Rui, who took a step back with some disgust. You will get 50 every day in the future, and you will get enough sun for an hour. You have too much yin energy. The male is yang, and the female is yin. The male is heaven, and the female is earth. It should be balanced and harmonious. But because you have too much yin energy, Yin Rui hesitated. Your family members are not in good health. You are right. My family members are often sick. Su Zhongrui slapped his thigh. Which bastard hurt me? Yin Rui thought that a man like him must have 3 wives and 4 concubines at home. Those who love him will be heartbroken because of his philandering, and those who don't love him will be upset because of his existence. No one is in a good mood, and they must be sick often. Some people's birthdays are problematic. I suggest you start with these people. Yin Rui pointed out the birthdays of the 12 people who were not members of the Su family. These people should not be your blood relatives, but they are also related to you. But they have little impact on you. Yin Rui looked at Su Zhongrui. Su Zhongrui wiped his sweat in his heart and secretly said, how can this person point so accurately? Seeing Su Zhongrui's mind relax, Yin Rui took advantage of the victory and pursued. These 3 people are strange. Yin Rui looked at Su Zhongrui. These 3 people are closely intertwined with your fate star. They should have grown together. But one person actually took away their light, and his achievements rose steadily, leaving you 3 behind. Yin Rui sighed and said, originally, the 3 of you should have shone in your respective fields. Looking at Yin Rui's heartbroken expression, Su Zhongrui couldn't help but feel sad. The fog that had been in front of his eyes for so many years finally dissipated at this moment. He had lamented the injustice of the world many nights ago. Why his parents did not agree with anything he did. Why his plans and strategies were worthless in the eyes of others. I didn't expect it was because of this. He should have started preparing when you were born. But I don't know what means he used. If possible, find me all the personal belongings of these 3 people, and I will try to correct the chaos. Personal belongings? Just jade pendants, necklaces, bracelets, or common items such as pens, ink, paper, and ink stones. I don't know what Su Zhongrui thought of. His expression was distorted just now. Yin Rui didn't want to receive strange things, so he added this. Okay, I'll find a way when I go back now. 5 days later is a good day. You try to give me the things before the 5th day, and I have to judge who took the lives of the 3 of you. 3 against 1. Even if these 3 people can't beat Su Qing should be in a state of panic for a while. The people picked out by the system were all Su Zhongrui's friends. One was his distant nephew, who was a year older than Su Zhongrui, although he was a direct descendant. The other was Su Zhongrui's cousin, who was also a playboy and was well known in the city. 3 cobblers can be as good as 1 zhuge liang. Yin-Rui looked at Su Zhongrui's hurriedly leaving back and slowly raised his mouth. After leaving, Su Zhongrui returned to Su Ming's house angrily. His family was not here originally. He just passed by to buy some slaves and came to see Su Ming. Unexpectedly, he met Yin-Rui. What he didn't expect was that it was Su Qing who caused his current situation. Su Qing plotted against him. But he could understand that if he didn't work for himself, he would be punished by heaven and earth. If he had such ability, he would have plotted against Su Qing when he was young. But when he saw Yin-Rui pointing to Su Qing's birthday, his mind was filled with all the details of his interactions with Su Qing over the years. These details came together and made him come to a conclusion. Damn Su Qing. You actually have the nerve to look down on me. Back at Su Ming's house, Su Zhengrui was a gentleman. He ignored Su Ming's greetings and returned to his room. He picked up the pen and wrote 2 letters. Then he hurried out and found his servant. You must deliver these 2 letters to these 2 people in person. The names were written on the envelopes, and the servants knew them all. Remember, you must give them to them in person. After giving them, don't come back for the time being. They will have something for you to bring. Do you understand? The servant nodded. And Su Zhongrui added, tell them to send the things to me within 3 days. Yin-Rui didn't know Su Zhongrui was in such a hurry, but he could guess that he must be thinking of a way to retaliate against Su Qing. I just don't know how they ran from the east to the west, and back from the west in 5 days. Yin-Rui smiled and put this question behind him. Then he and Jian Anqi measured an ant's data. It is indeed black 10 miles. But if it grows too big, we will have no place to keep it. Yin-Rui was a little worried at this time. If someone finds out, what if someone wants to catch an ant and slice him up? Although he has the ability to fight back against these problems now, it would be his best state if these problems did not exist in the first place. Then you can let an ant practice and let him grow or shrink at will. The system spoke at this time. As long as you can afford the points, there is everything in the system mall. Chapter 75 Atypical Martial Arts. You have everything? Why are you painting me a rosy picture again? Yin-Rui said as he opened the system mall. He searched back and forth, but he didn't find the method that the system said could make an ant grow or shrink at will. There will be some in the future, the system said. After returning to the main control space this time, I saw some new functions that have not yet been launched. The host can look forward to it. Hearing the system's words, Yin-Rui's eyes lit up. That's good. I have to say that you have done a good job in user feedback. The system's tone was also a little proud. Of course, our main control is very humane. Yin-Rui began to be interested in the main control mentioned by the system. He didn't know if this main control had a human figure, or simply said whether this main control was controlled by a person. Now he only had a vague impression of the main control. However, looking at the scattered people in the supermarket, Yin-Rui suppressed his curiosity about the main control and suddenly became worried. The business here was only good for a few days, and then the flow of people never came up again. He knew why. Even with Zhuang Min's strong promotion, the scope was limited. Unlike before, as long as he posted a message on the forum, everyone nearby would know about it. In addition, people nowadays don't have much extra money to buy things. Most of them use it to buy cloth and needles and thread, which are usually enough for a while. Even though his rice and flour are very cheap, it is not easy to get them up and down because of the 10,000-day ladder. So many people simply give up the idea and only take the most useful things for themselves. So what should we do? Yin-Rui scratched his head in annoyance. Jian Anqi had been paying attention to Yin-Rui's movements. When he saw Yin-Rui's movements, he walked over and asked carefully, "What's wrong?" "No business. No business." Yin-Rui sat on the chair and wailed. Is this plane so useless? Although he is not short of points now, he still feels unwilling to think that he may not be able to earn too much. It's okay. You can practice more while you are here. Have you memorized all the formulas of Zuyushu? Hearing this, Yin-Rui's eyes evaded. It's not that he didn't want to memorize it, but there are too many formulas of Zuyushu, and they are also accompanied by music. The music of each formula is different. Yin-Rui couldn't help but feel dizzy after reading it for a day. Why don't we take our things to the town and set up a stall? Yin-Rui changed the subject, and a light bulb suddenly appeared in his mind. Didn't the profession of peddler come into being because of inconvenient transportation in ancient times? How about we be peddlers? Although there are peddlers now, the environment outside is a bit dangerous, so no one would do this job unless they are particularly short of money. Okay, Memorize 3 pages today. After memorizing 3 pages, we will go out to sell goods together tomorrow. Where will we choose as the first stop? Huyuan town? No way. Why is Jian Anqi so strict? Seeing that the plan failed, Yen Rui said a little depressed. Then let's go to Huyuan town tomorrow. But we have to buy a car. Otherwise, if too many people know that we took things out of thin air, we may be caught. Although it is not the first time to do it here, Yen Rui still thinks to be cautious. If 1 or 2 people say it, others may not believe it. But if a group of people say it, then there will definitely be people who believe it. Okay. Start memorizing now. Jian Anqi spread out his book and stuffed it in front of Yen Rui. If you don't want to learn this, you can go out and practice other martial arts with me. Forget it then. He would rather tire his brain than his body. The next morning, after Yen Rui got dressed, he went to the basement and found Jian Anqi, who was sorting out the goods. What are we selling today? Are you ready? Let's sell cloth. If we only sell one kind, it won't be very noticeable. And if we set up a stall for the first time, there might be some unexpected situations. If there are too many kinds, it's easy to get confused. What Jian Anqi said made sense. Yen Rui began to select the cloth for the stall in the warehouse. Most of his stock was pure cotton cloth, followed by smooth silk and satin. There were only a few rainy materials. Yen Rui felt that they were a bit rough, so he didn't stock up much. These 3 kinds should not be too noticeable in the market. Before leaving, Yen Rui said, "Should we prepare a ruler and scissors? We will have to cut cloth for people when the time comes." Jian Anqi returned to the warehouse, took a few scissors and 2 measuring tapes, and finally took some needles and threads. If business is not good, these can be used as gifts. If business is good, these can be sold at a high price. Needles are considered expensive items in the current environment. Nowadays, most iron is used to make weapons. Besides, most needles are handmade, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and the manufacturing cost is much higher than he imagined now. This time when the 2 went to Huyuan town, they took a special passage, but no one stopped them. Yen Rui and Jian Anqi swaggered into the city, and then found a carpenter's shop and bought a wooden cart. After buying the wooden cart, the 2 found a corner and took out all the fabrics in the space button. The colorful fabrics piled in the cart were very eye-catching. According to his memory, Yen Rui walked to the most prosperous street in Huyuan town, next to the pawn shop he had been to before. There were a few scattered vendors here, but most of them didn't seem to be interested. When they saw Yen Rui coming, they just raised their eyes casually, then lowered their heads and kept silent, without even saying hello. Yen Rui sighed in his heart, found an open space, and stopped the car. When he saw someone passing by, he shouted loudly, "Selling cloth? Selling cloth? Does anyone want to buy cloth? The best fabrics are fair to everyone. Linen is 1 foot and 8 ling. Cotton is 1 foot and 10 ling. Silk is 1 foot and 20 ling." This price was set by the system for him, and Yen Rui did not adjust the price. After setting it, he asked the system to help calculate the money. A foot here is only about 20 centimeters, so the price is neither high nor low. However, the price, which was neither high nor low in Yen Rui's mind, was like thunder in the ears of the people around him. "Are you serious? Only 8 ling for 1 foot?" Before the new customer came, the vendors at the stalls next to him asked, "So cheap?" "Yes, it's so cheap. Do you want to buy it?" Yen Rui patted the pile of cloth on the cart and asked with a smile, "I will only sell it for 1 day. If you miss this village, you will never see this store again. Bye. Bye. Bye." In other cloth stores in Huyuan town, the price of 1 foot of cloth is at least 5 times higher. And this is the price in slightly peaceful times. Sometimes during wars, the price is 10 times higher. Don't worry. Come one by one in line, and you can buy it. Seeing that the people around him were so eager to pay for the cloth, Yen Rui added again, "You don't need the yuanbao coupons. You can exchange the things on your stall with me. This is simply too good." The stall owners around him can't wait to exchange everything on their stalls for cloth. Yen Rui is not afraid of them cheating. There are so many eyes watching around. And the system is not vegetarian. The value of the system can be seen at a glance. There are many people setting up stalls around. And after the initial commotion, they lined up neatly. "Your calligraphy and painting are good. The big one is 6 feet, and the small one is 4 feet. Do you have any objections? Your vegetable seeds are not very active. 1 pound is 5 feet. What is this? Your jade is fake. Don't think I can't see it. All the things on your stall are 10 feet. Yenrui talked about the price of cotton cloth. If they want other cloth, they will automatically convert it. However, except for those who really can't afford it. Everyone chooses cotton cloth. And everyone chooses colorful patterns. Yenrui instructed that modern technology cannot produce such delicate and complex patterns. Nor can it dye such bright colors. So most of these people buy it and plan to keep it for sale later. Especially since he said he would only sell it today. So these people are even more unscrupulous. Yenrui didn't care. They wanted to resell it if they wanted to. Anyway, he was the price. For this reason, the cloth sold out faster than he had imagined. And the line was getting longer and longer. Behind the line were not only vendors, but also many ordinary people who had heard that there was cheap cloth for sale here. So they hurried over, fearing that they would not be able to buy anything after their arrival. What's going on here? A man in officer uniform squeezed through the crowd and stood in front of Yenrui. Yenrui looked up at the man and found that he didn't seem to know him. So he said in a friendly voice, "Hello. I'm selling cloth here. Just doing a little business." Yenrui stood up and said, "Excuse me. What can I do for you? I have a big thing." The officer looked Yenrui up and down and saw that he was dressed in luxurious clothes with fine tailoring, looking like a rich man. But he looked at the cloth on the car again and had a plan in his mind. "Didn't you pay the stall fee?" The soldier said righteously. "You are not allowed to set up a stall here if you don't pay the stall fee." "Then can I pay it now?" Yenrui took out his purse in a serious manner. But the man knocked Yenrui's hand over, and the purse fell to the ground. Yenrui raised his eyes and glared at the soldier. "Are you sick? I will pay you if you owe me money." "What do you mean by hitting me?" Hearing Yenrui's words, the people queuing behind couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. The soldier was angry and laughed disdainfully. According to the law, not paying the stall fee is a legal operation. Everything on the stall will be confiscated, and the stall owner will be beaten with 50 strokes of the board. The soldier showed the knife at his waist. "Are you going with me directly? Or do I beat you up and drag you away? You are so short-sighted. I'm afraid your business will end today." The residents who were still queuing saw that the matter could not be settled peacefully, and they were afraid of getting into trouble. So they dispersed in a moment. "Is there no third option?" Yenrui crossed his arms and spoke again. "It seems that you really don't know me." "Know you? Who are you? Does he have any background?" Before coming here to do the job, he had visited all the prominent figures in Huyuan town. But he had never seen Yenrui. The clothes he wore were good, just because his family was in the cloth business. After confiscating these high-quality cloths, he could give some to his boss. And he could make a small profit by keeping the rest. So people still have to have some power in their hands. In the past few days, he has collected a lot of money on the street. Some shops not only do not charge him money when they see him enter the door, but even offer protection fees on their own initiative. Thinking of this, the soldier was getting impatient. "It seems that you are forcing me to move. Ah! Go to hell." Yenrui took the lead and punched the man's nose heavily. "Who forced me to move? Who are you? Come on. Why don't you say anything?" The soldier had no words to say. He couldn't hear what Yenrui was saying at all. His mind was blank, and there was only the continuous pain from his face. "You want to take advantage of me? I think you are tired of living." Yenrui's fists hit the man's face one after another. He took the initiative. Who knows what kind of kung fu this man has practiced? If he misses the opportunity, he may not be able to beat him. The people who were hiding and watching around him broke out in cold sweat after seeing Yenrui's actions. Beating up officers and soldiers. Is this person really crazy? People who can become patrolmen in a Huyuan town have some backgrounds in their families. They don't have to go to the battlefield, and the chance of getting injured is reduced. It is not a good job that ordinary people can get after serving for a few years and then returning home. The stall owner actually did it like this? No wonder he said he would only sell for one day. He must have predicted that he would have no tomorrow. When Yenrui was tired of beating him, he stopped and stood up from the man. Jiananchi took out a wet towel and wiped Yenrui's hands. After wiping them clean, he looked at Yenrui's hands, which were rubbed by the heavy blows, and frowned and said, "Wear gloves first next time." "That's what you think. Don't you think I'm impulsive?" Yenrui looked at Jiananchi with a smile. But Jiananchi said expressionlessly, "Even if you don't do it, I will do it." He didn't like the way this person looked at Yenrui. He just felt sorry that Yen Rui did it himself and didn't give him a chance. Yen Rui stood there, thinking about the man lying on the ground groaning, which was a bit of a delay for his business. So he shouted around, "Is there anyone who can take him away? Give me 2 feet of cloth if you can help." Even if it was 2 feet of cloth, no one dared to intervene in this matter. After a while, he heard noisy footsteps from a distance, and it seemed that someone was coming. Yen Rui and Jian Anqi looked at each other, and Jian Anqi took a step and stood in front of Yen Rui. After waiting for a long time, Yen Rui saw a group of people running over here in a hurry. He muttered in his heart, "Why are they so slow?" Then he looked up at all the people wearing officers' and soldiers' uniforms, with an unyielding face. "Did you beat him?" The leader looked at Yen Rui fiercely. Another person, who had never seen Yen Rui's face. "I beat him." "So what?" Yen Rui raised his chin and shook his right hand. He was the first to disregard the law. "I will teach him a lesson for you." "What's wrong?" The leader laughed angrily. After seeing his colleagues carrying the soldiers lying on the ground away, he raised his hand and waved behind him. "Kill them." Killing them in broad daylight. What a gentle and simple Hu in town. "Stop." Just when Yen Rui was about to take out the magnetic sonic cannon, he heard an interruption. "Who told you to do it?" Yen Rui looked back and saw Hua Ying rushing over in a hurry. There was a thin layer of sweat on his head. He ran in front of Yen Rui in a panic and used his body to separate the two sides from the eye contact. "Do you know who he is?" "He is Mayor Su's guest of honor. We have said it before and issued a notice. When you hear someone named Yen Rui, you should treat him with courtesy." "What's wrong with your brains? You can't even remember this." "Ah?" All those who were about to take action just now stood still, thinking back to their actions just now. They couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Such a notice had indeed been issued before, but because it had been a few days, and they hadn't seen Yen Rui, they had forgotten about it, and didn't take it seriously at all. Why did he suddenly appear in Huyuan town today? And they had a conflict with him without asking. If they reported it directly, would Mayor Su let them off easily? And now Hua Ying, who was following Mayor Su, already knew about it. There was no turning back. The officers and soldiers in front of them couldn't help but regret their impulsiveness just now. Seeing Hua Ying's actions, Yen Rui also put down his hand. He patted Hua Ying's shoulder and chatted with Hua Ying skillfully. "I haven't seen you for a long time. What have you been doing these 2 days?" "Something happened at home a few days ago. I went home to sort it out. I just came back today. I didn't expect to encounter this. You see, isn't this a family member fighting against a family member?" The officer who had fainted after being beaten by him has now regained consciousness. He just wanted his colleagues to help him vent his anger. But he heard these things again. He originally wanted to vent his anger, but ended up being suffocated. This person simply fainted without a breath. "You are not feeling well." Yen Rui pointed at the officer who had just fainted and said, "I think you should strengthen your training. How can this kind of body work on the battlefield? We will intensify the training after he recovers from his injury. I hope he can shine on the battlefield in the future." Hua Ying's words directly defined him. "I am afraid that this person will go directly to the battlefield after his injury recovers. I just came here to sell some small things today. My shop is not easy to get to, and the business is not very good. So I thought I would try my luck. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. You have worked so hard." Hua Ying winked at the officers and soldiers, and they immediately took out their money bags and wanted to buy all the cloth to make up for their mistakes. Yen Rui immediately refused after realizing their plan. "Just let them go. I mainly want to sell things to everyone. With them here, the residents nearby dare not come." "Okay. Okay." Hua Ying waved his hand directly, and the officers and soldiers immediately trotted away as if they had been pardoned. Yen Rui looked at Hua Ying. "Do you want to buy some first? I appreciate your kindness, but I have almost spent all my savings in the store before, and now I really can't afford it." Yen Rui also smiled. "Then I have to continue shouting. I don't know if the customer just now can come back. Everyone is queuing up for a long time. Selling cloth? Selling cloth? Continue selling cloth now. Folks who want to buy come and line up." Yen Rui's shout made people nearby eager to move. But seeing Hua Ying with him, they dared not act rashly. Yen Rui looked at Hua Ying helplessly, and Hua Ying immediately understood and bowed to Yen Rui. "Then I will go back first." Yen Rui nodded and waved to Hua Ying, and Hua Ying left in a hurry just like she had come in a hurry just now. Watching Hua Ying leave, Yen Rui lowered his head and whispered, pretending The footsteps of the two groups just now came from the same direction. It must be that someone went to Sue's house to complain and was known by Huaying. Then Huaying first sent someone to give him a warning, and then thought that he was late to rescue Yanrui and sold a favor to Yanrui. If his hearing was not stronger than before, he would not have discovered Huaying's little thoughts. But Yanrui didn't care. Who can survive in troubled times without his own plans? At least Huaying is a smart person. At this time, the residents saw that Yanrui had Huaying's support and got out of this storm unscathed. And they were all shocked. At the same time, Yanrui's name was deeply engraved in their hearts. This is the name that Mayor Su specially issued an order. They must remember it, and not offend him in the future. It's just that people with such a background don't bully others like others. It's really rare. He is a rare good person. After thinking this through, someone finally plucked up the courage to walk up to Yanrui. Can I buy it now? Of course you can. Yanrui was held by Jian Anqi with one hand to apply medicine, and pointed at the remaining cloth on the car with the other hand. If you want to buy as much as you want, just choose and measure it yourself, and pay at the end. After such a thing, no one should dare to take advantage of him. Just let them help themselves. In fact, not only did the residents not take advantage of Yanrui, but some even took out their own things and gave them to Yanrui. Are you really not coming tomorrow? But finally someone helped them vent their anger. They were all tolerant of the surrounding onlookers, and wanted to go back and tell their families about this refreshing scene after buying the cloth. Yeah, I won't come tomorrow. Yanrui looked at the few pieces of cloth left in the car because of the residents snatching, and thought that everyone was asking because they didn't buy anything. I'll go back to replenish the stock later. I'll be back in about half an hour. If you want to buy anything, you can wait for me nearby. Yanrui heard the suppressed cheers coming from the side again, and he couldn't help but feel a little refreshed. The satisfaction brought by making money is still the happiest. Chapter 76 Atypical Martial Arts. On this day in Huyuan town, sales reached a small peak. Yanrui looked at the things in the car and thought, do you think they came to support me because I beat those officers and soldiers? Or because our goods are really good? Yanrui and Jian Anqi replenished goods 5 times that day. When they left, the car was full of gifts and exchanges prepared by the villagers for them. They had a good harvest, and even harvested a small piece of original seeds. There was an old man who came to the city to sell vegetables, because he prepared small vegetables grown by himself. The quantity was not large. He only carried a backpack, and was afraid that his vegetables would leak out of the backpack. So he just found a stone to press on the top. Unexpectedly, the black stone he picked up in the field was a piece of original seeds. Yanrui immediately gave him 5 pieces of cloth in exchange. Seeing that he liked stones, the onlookers also found stones at home, wanting to try their luck. However, not everyone was as lucky as the old man, and in the end Yanrui only received 2 original seeds. I think this is reliable. Let's go to Lining County tomorrow to see if we can get 2 more original seeds. The next day, the two got up before the sun was fully up, prepared the goods and went out. Before leaving, Yanrui did not forget to drink a full tube of physical enhancer. The previous journey brought them a lot of psychological trauma. This time he prepared in advance, and the two arrived at Lining County smoothly. At the gate of Lining County, Yanrui asked how to set up a stall inside, and found that the process was very simple. Just choose a place with a large flow of people and no reserved stalls. Set up the stall there and wait for people to collect the stall fee. Yanrui recalled the street he passed by at the entrance of the Xinwen market before. Since he was familiar with it, it would be a good choice to choose there. Yanrui shouted again like yesterday. This time, it was not the stall owners of the surrounding stalls who surrounded him first, but the residents who were shopping nearby who noticed his stall. How do you calculate it here? When Yanrui said the price, everyone around him covered their mouths in surprise. And then they all surrounded him. There was some confusion for a while, after Jian Anqi knocked down a man who wanted to come forward to buy everything, and did not allow Yanrui to sell to others. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and looked like a boss. Everyone around him quieted down. Everyone is harmonious and makes money. Harmony makes money. Yanrui smiled and waved to the people around him. Queue up well. Everyone can buy it. This is just a part of the goods in my warehouse. Don't worry about not being able to buy it. The people around him were quieting down and starting to line up according to Jian Anqi's instructions. It should be said that the residents of Lining County are much richer than those of Huyuan town. In addition to paying with Lindao coupons, Some people heard that Yin Rui didn't want money, so they simply took off their jewelry in exchange. There were exquisite pearl hairpins, gold bracelets with repeated patterns, and finely crafted tourmalines, all of which showed how noble the owner of the jewelry was. Do you have a lot of fabrics with this pattern? There were two people with a table of flowers, who looked like rich ladies, and they were talking to Yin Rui shyly and curiously. Can you send it to our house? Sure. This pattern comes in yellow and green in addition to red. Yin Rui recalled the inventory in his warehouse and replied, leave me your address and I'll deliver it tomorrow. Okay. After leaving their addresses, the two ladies looked at each other, covered their mouths and chuckled, then ran away laughing. Yin Rui looked at the backs of the two people leaving and said with emotion, this is a scene that you can't see in a Yuan town. Those are Miss Lu and Miss Chen. They are as close as one person. There are people in their families who are in politics and business. You are so lucky. The guests following the two looked at Yin Rui with a hint of jealousy and envy in their eyes. If you can marry the ladies of these two families, you don't have to worry about the rest of your life. Ah? Yin Rui looked at the person who spoke in confusion. What does it have to do with me? I don't know them. In Yin Rui's eyes, people in the plain are just passers-by in life. Even if he has gained a short friendship, it ends here. As for marrying a girl, not to mention those in this plain, even if he returns to his hometown, he will not marry. And even falling in love is not within his life. Yin Rui laughed and ended the topic. However, it is not only the two ladies of the Lu and Chen families who favor him. When the stall is closed at night, some people even want to invite him to the restaurant. Yin Rui was so shocked that he waved his hands to refuse. However, the servant who came to invite him smiled and said, then would the gentleman behind you be willing to meet him? Oh! Yin Rui felt relieved. It turned out that he wanted to invite Jian Anqi. He turned around and looked at Jian Anqi teasingly. Then do you want to go? No. Jian Anqi frowned, as if he had something bothering him. Even his tone of voice when answering Yin Rui revealed a hint of annoyance. Yin Rui shrugged at the servant. I'm so sorry. Neither of us has any plans to attend the banquet. I hope you can help me decline. Thank you. The servant didn't invite anyone, but he didn't force it. Instead, he bowed to the two of them and left with some admiration. After seeing everyone leave, Yin Rui directly put the matter behind him. He touched Jian Anqi's calf with his toes as if nothing had happened, and held the handles on both sides of the wooden cart tightly. Let's go. Let's load the cart first. Although Lining County is more prosperous than Huyuan Town, the total amount of goods received today is not as much as yesterday. Most people use Lindao coupons, the main currency in circulation in Lining County, and the rest are precious jewelry. An earring here is much more valuable than the big bag of vegetables I exchanged yesterday. He didn't know how to use this bunch of Lindao coupons, so he pushed the cart and discussed with Jian Anqi behind him. Let's eat here and go back. Before we go back, let's see if there is anything worth buying here, or see if there is a pawn shop to buy some martial arts secrets. Yin Rui listened to the long time without a response from behind him. He was a little curious. He looked back and saw that Jian Anqi was still depressed. Yin Rui didn't understand, and stopped with some worry. After parking the cart, he raised one hand and put it on Jian Anqi's shoulder. What's wrong? Brother Jian? Why are you so depressed today? He was fine when he went out in the morning, although he didn't show any expression at that time. Yin Rui could feel that he was no different from usual. Jian Anqi felt Yin Rui's body temperature spreading from his shoulder. He turned his head and met Yin Rui's eyes with some concern. Jian Anqi turned his head and sighed, and asked the question that had been suffocating him in his heart. If you can stay in this plane for a long time, will you choose to date the eldest lady? Of course not. Yin Rui answered decisively. When I saw them, I didn't have the urge to get to know them. Didn't they say that the premise of dating is curiosity? Although the two ladies are beautiful and noble, I am not curious at all. Then what are you curious about? Jian Anqi asked. Yin Rui patted Jian Anqi's chest with his other hand. The only thing I'm curious about is why you are unhappy. Now it seems that there is an answer. What? Jian Anqi felt guilty. Yin Rui took his hand off Jian Anqi's shoulder, and then said seriously, I think you are jealous. Afraid that I will be with someone else and don't want you anymore. Right? Then will you? Jian Anqi raised his eyes, tacitly agreeing with this statement. Will you go with someone else? Of course not. What are you thinking? Yin Rui turned his head away, not daring to look directly into Jian Anqi's eyes. Don't make me not believe it at all. I only believe in you. In his 2 lifetimes, he only met Jian Anqi, a person who could make him trust without reservation. After all, he did not have the courage to trust other people. I'm hungry. Push the cart. I don't have the strength. Yin Rui gave Jian Anqi a place and pushed him forward. Let's find a place where no one is. Let's pack up our things and go to the restaurant for a meal. It was not easy to come out once. He wanted to taste the unique flavor of this plane. If it tasted good, he could take a few back. Jian Anqi followed Yin Rui silently. After talking to Jian Anqi, Yin Rui felt a little nervous. So he walked in front of him and chatted. This place is much richer than Huyuan Town. You can see that the vendors here are fatter than those in Huyuan Town. They look like they eat better. They eat so well. Which proves that the chefs here are good. Whether we can meet a good chef depends on luck. Yin Rui looked left and right. And after choosing and choosing, he chose a restaurant that looked small but prosperous. The name of this restaurant is Kai's Restaurant. The waiter at the door saw Yin Rui's eyes involuntarily looking at the plaque when he passed by the door. And his steps slowed down. He began to think. Sir, do you want to try it? Our dishes are among the most famous in Lining County. It happened that there are not many customers today. You can go upstairs, and there is a separate private room. Can we use the private room for just 2 of us? Yin Rui was moved. And he pulled Jian Anqi. Let's try this one. Jian Anqi nodded. Naturally, without any objection. The waiter saw that he had guessed the customer's mind again. And he was overjoyed for a while. As expected, the fabric of the clothes looked very expensive. As the master said, if you want to attract such guests, you just need to give them a different and noble experience. 2 people in the private room upstairs. After sending Yin Rui and Jian Anqi to the stairs, the waiter at the door shouted to the upstairs. And the upstairs immediately responded, okay. When Yin Rui looked at the decoration of the restaurant, he showed his appreciation in his heart. Although the decoration here was not luxurious, it had a unique style. I guess the owner of the restaurant also put a lot of thought into the decoration. He followed the waiter upstairs into a private room. No wonder they were willing to allocate a private room for him. It turned out that this private room was separated by a screen, and it could only accommodate a table for 4 people. Yin Rui laughed, and he didn't feel dissatisfied with the flowers with water drops on the table. Instead, he picked up the menu and started ordering. Yin Rui ordered a total of 4 dishes. A steamed fish, a portion of sweet and sour pork ribs, a stir-fried wild rice stem, and finally a lotus root soup. Do you remember those restaurants in Huyuan Town? Yin Rui shook Jian Anqi's hand to get Jian Anqi's attention back. There aren't so many people in the restaurant over there. Jian Anqi came back to his senses and nodded to Yin Rui. Indeed. I think the war in this plane may not be as serious as we imagined. After all, it is still a martial arts world. The only serious ones are the positions supervised by the Su family. Yin Rui thought so too. So I think if we let the Su family fall directly, will the situation be better? And will our business be better? Comparing the sales of the 2 days, the profit earned in Lining County is basically 3 times that earned in Huyuan Town. When Wang Jingqi comes next time, we will find a way to discuss with him and see if we can help. Yin Rui tapped the table with his finger. In terms of strength, the Wang family may be a little behind the Su family, but with our help, this can be made up. Just do as you say. Jian Anqi also agreed with Yin Rui's idea. While waiting for the dishes, both of them were a little bored. And Yin Rui had no way to take out his mobile phone to play. So he could only look out the window board. Jian Anqi! Yin Rui whispered Jian Anqi's name. And then exclaimed, look who is outside? Jian Anqi looked in the direction of Yin Rui's finger. And when he saw it clearly, his eyes became a little confused. Isn't that Hua Ying? After hearing Hua Ying's name coming out of Jian Anqi's mouth, Yin Rui was sure that he was not wrong. What is he doing here? Is that the direction of the news market? Is he helping the Su family to buy news? When Yin Rui thought of Hua Ying's identity, he felt a little uncomfortable. Hua Ying is a smart person, but I don't know how long he can last in the Su family. Look behind him. Just when Yin Rui was amazed by Hua Ying's intelligence, Jian Anqi spoke again. Is that also an acquaintance? Yin Rui then looked out the window, but he didn't find the acquaintance Jian Anqi mentioned for a long time. Jian Anqi came to him, raised his hand, and pointed out the window. In that direction, under the eaves, there is a woman wearing a green linen hat. Is that a woman? Yin Rui was surprised. You can still tell the gender. The hat is so big. I can't tell at all. There are some differences in body shape between men and women. I have seen this person. Jian Anqi dropped a huge bombshell in a calm tone. That person is Wang Jingyu. What? Yen Rui was surprised. Two important people in Su's house actually appeared at the same time in a place where they shouldn't be. This was really surprising. Wang Jingyu is not here to assassinate Huaying. After killing Huaying, it is equivalent to cutting off Su Ming's left and right arms. From a long-term perspective, Su Ming will have a hard time without Huaying. Not so. Just as Jian Anqi was about to continue explaining to Yen Rui, the dishes began to be served outside the door. When all the dishes were served, Yen Rui looked out the window again, and the two people had disappeared. Let's eat first. Jian Anqi wiped the chopsticks for Yen Rui and handed them over. Maybe if we get out quickly, we can still meet them. Although the destinations of the two parties were not the same, there was a section of the road that overlapped in the middle. If the two people were faster, they might be able to explore it. Hearing this, Yen Rui lowered his head and ate with big mouthfuls. As he ate, Yen Rui couldn't help but sigh. I originally thought that if the food was delicious, I would order more to take back. But I found that these dishes are not even 1/10 of what you cooked to my taste. It's not bad to come out and try something new occasionally. Jian Anqi finally showed his first smile of the day. Don't waste food. Eat quickly. Although it was not very suitable for Yen Rui's taste, the dishes were also very fresh. Yen Rui ate very satisfied, and the two of them cleaned up the 4 dishes. After leaving the money, Yen Rui was still thinking about Wang Jingyu and Huaying, and he didn't know if he could catch up with the two of them now. It's too late. They had already left Lining County and rushed back home. The system spoke at the right time. When the wild rice on the table was served, they had already left the city gate one after another. That was the second dish served, and it was half an hour before they finished eating. So Yen Rui stopped thinking. Then let's go see if there are any martial arts secrets. Yen Rui adjusted his spirit and immediately changed his plan. The two went to the pawn shop again. This time, they had no acquaintances in Lining County, so they could only buy a few replicas. However, the replicas were enough. The system would eventually check for omissions. If there were any missing formulas, he would not put them on the mall. Yes, the system said that all these secrets would be put on the mall. Can you give me a share of the profits at that time? After all, I worked hard to find the secrets. On the way back, Yen Rui discussed with the system. No, the rules cannot be changed. Prime can wait until the system mall store function is enabled and sign a specific agreement with the master. What specific agreement? Yen Rui asked curiously. It will be made public after the function is launched, and the host will know everything at that time. Now it's just some loophole clauses. It's quite mysterious. Yen Rui didn't ask any more questions. Then can you pay attention to the movements of Wang Jingyu and Huaying now? The distance is too far. The system cannot monitor in real time. But the two have returned to Su Mansion. Huaying is not in any danger. Yen Rui continued to ask. No. He has no wounds. Yen Rui was even more confused. But he suppressed his doubts and prepared to go to Lining County to deliver goods the next day. The second day was the same as the first day, and Yen Rui still made a lot of money. But he stopped accepting reservations on this day. Not because of anything else, but because he was a little scared. I didn't expect that the ancient times were more open than I thought. Yen Rui sighed about his experience in the Chen family. If only our compatriots in the family could have such a mental state after the end of the world. It's difficult. They are just some of the top classes. Even in peacetime, ordinary people will be overwhelmed by their 3 meals a day and future life every day. Alas, isn't it? In his previous life, he was reluctant to give up that house. So he ended up picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons. We won't go to Lining County tomorrow. We'll take a day off at home. Anyway, we've told them the location of the supermarket. If they really want to buy something, they'll definitely be able to find it. If there's still no one, we'll go to a new place to be peddlers. Okay. I don't know what Jian Anqi thought of. Yen Rui saw him curl his lips. The next day, Yen Rui slept in. After getting up, he had breakfast and went downstairs. He saw Su Ming and Su Zongrui standing at the door, walking back and forth, looking very anxious. It seems that they have discovered something? I don't know how much they thought about it. Yen Rui straightened his clothes, opened the door, and smiled at the two of them. You two came so early? In fact, it was already 10 o'clock. Not early, But Yenrui said so, and the two did not refute. They hurried to the supermarket. Boss, we really found a problem. What's the problem? Yenrui stretched his body and said indifferently, you don't have to worry. Now there is a direction to solve the problem. You have been suppressed for so many years. And these few days are not a big deal. Yenrui looked at the two people. Tell me slowly. What did you find? I found that many of my previous opportunities were taken away by Su Qing. Tell me in detail. Yenrui stretched out his hand to the two people. And Su Ming and Su Zongrui automatically found a stool nearby and sat in front of Yenrui. When I was 19 years old, the head of the family ordered that whoever could capture Feng'an City would directly become the lord of Feng'an City. At that time, the day before I was ready to go to war, Feng'an City got my attack plan for some reason, and suffered heavy losses the next day. The strength of our team plummeted in this failure. Then how do you know that this matter is related to Su Qing? Yenrui asked with a serious expression, listening carefully to Su Zongrui's words. It's because Su Qing is now the lord of Feng'an City, and he succeeded in taking the city on the third day after my failure. I guess it must be like this. Su Zongrui slammed the table hard, as if to convince himself, it must be like this. Damn Su Qing. Oh, it turns out that it's still a guess. Yenrui lost interest. What else? Is this alone not enough to be sure? He made another move after you became an adult. 2 points determine a straight line. And 2 things can determine a person's character. Yenrui is looking forward to Su Zongrui's second guess to see if he can make himself laugh. Also, I had a concubine by my side back then. And later, I beat her to death because she colluded with someone. I thought the person who colluded was my uncle. But I found out yesterday that the person who colluded with him was Su Qing. How did you find out? Yenrui was a little bored. And then he heard Su Zongrui say, this concubine had a good sister who opened an embroidery shop nearby. After I killed this concubine, the shop was transferred the next day. At that time, everyone thought she was afraid of me. But yesterday I found out that she was not afraid of me, but returned to her old lover after completing her mission. Su Zongrui clenched his fists. That person is Su Qing's 6th concubine. And she is now the best treated concubine in his backyard. Are you sure? Yenrui asked. Have you seen what Su Qing's 6th concubine looks like? I have never seen him. So how would I know what his 6th concubine looks like? It was my subordinate, who was particularly good at identifying people, who went there to investigate and found him by chance. He definitely doesn't have the guts to lie to me. Just because he doesn't dare to lie to you doesn't mean he won't make the wrong choice. Yenrui said cautiously. Do you want to confirm it again? My subordinates even found Xiao Lu's personal belongings for me. That thing was something I gave to my concubine back then. And it was engraved with a pattern I drew myself. And there is only one. Wow. Yenrui didn't expect that the blame he made up would actually be put on Su Qing. He's really going too far. Don't worry. Leave this to me. I will definitely make things right, and bring you back to your original glory. Hearing Yenrui's words, Su Zongrui's always cold blood seemed to boil. Boss Yen, if you can really save me from the water and fire this time, I will command you in the future. That's not necessary. It's just a small thing. Yenrui waved his hand at him. Did you bring the things I told you he used to use? I brought it. Su Zongrui hit Su Ming hard, and Su Ming came back to his senses, took the bundle tied to his body, and took out the things inside one by one. He was really exhausted these 2 days. Su Ming couldn't concentrate at all now, and Su Zongrui could only remind him to move. You didn't sleep well these 2 days? Did you have a nightmare? Su Ming nodded. Boss Yen, can you help me after you solve the problem for my father? I have had different nightmares every night these 2 days, and I can only sleep for less than 2 hours every night. I am really too tired. Is that so? Then let me think about it. This problem should not be difficult. Otherwise, I will. In front of Su Zongrui, Yenrui wanted to cut in line for Su Ming, and Su Zongrui couldn't stand it. No, my matter is more important. After saying that, without waiting for Su Ming to do it, he took out the things he put in the bundle one by one. A comb, an inkstone, and a pair of chopsticks. After Su Zongrui took out the things, he didn't say anything. Yenrui sneered in his heart. This guy really wants to test himself. Yenrui thought of this and cleared his throat and said, this inkstone belongs to Su Qing. Right? Su Zongrui's pupils shook. This time he was really convinced. He could pick the one that Su Qing used among these 3 things at a glance. If he had guessed, How could he say it with such confidence? Boss Yin, please save me. I will try to test you this time for the last time, Su Zhengrui said silently in his heart. After seeing his reaction, Yin Rui breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It seems that he guessed right. This inkstone has obviously been used for a long time, and the marks on it prove its extraordinary origin. Su Zhengrui's friends can use the inkstone several times a year, even if they have been using it since their mother's womb. And this inkstone? Come back in 3 days, and I will give you the answer you want when you come. Okay. Su Zhengrui stood up and was about to pull Su Ming away. And Su Ming was still struggling at this time. Boss Yin, can you really help me cure my illness? Yin Rui thought about it, motioned for the two to wait, then walked out the door to the basement. Found the sleeping pills he had taken before, took out a pill and ground it into powder, and finally wrapped it in paper, and went upstairs to hand it to Su Ming. Before going to bed every day, pour this medicine into a teacup and drink the water in the teacup. This is the dosage for 3 days. A normal adult should take at least 1 pill a day. But Su Ming obviously has not experienced Western pharmaceutical manufacturing, so it is better to write him a longer one. After giving the item to Su Ming, Yin Rui looked at Su Zhengrui again, and Su Zhengrui immediately understood. How much is this thing? Oh, we are all friends. Yin Rui blinked. 3,000 yuan bao coupons are enough. Wait for me to send it next time. The two of them together can hardly collect the 8,000 yuan bao coupons. Here are 5,000. Please accept it. The two of them knew that 5,000 yuan bao coupons were not enough, so they moved 2 more boxes from outside. This is what I urgently collected these 2 days. Don't think it's too little. After this matter is done, I will have a position in the Su family, and then you can choose as much gold, silver and jewelry as you want. Okay. Yin Rui accepted it with a smile, and only after the two left did he change his expression. Jian Anji, look at that inkstone. Is it the original one? Jian Anji had noticed the problem with this inkstone a long time ago. He picked it up and looked at it carefully, and finally confirmed, it is the original one. Yin Rui was speechless. After he came to this plane, he had been trying to find the original one, but the location of the original one was too scattered, so he couldn't find any pattern at all. Don't worry. It's the original one anyway. Yin Rui placed the inkstone on the table and piled a small pile of used crystal cores in the groove. Anyway, it's fine as long as it can be used. A few days later, the supermarket's business was neither good nor bad. Yin Rui thought about going to other towns to try his luck the next day. As a result, that night, he saw Wang Jingqi dragging Hua Ying, who was covered in blood. To find him, Yin Rui, who had never seen the two of them on the same stage, was shocked. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Hua Ying was wearing a nightgown, and Wang Jingqi's clothes were also covered in blood, combined with the scene they saw a few days ago. This scene made people think of something wrong. Brother Yin, can you save him? Just bandage him and delay his injury. What happened? Yin Rui hurried over with medicine. Did you beat him? How is it possible? Why would I beat him? Wang Jingqi's voice rose 8 degrees. He is. Before Wang Jingqi could reveal Hua Ying's identity, someone pushed the door open with force and shouted around as soon as he entered the door, "Where is Hua Ying? Where is Hua Ying?" The person who came was Hu Yang, and Pu Jun followed behind him. Yin Rui didn't know what to say for a moment, so he could only lower his head and ask, "Where is he injured?" "The wound is in the chest. He was shot through by an arrow." Wang Jingqi covered Hua Ying's chest, which was bleeding, with her hand and said, "Do you have any medicine that can stop the bleeding? Take off his clothes, and I'll apply the medicine to him." Yin Rui first took out an anti-inflammatory pill and stuffed it into Hua Ying's mouth, forcing him to swallow it. Then he took out 2 bottles of medicine bought in the mall. Fearing that the effect would be too significant, he poured it into water to dilute it. Finally, he covered the medicine on the cloth towel and waited until the cloth towel was full of medicine before covering Hua Ying's chest. After a while, everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Hua Ying stopped vomiting blood and his breathing gradually became steady. The situation has stabilized, so you don't have to worry too much, Yin Rui said. It's just that he needs to rest for at least 3 months in this situation. I'll tell him when he wakes up. Wang Jingqi nodded vigorously, and Yin Rui asked, "How did he get himself into this state? Who shot the arrow at him?" It couldn't be Pu Jun. Seeing Pu Jun frowning, Yin Rui took a breath of cold air. It couldn't really be him. So the relationship in the room was very complicated now. It wasn't me. But it was also because of me. Pu Jun lowered his eyes. And the whole person exuded a depressed atmosphere. If he hadn't wanted to protect me, he wouldn't have been shot by this arrow. It turned out that today, they heard that a heavyweight from the Su family was coming to a Yuan town to visit Su Zhengrui. And they did some tricks on the way. So the heavyweight arrived near Yuan town a little later than originally planned. And this is exactly their purpose. If this heavyweight figure could die within the jurisdiction of Su Zhengrui and Su Ming, then the two of them would definitely be deprived of power, and become truly marginal figures from then on. After receiving the news, Su Ming didn't even bother to come to Yan Rui. For Su Ming, Yan Rui was still an illusory belief. And this big man was the first guard of the Su family master. He had been with the Su family master for so many years. If he could leave a good impression on him, his family would surely rise to prominence in the future. Su Ming blocked the news from the outside world, fearing that he would have a mortal enemy to disturb his plan this time. Unexpectedly, among the few people he trusted, there was Hua Ying who wanted to kill him. Hua Ying was originally a rich young man since he was a child. But his family size was nothing compared to the Su family. But it was better than the upper and lower. At least, he could afford to study and take the imperial examination. But later, because Su Zhengrui wanted a piece of land from his family, that piece of land was a top-grade field. And Su Zhengrui wanted to buy it at a very low price. His parents naturally would not agree. As a result, he didn't know what tricks the Su family used. But his family collapsed directly. If he hadn't escaped the disaster by studying abroad at that time, he might have fallen into the hands of the Su family. After he knew the whole story, he changed his appearance and fabricated a flawless background. And even hid his true ability. He had been a scholar since childhood. But now he turned into a weak scholar Hua Ying who couldn't lift his shoulders or hands, and was admitted to the Su family, thinking that he would have the opportunity to wipe out the Su family. Before, Wang Jingyu was always restrained in the Su family. After Hua Ying noticed her difference, she first tried it out, and then took the initiative to propose to join Wang Jingyu's organization. Hearing this, Yan Rui suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he saw the two people in Lining County that day. Maybe they were making some plans. But Su Ming is really something. He can predict things. Sure enough, the plan to welcome the big shot was ruined by his old enemy. So you guys are going to assassinate tonight? Yes. Hu Yang sat on the ground, his expression showing no sadness or joy. We thought our plan was perfect, but we didn't expect that this guy could still keep a backhand. At first, we planned to surround him in a dangerous place and disguise his death as an accident. As a result, they had sent people to explore the terrain 2 days in advance and set a trap in the same place. Our people suffered heavy losses instead. Hearing this, Yan Rui couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. What a cunning old man. This person's thinking is too perfect. He can actually come to explore the terrain 2 days in advance and make an accurate plan without being here. This requires a lot of natural experience to do. But it's good. At least 1/3 of the people escaped. Hu Yang closed his eyes, not knowing whether to comfort others or himself. There will always be sacrifices in war. There is no way to avoid it. He didn't need to be injured. He blocked an arrow for me. And after blocking the arrow for me, I didn't find him to save him in the first time. Pu Jun, who had always been tough, couldn't hear what the people around him said at all. He stared straight at Hua Ying, who was lying on the ground with a pale face, and couldn't help but redden his eyes. If I hadn't noticed that there were people hiding on the opposite side. This kind of thing is inevitable. You are taking 1 step and looking at 10 steps, while the Su family is taking 1 step and looking at 100 steps. I hope you can learn from this failure and strive to kill them with 1 blow next time. Failure? We shouldn't really count it as failure. At least we achieved our goal. At this time, Hua Ying slowly opened his eyes. He started to cough violently as soon as he opened his mouth. Yan Rui quickly brought him a bottle of water to help him breathe. After he stopped coughing, he had the strength to curl his lips. I cut the neck of that old thief. Ah? Not only Yan Rui, but even the others were surprised after hearing Hua Ying's words. How did you cut his neck? I used a knife. Hua Ying recalled the situation just now and trembled with excitement. That old thief has good kung fu. But what does it matter if he has good kung fu? He is already old. So after Pu Jun shot an arrow at him, I noticed that there was someone on the opposite side. So I rushed to block Pu Jun. Hua Ying's mind should be a little confused now. But the reward made his adrenaline rise. And he was not confused at all at this moment. If we are shot in front of Pu Jun, the old thief will definitely relax his vigilance against me. Yes, after being shot by the first arrow of the southwest, no one will have the strength to fight back. Hua Ying coughed twice again, and the whole person was so weak that he seemed to be blown down by a gust of wind. But no one present dared to underestimate the man in front of him, who seemed vulnerable. Others would immediately lose the strength to fight back after being shot by the first arrow of the southwest. But Hua Ying held his breath. And it could even be said that he was shot on purpose. And he was waiting for that person to slack off for a second. So Pu Jun, you don't have to blame yourself at all. These are all my own choices. Hua Ying raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, as if he had returned to the time when he returned home and the ground was covered with blood. I said my parents are still with me, Hua Ying murmured. Otherwise, how could I survive? Chapter 77 Atypical Martial Arts. Hua Ying was seriously injured, so he stayed in Yenrui's supermarket tonight to heal. And Pu Jun, who had always felt guilty, stayed to take care of him. Yenrui looked at Hua Ying, who couldn't even get up, and felt that it was too bad to leave him downstairs with only a mattress. So he discussed with Pu Jun and asked him to go home and clean up his house first, and then find a way to send Hua Ying over. If he stayed here, there might be danger of being discovered by the Su family. Although Wang Jingyu helped in the Su mansion, it was not a long-term solution after all. Pu Jun also agreed. He looked at Hua Ying, who fell asleep again with a serious expression. Boss Yin, do you have any medicine or food that can replenish his body? I'll buy it on credit first. I'll go to the mountain and get some intelligent animals for you in a few days. Of course I have some. But don't get any animals. I can't keep them here. It's enough for him to have an now. Next time Wang Jingqi comes to exchange stones for food, you can help him carry an extra load, which will be a favor to me. Pu Jun nodded, not knowing what decision he made. That night, he only took a short nap. He had nothing to do at other times, except to keep a close eye on Hua Ying's situation and find a rag to clean up for Yenrui. The floor, which had become a bit miserable because of Hua Ying's blood, became shiny again because of Pu Jun, and it was even almost as good as the automatic cleaning level of the system. When Yenrui woke up the next morning, he saw the cleaned up floor, which looked almost the same as when Zhuang Min lived here. The Su family was in chaos last night. They might come to my place today. You should find a way to hide, Yenrui said after finding Pu Jun. However, several people had never thought of where the two people could hide. Should they let them go upstairs? Going upstairs is safe, but it is not a good option for him. Yenrui was still a little hesitant. At this time, Jian Anqi said, if someone from the Su family comes, let the system remind them, and then don't let them in. The method of not letting them in is feasible, but they need to give them a reason not to let them in. System, do you have any props that can simulate virtual scenes, can be projected outside, and can hide from the Su family? Yes. Host. The system displayed all the props found in front of Yenrui. If you don't check it, you don't know? There are actually 70 or 80 props that can be projected. The cheaper ones need a screen, which is a bit like a projector, but the effect is more like 4D, which allows people to see the blessing with naked eyes, as if they are in the scene. But he had no place to set up the screen outside, so he couldn't use it this time. But Yenrui still bought one and planned to keep it for himself in the future. In the end, the two decided to directly buy a prop that could be controlled by the system and could be used for virtual projection anytime and anywhere. According to the system, this was a small toy developed by the master controller himself and sold in the Amoin Galaxy. So is the master controller really a person? Yenrui found it a little incredible. However, Yenrui did not delve into it. He was now selecting the projection image on the internet. In the end, he chose a simple, solemn, tall, and compassionate smiling reclining Buddha statue. I feel calm when I look at this. Let's just use this Buddha. Do you want to add a Bodhisattva statue behind it? No. One is enough. Such a large Buddha statue can make all the spectators tremble from the bottom of their hearts, Jian Anqi said with his hands behind his back. This picture is enough to attract attention. Yenrui thought about it, so he didn't say anything more. He sat at the door and waited for the Su family to come. Sure enough, before noon, the system reminded, the Su family is here. Su Ming and Su Zhengrui are all here. Behind them are their guards. And there are a few people who wear clothes different from his guards. That shouldn't be a group of people. Yenrui hurriedly stood up, straightened his clothes, looked up and down at his plain white clothes, and then walked to the projection of the system, picked up 2 incense sticks, and raised them in a serious manner. Before he saw anyone, Yenrui heard a shout from under the Wan Tian ladder, Master Yin. Master Yin, please save me. I really want to. Su Zhengrui's voice stopped abruptly after seeing Yenrui's actions. After hearing his voice, Yenrui bowed to the image again, then bent down and stuck the incense on the ground. Yenrui slowly turned around and asked with some dissatisfaction, "What's the matter? You are disturbing me from worshipping Buddha." This was the first time Su Zhengrui saw such a large Buddha statue. He looked up and down at the Buddha statue, full of awe, and the chaos in his heart just now gradually subsided. "Master Yin, is this the Buddha you believe in? So big?" Of course. This is the value he specially adjusted, specially prepared for Su Zhengrui. Yes, the weather is good today. Let the Buddha replenish the yang energy, and at the same time, let his positive energy spread out to bless all things. So what's wrong? What are you doing here? Su Zhengrui only remembered his purpose at this time, and he said with a sad face, "Our branch may be finished." Yenrui said, "Oh?" curiously, and then took out 6 incense sticks and handed them to Su Zhengrui and Su Ming respectively. "You come to burn incense, so that no matter what happens, he can save you from danger this time. Thank you very much." Su Zhengrui had wanted to come to burn incense for a long time, and today he finally caught up with a good time. After he finished lighting the incense devoutly, Yenrui listened to his earnest request to the Buddha to bless him to catch the real murderer as soon as possible, and to be able to return to the master's house and get a place. At the end, the 2 people asked Yenrui with some doubt, "Does this incense stick in the ground? Come from heaven and earth, and return to heaven and earth?" Our sect mainly emphasizes the naturalness of Buddhism. Yenrui began to make up nonsense. "Just follow my movements." In fact, he just forgot to prepare the incense burner. Okay. Su Zhengrui and Su Ming bowed again, and then carefully stuck the incense in the ground. When they stood up, they seemed to be relieved as if they had unloaded the burden in their hearts. "So you 2 came here to find me for something?" Yenrui sat next to the prepared table. He made a gesture, and the 2 sat next to the table. "Did something big happen?" "Yes, that's right." Su Zhengrui then remembered the purpose of his trip. "Boss Yin, I tell you, this time it's a big deal. What big thing can make you so panicked?" Yenrui took out a pot of tea and poured it for the 2 people in front of him. "Don't be anxious. Talk slowly." After Su Zhengrui drank a sip of tea, he couldn't calm down and said hurriedly, "There is a traitor in our house. Tell me, how did you find out the traitor?" "I didn't find it. It was just that a big man came from the main family. But this big man was ambushed on the way, and only a few people in our family knew the news. So there must be a traitor in our family. It turned out that he was nervous about this problem, not the death of the person from the main family." Yenrui thought about it for a while and continued. He continued, "Do you have the horoscopes of those suspects?" "Yes." Su Zhengrui took out a piece of paper. After Yenrui received the paper, he said to him, "Wait for me here. I'll be back soon." After that, Yenrui turned around and walked towards the supermarket. At this time, Su Ming and Su Zhengrui also stood up and wanted to follow him. Yenrui immediately said, "You 2 stay here and pray to the Buddha. I will be back soon." Yenrui hurried into the supermarket and took out the paper. At this time, Hua Ying had woken up and was hiding in a corner with Pu Jun, secretly observing what was happening outside. Yenrui handed him the paper. "Which one here is your birthday?" Hua Ying glanced up and down. "The 3rd one." "He is." Hua Ying hesitated, trying to use fortune-telling to find out the traitor. "Yes. I'll just rule you out. Do you have anyone you hate? Preferably someone who has done a lot of evil?" "I'll report his birthday. That's the 5th one." Hua Ying spoke slowly. "That man is 9 feet tall, with a voice like a bell. And he is a drunkard, a whore and a gambler. He even robbed decent women and seized their land and forced a family to jump into the river. In short, he is the one with the most no bottom line, and the one that Su Zhengrui likes the most. In this case, let's just take this man as the first choice." "Then how did you tell him that you were away for the past 2 days?" Yenrui asked. "I told my wife that if there is any problem, Tell her that a relative of mine passed away, and I need to prepare for a few days. After getting the answer, Yin-Rui walked out quickly. This time, he sat back at the table with a very solemn expression. What's wrong with you? Why are you so? Why do you look like something is wrong? This time the situation is very serious. If you don't handle it well, you may fall into the abyss. Yin-Rui said. The person next to you is not compatible with you. Not compatible? There is no traitor. It's purely because of the incompatibility of the horoscope. Hearing this, Su Zongrui felt that it made sense. After all, these people were his right-hand men. Even if one of them betrayed him, he would not feel good. Yin-Rui shook his head. There is still one. This one. Yin-Rui first pointed to the horoscope of the third person. For example, him. The third horoscope was Hua Ying's. And Su Zongrui immediately slapped the table. I knew it was him. He suddenly disappeared. Be patient. The traitor is not him. You said he disappeared? Yin-Rui clicked his tongue twice. He is not a traitor. But the reason for his disappearance is related to the traitor. There must be something wrong in his family. Maybe a close family member died. And this traitor. Yin-Rui pointed at the fifth one. He has done too many things now. You should be careful. If you get too close to him, it may affect you in the future. But it should have affected you now. After all, if you look at the horoscopes of several people, he is the one who is most likely to betray you. I'm not saying that he must be a traitor. I'm just saying it's possible. Yin-Rui said to the two. You'd better find out. What else is there to find? After listening to Yin-Rui's words, Su Zongrui basically. This person has been sentenced to death. Regardless of whether this traitor is him or not. He dared to affect his fortune. Of course, I will definitely not hurt good people by mistake. Su Zongrui put the paper away. As for the person who was affected, I will definitely treat him well in the future. Yin-Rui was relieved when he heard this. But someone actually died on your territory. Have you found out the murderer? How can I find out? I met bandits when the moon was dark and the wind was high. Su Zongrui knocked on the table. Looking upset. It's either bandits or rebels. Or it's the people from Lushantai. These people are desperate criminals. As long as they are related to the Su family, they will kill them. We are used to it. Ah? I thought this person was in a high position. Su Zongrui would investigate it carefully. But I didn't expect it to be so easy to turn the page. Then we can just pin the blame on Lushan village. He's not from the Su family anyway. So if he dies, he dies. Besides, that man has disliked me since he was a child. If he doesn't die, I'm worried that he will tell my grandfather about me when he goes back. If he dies, it's a clean death. Will my grandfather let me pay with my life? What is the relationship between him and your grandfather? Yin-Rui pretended to hear it for the first time and asked curiously. Su Zongrui cleared his throat. During the war, my grandfather saved him on the battlefield. So he took my grandfather's surname Su. His original surname was Zhu. And he was originally a person of a different surname. He was just a dog raised by my grandfather. Later, he even regarded himself as the elder of the Su family to educate me and put on airs in front of me. In my opinion, it's better for him to die. Su Zongrui glanced at Su Ming. Don't let your great-grandfather know about it when the time comes. After all, he was also his grandfather's personal bodyguard. So he still had a little use. Yin-Rui was shocked. He didn't expect the matter to turn out like this. In that case, I suggest you deal with the internal affairs quickly. After all, the stars have changed and the fortune has turned. You should also be prepared. Of course. Su Ming and Su Zongrui stood up and bowed to Yin-Rui. Thank you very much this time. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare any gifts. Just be thoughtful. Don't stick to the formalities. Yin-Rui waved at the two of them. Knock 3 times to the Buddha statue and leave. The father and son kowtowed twice in peace, and then bowed to Yin-Rui before leaving. After they left, Yin-Rui couldn't bear to tell Hua Ying the news he had just heard. The man that Hua Ying had fought to death to kill was worthless in the eyes of the Su family. How big a blow would this be to him? Yin-Rui could only tell Pu Jun the news first. And Pu Jun clenched her fists after hearing the news. Did they really say that? According to their information, this man has been in the Su family for so many years, has been on the battlefield, and has made military achievements. But in front of the Su family, he is just a dog of the Su family. It's okay. I'll tell him about this. Pu Jun lowered his mouth. But this matter must not be let go. I found that unless they kill the Su family members, they will make a little movement, and other people are just ants to them. His family still respects bloodline theory, and really thinks of themselves as emperors. By the evening, Hua Ying seemed to have known the news. But he was not only not decadent, but even more motivated. Boss Yin, I will leave tomorrow. Thank you for your care, Hua Ying said. If it weren't for your medicine, I might have died. Hua Ying thought of this when he was free. The medicine given by Yan Rui was the most effective medicine he had ever seen. He had been shot through that day, and his heart veins were broken, and he should have been unable to recover. But Yan Rui only gave him some medicine in the middle of his mouth, and what he gave was definitely not just a little bit of medicine. Hua Ying could be sure of that. Yan Rui naturally gave him more than just medicine. After applying the diluted potion to him, Yan Rui also gave him some of his own special powers, at least to stop his wound from bleeding and speed up the scab formation. Otherwise, no matter how much medicine he applied, he would not be able to save his life. It's nothing. You are lucky. Yan Rui smiled and did not object to Hua Ying's statement. You should pay attention to your life in the future, and don't think about dying with others. You see, if you died yesterday, it would be a pity. Hua Ying nodded. I won't do that again. He originally thought that he could create a rift between the two Su families, but he found that he had done nothing. By the way, I have made Su Zhongrui have some ideas about Su Qing these 2 days. See if you can use this relationship chain. Yan Rui said it calmly. But Hua Ying was surprised to hear the news. How did you do it? Hua Ying asked curiously. It's not difficult. Just make Su Zhongrui think that Su Qing changed his fate. Yan Rui slowly told his plan, and Hua Ying and Pu Jun felt that their eyes were opened after listening. However, they had no way to replicate this method, as they did not have Yan Rui's 2 brushes. This, and this. Take 1 pill a day. Take this 3 times a day. 1 pill each time. And drink this every day. After half a month, your injury will be slightly better, and you can go to an ordinary doctor for treatment. Yan Rui took out 3 bottles of medicine prepared for Hua Ying and said, the one that takes 1 pill a day is an anti-inflammatory drug, and the rest are drugs that promote wound healing, which are more effective. Thank you. Although Hua Ying only stayed here for 1 night, he fully felt the magic of this place. So after Yan Rui took out so many things that he had never seen before, even if he was curious, he didn't ask a question. You lost too much blood. Go back and ask Pu Jun to replenish you more. He bought a lot of blood replenishing things from me. What donkey hide gelatin, red dates, longan, and wolfberry. Pu Jun bought a lot of them as long as he heard that they could replenish blood. Although it was on credit, Pu Jun patted his chest and promised to pay him back in the end. Are you really not going to rest for a few more days? This will affect your bottom line. Yan Rui looked at Hua Ying, who had to take a breath after walking a few steps, and asked with some concern. Thank you, but I have to leave. I can hide once, but I may not be able to hide the second time. The Su family will definitely come to you frequently to seek help in the near future. If it is exposed, it will be a disaster. Yan Rui nodded. Forget it. You should focus on healing your wounds, and don't force yourself too much. I will. Hua Ying smiled, and then saw Pu Jun, who had caught a pheasant outside the door. I will make soup for you tonight. The kind with wolfberry, longan and jujube. Hua Ying told him about his plan to leave. And even though Pu Jun did not agree, he still agreed to his plan. After the 2 left, Yan Rui said to Jian Anqi, how many days do you think he will take to recuperate before returning to the Su mansion? 3 days at most. Hua Ying looks weak, but the stubbornness in his bones is not weak. Yan Rui also felt that 3 days was enough. He hoped to hear the news that someone in the Su family had an accident soon. This was simply a cancer in the war, and it would be better to dig it all out. He thought that all people with conscience would think so. But on the morning of the 3rd day, the supermarket welcomed an uninvited guest. Are you the man of Shenzhou? After seeing Yan Rui, the man walked quickly in front of Yan Rui and said this sentence without any reason. Yan Rui pretended not to understand. What Shenzhou? You found the wrong person. Hee. The man laughed, and then began to look Yan Rui up and down. Yan Rui felt uncomfortable with this look, and looked back without giving in. This man was thin and slender, wearing a white satin, and looked very noble. The finely carved jade crown on his head also showed his nobility. You are just an ordinary person. But you dare to cheat others with just a face. You are in my hands today. Let me tell you. You are finished. What are you crazy about? You are cheating others. Who did I cheat? Yin Rui hugged his shoulders and looked at the man with ill intentions. If you have the ability, tell me 1, 2, 3. Let me see if what you said makes sense. Otherwise don't talk nonsense. Humph. I don't care where you heard about the god ancestor. You'd better forget everything now. And make sure you keep your mouth shut in the future. The word Shinzu will not appear again in the book. Otherwise our Shinzu will never let you go. And it will be too late for you to regret it. The man raised his chin and looked at Yin Rui. This time, I will treat you as ignorant and spare your life. Yin Rui looked at the man, sneered, then stepped forward and shouted in front of him. Shinzu. 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 Shinzu Shinzu. Loyulu. You are so brave. The man slapped the table in front of him hard. And the table was immediately printed with a palm print 1 finger deep. Are you sick? Why did you hit my table? Pay me money. Not only did I hit your table, I will hit you now. So die. Then he raised his palm without saying anything, drew a Bagua circle in the air, and then pushed hard, rushing straight to Yin Rui's chest. Yin Rui looked at the movements of the person in front of him with a teasing look, standing still in place. The moment the person's palm touched Yin Rui's chest, the person immediately felt his wrist being restrained by a strong force, and his whole body seemed to be drained of strength, and all his internal strength disappeared. But fortunately, this man had already been hit by his palm, and he should have bled out of all his orifices and died immediately. Yin Rui patted his chest and pretended to cough twice. Oh my god. The force is quite strong. It makes me want to cough. No. It should be vomiting blood. Even if it is a cough, it has to cough out some blood. Just when he was stunned, a huge pain came over his hand. He subconsciously pushed it to the side, turned his toes, turned around and flipped in the air. Jian Anqi let go without checking. Great. Yin Rui clapped his hands at the man. This is the first time someone escaped from you. Right? Jian Anqi frowned. It is indeed the first time. After hearing this, Yin Rui gave the man a thumbs up. Although you don't look good, your kung fu is pretty good. How did you do it? What kind of internal skills did you practice to allow yourself to escape from my hands? What does it have to do with you? Your kung fu is pretty good. Do you have a secret book? I'll buy it. Do you mind if I copy your secret book and sell it? I think I can make a lot of money. How about we split it 60% and 40%? The man looked at, seeing Yin Rui wanting to talk business with him as if nothing had happened. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Don't go too far. You are the one who is going too far. You want to marry me without saying anything. I don't think you will learn your lesson unless you are beaten up. Who are you? The man looked at Yin Rui warily. Who sent you? Why do you pretend to be the god ancestor? Tell me who you are first. Are you from the god ancestor? How do you know I am pretending to be the god ancestor? Hee hee. It was Su Ming and Su Zhongrui who told me. Don't pretend you don't know. Only these two people will come to your broken place. Yin Rui didn't take other things seriously, but he got angry when he was told that this place was a shabby place. Jian Anqi beat him up. Yin Rui also supported the table, jumped out from behind the cashier, rolled up his sleeves, and was ready to do it. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The man was also going to do it. But at this time, a fourth voice appeared among the three. Stop it! Yin Rui didn't care about him. He still rushed forward and punched the man in the face, and then stopped when he saw his nose bleeding. Jian Anqi looked at the fourth voice. How long have you been watching there? The man smiled and said gently, We came here together. Senior brother. The man who was beaten, even though his eyes were tearful from the pain, still bowed deeply to the man in front of him. I haven't seen you in Shinzu. The man called senior brother bowed to Yin Rui. Can you convince me? Prove that you are not a liar. Nor do you use the name of Shinzu to travel the world. I haven't seen you in Shinzu either. We are even. Yin Rui shrugged his shoulders. This is just a shop selling things. If you want to buy something, you can come to me. If you don't want to buy anything, please leave, and don't disturb me doing business. Then I'll go in and take a look. The senior brother walked into the shop. His pupils moved slightly, and after walking 3 times inside, he took a few things to pay. I don't know what currency you accept. I have both Yuanbao coupons and Lindao coupons. No currency. Barter. Money is not worth money now. Yen Rui was mainly curious about what this person could exchange. It seemed that his conditions were better than everyone he knew. And Yen Rui became a little expectant. This is it. This is a magic stone. If you practice with it, you can get twice the result with half the effort. The man took out a black stone, and Yen Rui found that it was actually a piece of original seed. However, Yen Rui acted as if nothing had happened and said, "Your appearance is not deceptive. But this stone is too small. Do you have a bigger one?" "Yes." The man was easy to talk to, and took out a fist-sized piece of original seed from his sleeve. "Is this one enough?" "Almost." Yen Rui accepted the stone indifferently, and then said, "Welcome to visit next time." He looked like he wanted to send the man away directly. The man smiled after seeing Yen Rui's reaction. "Now we can talk about your disguise as the god ancestor." Yen Rui, who got a large piece of the original seed, was in a good mood and was willing to communicate with him. "I have never admitted that I am the god ancestor." He insisted on identifying me as the god ancestor. "What can I do?" Yen Rui looked at the man and frowned, saying, "In fact, I am also very troubled. I am so accurate in fortune-telling, but I can't make a name for my master. It's really difficult to deal with it." "Then which sect are you from? Ki sect? Zhuyu sect? Or, it's not the god ancestor sect?" Yen Rui didn't have a good impression of the people of the god ancestor. But if he sent them away casually, there would definitely be endless troubles. "Don't worry. Next time he comes, I won't say that I am a member of the god ancestor. Can I clarify it?" "That won't work," the man opposite said. "What would they think if they knew that you went out to buy information about the Su family privately? You are not a rebel. The villains have already bought these things. You are not from Lushan village. No one in Lushan village has heard of you. And you don't seem to have any deep hatred with the Su family." The more this person spoke, the more confused he became. "So where are you from?" "Don't guess. I feel tired for you." "I'm just a small shop owner," Yen Rui said. "But are you tired? The news market actually belongs to the god ancestor. You are really amazing. The news of the entire world should be circulated among the god ancestor, rather than saying that they are a religious organization. It is better to say that they are a Jianghu organization that exchanges information, relying on these news to find people's weaknesses and then control them. This should be the source of the divine power of the god ancestor. I'm not here to make an enemy of you. I'm here to invite you." The man took out a letter and passed it to Yen Rui. "I invite you to join the god ancestor, so that in the future, you won't be considered a liar when you say you are a member of the god ancestor in front of the Su family father and son." "I don't need it." Yen Rui flatly rejected the man's invitation. In fact, he was a little shaken in his heart. After all, if he entered the god ancestor, it would be easier to read the news of these people in the martial arts world. After entering the system, he could use this information to become the king and hegemony, and maybe even become the leader of the martial arts world. If he can find a way to end the war after becoming the leader of the martial arts world, it will be a merit. When this plane is peaceful, everyone will become richer and richer, and more people will buy his things. He will earn more and more at that time, and his points will increase exponentially. This is the true meaning of opening a supermarket. But the premise of all this is that Shinzu is a normal organization, but an organization that only performs rituals for rich people, trades information behind the scenes, and sends people to play the role of a red face and a white face. If not to say that they are a cult, it can be considered that Yen Rui is kind. "What did you say?" It seems that he was not prepared to be rejected at all. The smile on the face of this senior brother suddenly became stiff. "You said you refused to join Shinzu?" This is the first person who refused the invitation after receiving the invitation from Shinzu. "Well, I said I refuse. I don't want to join you," Yen Rui said mercilessly. "Your god ancestor doesn't look special, and his clothes are not good looking. I like clothes with some color. This senior brother, no. He should be called Ding Ran." Ding Ran was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. "Who do you think you are? You dare to refuse the god ancestor?" At this time, Ding Ran finally took off his gentle mask and said aggressively, "Since you don't want to join the god ancestor, there is only one way left in front of you. But there are two ways left in front of you." Yen Rui smiled, and then said to the two of them, "Either die here, or get out quickly. Which one do you choose?" "I choose you to die." Ding Ran drew out the sword at his waist, and pointed it directly at Yen Rui. Seeing that he had used the weapon, Yen Rui did not let Jian Anqi take action directly. Instead, He took out the magnetic sonic wave cannon and knocked Ding Ran unconscious. Ding Ran, who was still arrogant just now, has now fallen to the feet of his junior brother Zhou Hao like a fallen leaf in autumn. Take him away. And when he wakes up, tell him that if he comes to my place to make trouble again, I won't just knock him out next time. After Yan-Rui put away his weapon, he crossed his arms and looked at Zhou Hao. We don't interfere with each other. Understand? Zhou Hao was so scared that he couldn't speak. He had never seen anyone defeat his senior brother. And he defeated the enemy with one move. In the past, he didn't even dare to think about it. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes today. If I go back and tell my senior brothers, no one will believe what he saw and heard today. And how did the weapon in his hand appear and disappear out of thin air? Could it be the Son of God written in the scriptures? Watching the skinny Zhou Hao carrying Ding Ran, who was a circle bigger than him, down the mountain, Yan-Rui felt a little bit sorry. So he turned his head and said to Jian Anqi, look, I can't watch it anymore. The two of them have left. But we don't know what the God Ancestor will do in the future. So it's better to prepare in advance. Preparation must be done. But this time Yan-Rui doesn't want to sit and wait for death. But he can't go out now? So he has nothing to do for a while. He lay on the table, playing with an ant's pink paw pad while writing something on the paper. At the same time, he prayed in his heart, hoping that Wang Jingqi would come soon, or the leader of the rebel army would come soon, because he really had a lot to tell them now. On the fifth night, Wang Jingqi and Hu Yang finally arrived, followed by Pu Jun, who looked unhappy. What's wrong with him? Why does he look unhappy? Yan-Rui asked curiously. Wang Jingqi patted Pu Jun on the shoulder and said, don't mention it. Huaying went back today. Pu Jun wanted to stop him, but failed. Because of this, it's now 5 days. Before, he and Jian Anqi guessed that Huaying would go back to work in 3 days. This is normal. Huaying has been seeking revenge for so many years. Now that he is at the last minute, he definitely doesn't want to give up. If you are worried about him, you can follow him to Su's house. Give him a diet therapy every day, and watch him take medicine. Anyway, no one in the Su family knows you. Pu Jun was still a little unhappy when she heard Yan-Rui's first words. But when she heard the end, her brows gradually relaxed. You are right. I will go to him tomorrow. By the way, has there been any movement in Su's house these 2 days? Someone came to see me 5 days ago. Those 2 people should have come with the Su family's convoy. Now they should be hiding in Su's house without showing up. Yan-Rui told the 2 people about the situation that day. Of course, there was a small story hidden in the middle. But the focus was on the 2 words Shinzu. Shinzu? What is Shinzu? I have never heard of it. Is it a sect in the martial arts world? Wang Jingqi was at a loss. Not to mention Hu Yang and Pu Jun. It should be a secret religion that only circulates among wealthy families. In short, it's not a good thing. But even your sister doesn't know about this? Wang Jingyu is a lady from a wealthy family. Not to mention Su Ming's wife. Su Ming obviously knows about the God Ancestor. How could Wang Jingyu not know? I swear to God, we really don't know. If my sister knew, she would definitely tell me. Wang Jingqi raised 3 fingers to the sky. It must be that person who hid it from my sister. Yan-Rui nodded. He can really do anything. Just an egoist. You can check it out. Shinzu is the controller behind the information market. They even know clearly that you went to the consumer market to buy information about the Su family. I doubt whether the Su family would include the list of rebels if they bought information about you. Hearing this, several people shuddered at the same time. They didn't think it would be so terrible. But after hearing Yan-Rui's words, they realized how serious it was. My God, it's so powerful. If it were in peacetime, they really couldn't make this money. Hu Yang sighed. There was not so much information at that time. There were many turmoil in the martial arts sects. But it was not easy to collect information. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. Yan-Rui suddenly had a bold guess in his mind. Anyway, you should pay attention to Shinzu. They now basically have the information of all known organizations in their hands. Whoever they want to fight, they can fight. Yan-Rui's voice became smaller and smaller. And Jian Anqi also heard the meaning of Yan-Rui's words. Perhaps the God Ancestor is behind this war? How is that possible? What benefits can they get from this? We won't give them money for the war. And they don't recruit believers in a big way. They only cheat the rich people's money, which is not that scary. So they have money and power. Yan-Rui said. The wealth is in the hands of a few people. And they control a few people. Chapter 78 Atypical Martial Arts 1. The supermarket business has been neither good nor bad these days. Sometimes there are many people who come to the supermarket in groups to buy things. Sometimes there are no customers all day. In addition to practicing martial arts, Yen Rui just plays with an. When he is the most idle, he measures his height and weight in the morning and again in the afternoon, which makes an a little irritated. It would be nice if I could do something. If I stay like this, I might get fat. Yen Rui pinched the meat on his belly and found that his abdominal muscles were still there. He was relieved and took a big bite of the ice cream prepared by Jian Anqi for him. This stone is really strange. I thought the energy inside would dissipate in 2 days. But I didn't expect that it is still very sufficient, and the energy value has not decreased at all. Yen Rui looked at the stone that Wang Jingqi brought him before and said, "If it is useless, you can't really sell it as a foot-rubbing stone. Maybe there are some very important things in it. But unfortunately, we don't have instruments and have no way to detect the content. Don't buy the instrument. Don't recommend it." Yen Rui couldn't even advertise the system. So he directly suppressed the second half of his sentence. Why not buy the instrument? The current instrument is just suitable for your current situation. Isn't it good to answer your questions? Forget it. I now feel that it is too easy to make money in the first 2 planes. In the current situation, this plane is likely to be the real level of my business. In this case, I have to save my points. Otherwise, I won't be able to afford a time converter to go to other planes in the end. No. Your points are still far ahead of all the systems. And others can't catch up for a while. Forget it. Yen Rui sighed with worry, walked out the door, and started to bask in the sun. I don't know if it's because of the practice of Zuyushu, or because of the improvement of his skills. Yen Rui feels that his body is getting better and better. And his strength is getting stronger and stronger. As if he has evolved. I want to drink. When Yen Rui heard the voice, he raised his hand and attacked without saying a word. Jian Anqi was startled and subconsciously raised his hand to block. Yen Rui was subdued by Jian Anqi in just 2 moves. I surrender. Yen Rui surrendered quickly, and Jian Anqi finally let go of him. Then said with some guilt, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. But I did it on purpose." Yen Rui smiled at Jian Anqi. "I really can't beat you no matter what." If he had evolved, then Jian Anqi would have evolved to a higher degree. Although he attacked by surprise, Jian Anqi only used 1 hand to subdue him, and even didn't spill a drop of the drink he brought to him. Yen Rui took the drink. "What is this?" "Kiwi juice. With a little lemon syrup. Try it, and see if you like it." Yen Rui had been in the sun for about half an hour. His face was slightly red, and big beads of sweat were oozing out of his forehead. A glass of iced drink saved his life. "It tastes good." Yen Rui squinted his eyes in enjoyment. After drinking the kiwi juice in the cup, he gave Jian Anqi a thumbs up. "You are awesome." Jian Anqi smiled and took back the cup. "Nothing. Since you like it, I will make more and put it in the basement. If you want to drink it, you can go and get it yourself." Jian Anqi is always so considerate. Yen Rui always feels a little ashamed of Jian Anqi's kindness. "Do you want to make some requests to me? I can't think of how to repay you now. Now I am repaying you. You brought this world to me instead of choosing others to go with you. So no matter what I do, it's not much." Hearing this, Yen Rui felt even worse. This was the case in his previous life. Jian Anqi often gave more. And sometimes he wanted to take action, but was stopped by Jian Anqi. Yen Rui pursed his lips, stepped forward and stood in front of Jian Anqi. Then raised his hands and hugged Jian Anqi tightly. "You are so nice. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to do so many things myself." Jian Anqi's back was stiff, and Yen Rui felt his muscles tensed. He was a little confused, and subconsciously spread his palms and touched Jian Anqi's back. Then he found that Jian Anqi seemed to have turned into a tree and froze in place. Yen Rui let go, smiled and patted Jian Anqi's shoulder. "What's wrong? You still don't like being touched by others." "I'll be more careful next time." Jian Anqi opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. A few days later, Enon had grown to 30 kilograms. Yen Rui weighed her, pouted, and kissed her forehead hard. "How come you grow so fast? Baby? I don't know how to take you out in the future." Enon didn't understand the complicated language yet. He just felt that Yen Rui had just kissed him. He squinted his eyes, raised his paws, and waved them in the air, meowing with enjoyment. Although the cat has grown bigger, It is still as cute as ever. Yen Rui was satisfied when his family put it on the table. Anan had not enjoyed enough of Yen Rui's massage. She rolled over and over on the table and accidentally knocked the stone off the table, which fell to the ground with a bang. After hearing the sound, Anan turned over a little uneasy and stopped acting like a spoiled child. Instead, she looked at Yen Rui with some trepidation. Seeing this, Yen Rui's heart softened and he kissed Anan a few times. Don't worry. It's nothing serious. I'll pick it up in a while. Seeing that Yen Rui had no intention of punishing himself, Anan was relieved and lay on the table motionless. Jian Anchi came over after hearing the sound and picked up the stone that fell on the ground. There's something wrong with this stone. After Jian Anchi picked it up, he pointed to several cracks on the stone and said, Look, it's cracked here. Let me see. Yen Rui took the stone and wanted to find out what was going on. But he saw the scene of cracks on the foot-rubbing stone. This stone is too fragile. If it's left outside, it will dry up in 2 days. Yen Rui lifted the stone and shone it in the direction of the light. But he couldn't see anything special. Yen Rui thought he might as well give it a try. So he moved in the direction of the crack, and then broke the stone in half with force. What is this? Yen Rui looked at the small black dot in the center of the stone, which was only the size of a fingernail, and said, Why do I feel that the black dot is the source of energy? Jian Anchi came forward and found that his feeling was exactly the same as Yen Rui's. So he said, I also think there's something wrong with that black dot. That black spot may be the original seed. The system gave the answer directly without Yen Rui asking. But this resentful seed has not grown yet. If you haven't discovered it, if you give it more time, it may grow into a huge original seed. Can the original seed still grow? Yen Rui felt a little unbelievable. This was the first time he heard this news. Of course, it's like a chicken and egg. The outer layer of stone is to provide nutrients for the original seed. But the nutrition of this stone is not very sufficient. So the original seed grown is not that big. Stones also have nutrition? Yen Rui was a little unbelievable. Don't lie to me. Why would I lie to you? The original seed is of course different from other stones. Some other stones rely on the combination of some trace elements. Some are formed by the movement of the Earth's crust, and some are transformed by the corpses of trees. What's so strange about the original seed relying on the nutrition of stones? Do all the original seeds grow like this? Yen Rui was a little unbelievable. The system said speechlessly. Of course not. It's just one of the growth methods in this plane. Other planes, or changing a mountain, may not be like this. Yen Rui had never seen this method before. But something as mysterious as the original seed was naturally different from others. Will the original seed in this stone grow again in the future? Probably not. Even if it grows, it won't grow much. So you can shave all the surrounding stones and leave that small piece of the original seed. Yen Rui felt it was a pity. But this stone with energy should also be a good thing. So Yen Rui had another job, which was to grind the stone. That night, just when Yen Rui collected the last bit of stone powder, the door was knocked again. Yen Rui followed suit and opened the door to see Wang Jingqi and Hu Yang standing at the door. What happened to you two? Yen Rui was shocked when he saw the state of these two people. Did you two get beaten? At this time, Wang Jingqi and Hu Yang were not dressed neatly as Yen Rui had seen before. Wang Jingqi was a rich young man, but now he was covered in dirt, with black and white on his body, and even some blood. Hu Yang's condition looked even worse. His head was wrapped in gauze, and one of his eyes was swollen, looking horrible. Yes, our nest was destroyed. I don't know who leaked the news. We were surrounded by the Su family's army these 2 days, and we were almost trapped inside. Are you okay now? Yen Rui's heart was lifted. Why did they suddenly attack? I don't know, but our people outside are investigating, and there should be results in 2 days. Wang Jingqi clenched his fists and said angrily, If we know who leaked the news, I will definitely kill him. You can take this medicine. Yen Rui took out 2 anti-inflammatory pills and stuffed one into each of them. At the same time, he took out a small bag and handed it to them. If anyone gets injured and has a fever, you can give him a pill of this, and he should get better soon. Thank you. It's all on our account. Wang Jingqi's voice was buzzing. This time we have to move away from the original station. But fortunately, we have already prepared 2 other locations, so it's not too rushed. However, not many people escaped this time. Only 1/3. and many of the previous arrangements were disrupted by this incident. Fortunately, Wang Jingqi was not discovered. Otherwise, the Wang family would also suffer a catastrophe. What do you need me to do? Yan Rui asked. We have moved to a new place and are short of everything. What daily necessities do you have here? Bring me 200 portions. We will send you stones intermittently these days. Now the mining volume has reached a certain amount, so the previous debt can be paid. Just said that there is no large-scale transaction in this plane. And now there is one. But the reason for this transaction makes Yan Rui a little uncomfortable. Could it be the work of the god ancestor? They started to act as soon as they came to the Su family. Didn't Huaying bring any news? He did. But it was too late after Huaying brought the news. He said he had sent it 3 times. But we only received the last one. So Huaying is also in danger now. We have asked him to evacuate. Hu Yang's voice was a little depressed. In addition to food and daily necessities, it would be better if there were medicines. Yan Rui nodded. Of course there were medicines. But he had to dilute them as before. If he gave them too much medicine from the original plane, it would be easy to cause other problems, such as allergies. The bag of medicine he just gave to Wang Jingqi contained the best Chinese patent medicines with the lowest probability of allergies. And the packaging had been opened by him. So there was no flaw at all. I will find a way. But if there are 200 doses, you two probably can't take them back. Yan Rui suggested. Do you two need my help? The two shook their heads and said in unison, no. Someone will be here soon. In that case, Yan Rui went to the basement to prepare the goods. Apart from anything else, food is definitely needed. In addition, pure water is also the most important. He didn't know if the latest gathering place they were looking for had clean water. So he took out a few large bags of bleaching powder and prepared to go upstairs to teach them how to use bleaching powder. The water after using bleaching powder is at least cleaner, which can also make them less sick. In the current situation, it's better to improve it a little. Food and water were prepared for them. And Yan Rui took out dozens of quilts. There were not many quilts prepared in his warehouse. But they were all new quilts of the year. And there were also many down quilts. The weather was cool at night. And it was almost autumn now. Children with poor physical fitness would probably get sick if they slept on the ground in the open air for a night. With a quilt, they should prepare some tents. Zhao Bao's things are not rare for them. But Yan Rui's tents may be a bit too much for them. However, saving people is important. So it is better to prepare some. Do you have any houses in your new gathering place? When Yan Rui walked towards the tent rack, he suddenly thought of something and shouted to the outside. There are no houses. Only caves. Then some tents should be prepared. After Yan Rui took down more than a dozen tents, he took out a bag of matches. There are 20 matches in a box, and 10 boxes in a bag. So, Yan Rui thought about it, took down 2 more bags, and then took all these things upstairs with satisfaction. Wait for me. There are still many things to take. Yan Rui waved at the 2 of them, and went downstairs to look at the things on the shelf, wondering if there was anything they could use now. Wait a minute. Yan Rui looked at the military rations on the shelf. And then he thought, aren't these things just suitable for the current rebels? They are large in quantity and can fill you up. So don't worry about the taste. The most important thing is to survive. Yan Rui cleared out all the military rations in his stock and sent them up. If you can't use the rice and flour now, don't take them. Just eat this. Yan Rui explained to them how to eat them. Don't eat too much. Otherwise your stomach will burst. Wang Jingqi didn't believe it. So he opened a biscuit and swallowed it whole. When he wanted to eat the second piece, he was interrupted by Yan Rui. Drink a sip of water first. And then feel it. Wang Jingqi drank a bottle of water again. And then felt a huge fullness in his stomach. He said in surprise, is just this small piece enough? Yan Rui nodded. This thing is special. It's my secret here. But there is not much. Now I give it all to you. You can use it sparingly. It should last for a long time. Jian Anqi had already explained to the 2 how to use all the things Yan Rui had chosen. And Wang Jingqi even took notes, for fear that he would use it wrongly. Someone is coming. The system reminded him. And Yan Rui immediately became alert. Who is it? But before the system could answer, a dark figure rushed into the supermarket, then waved his hands vigorously in the direction of Yan Rui and shouted, Boss Yan. I'm here. Seeing that it was Shuang Min, everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Jingqi looked at Shuang Min and asked, how many people did you bring? 24 in total. All of whom were not seriously injured and able to move. and some were left to take care of the wounded. Zhuang Min's expression was a little sad when he said this. There are too few people left. It's okay. We can organize it the first time and the second time. You don't have to worry too much. Although he had suffered a huge blow, Wang Jingqi still comforted Zhuang Min. Zhuang Min clenched his fist and cheered himself up. Yes. That's right. We will definitely make a comeback. Don't talk about this for now. Zhuang Min. Come here. I'll bandage your wound. Yin Rui noticed that there were black and red marks on Zhuang Min's hands. It was obvious that he had just been seriously injured and didn't take good care of it. Zhuang Min was still young, and it would be bad if he had sequelae in the future. I'm here. Zhuang Min walked over. And at the same time, she didn't forget to say, the people behind are a little slow. But I have shown them the way and told them that it is on the Wantian ladder. So you don't have to worry. Yin Rui was not worried about others, but was worried that the few people in the room didn't look very good. I wonder what the rest of the people are like. After a while, the people behind followed one after another. Some of them had been to Yin Rui's supermarket before, and Yin Rui saw that they were familiar. Some of them were here for the first time, and their eyes showed surprise that could not be concealed. Yin Rui packed all the things, and those without bags were wrapped with tape, leaving them a handle, or wrapped with ropes, so that they could carry them on their backs. Yin Rui could do nothing but save them some effort. Thank you, Mr. Yen. Wang Jingqi's eyes were filled with tears when he left. He knew that Yin Rui could have refused his request or insisted that they pay off their previous debts before providing the goods. But Yin Rui didn't even talk about the price. He prepared the goods they needed without saying a word. Some of the things were like artifacts to him, and even the Su family's army didn't have them. Let's go! Your people must be waiting anxiously, Yen Yen said. You are not paying back. Let's go. Let's go! Yin Rui urged them to leave. The longer they stayed here, the longer they would have to wait. Some people's lives might only last for 1 or 2 minutes. Watching their backs disappearing into the night, Yin Rui felt uncomfortable. I really hate war. Why can they play around with so many people's lives so casually? Power and wealth always shake people's hearts. Jian Anqi hugged his shoulders. Let's go back and rest early. Since the war is over here, the Su family may come to you tomorrow. Thinking of the relationship between the Su family and the god ancestor, Yin Rui felt uncomfortable. The next morning, as Jian Anqi said, the Su family father and son were waiting outside the door. But their expressions were completely different from Wang Jingqi and Hu Yang who came last night. What's wrong? Did something good happen? Yin Rui suppressed his nausea and looked at the two and asked with a smile. You are really a wise man. Yes. We just won a victory. The rebels we beat had no power to fight back. Su Ming seemed to know more about this battle. He talked endlessly about how he found the position of the rebels, how he attacked them, and how he treated the prisoners. Every word was a torture for Yin Rui. So you are saying that you received a secret report? Don't you know who provided you with a secret report? I don't know. Maybe it was someone above me. Su Ming pointed to the sky cautiously, and then pointed to the direction where Yin Rui projected the Buddha statue last time. It may also be the Buddha's spirit. Then you should burn more incense for us. Yin Rui bowed to the two of them and looked convinced. Of course. But those rebels were too poor and didn't find any good things. I did see a few things. Your supermarket sells rice, flour and cloth. Mr. Yen, your business here is really good. Yin Rui felt that Su Ming's words were meaningful. He laughed. Yes. They probably heard that I have a close relationship with you too. So they came to inquire about the news. They were afraid of being exposed. So they bought a few things. Yin Rui hurriedly clarified, I don't know any of your secrets. Please don't arrest me. Ha ha ha. The father and son laughed together, as if they really didn't take it to heart. Of course. I believe you. Even if someone betrays me. You won't betray me. The father and son of the Su family didn't buy anything. Anyway, they just chatted for a while, and seemed to show off and left after a while. I thought this was the limit of his participation. But unexpectedly, the next morning, Yin Rui opened the door and found 6 bodies lying at the door. Yin Rui. Chapter 79 Atypical Martial Arts. What is this? Yin Rui stood there in shock. He raised his hand, pointed at the motionless body on the ground, and trembled slightly. Why is it lying here? The face was still covered with blood, and there was no sign of life. He didn't even need to get close to know that these people were dead. Didn't you detect these people last night? Yin Rui called the system frantically. What's going on? How could someone die in front of our store? And who are these people? The system's tone was unhurried. I detected someone trying to invade here last night. So I have already sounded the alarm. But you didn't hear it. I didn't hear it? Then what? Yin Rui was a little panicked now. He saw Jian Anqi coming out of the basement. And immediately pulled him over, pointing outside and said, Look. Jian Anqi was not surprised at all. Someone invaded last night. And I got up and solved it after the system reminded me. So did you kill these people? Yin Rui's hand clenched Jian Anqi's arm, and then looked Jian Anqi up and down. Are you injured? This is how you react when you hear that I killed someone. Jian Anqi didn't know what he was thinking of. He raised his hand and smiled and pinched Yin Rui's neck. Why aren't you scared? It's not like I haven't seen dead people before. What's there to be afraid of? Yin Rui realized it belatedly and remembered the amulet on Jian Anqi's body. Since you are not injured, then tell me what happened last night. Jian Anqi was about to speak when he heard the system say, I recorded it. That's even better. Yin Rui turned on the screen and started watching the video of last night. It turned out that the system had been alerted long before these people climbed the Wanyan ladder. But because Wang Jingqi learned that the rebels often had urgent matters, the system did not wake people up blindly. Until these people masked their faces and took out cold weapons that glowed silver in the moonlight at the entrance of the supermarket. The system alarm sounded loudly. But after one ring, Jian Anqi noticed and turned it off, and reminded the system, Don't wake up Yin Rui. Yin Rui was so tired that he was about to fall asleep standing by the pool just now. And Jian Anqi still remembered it. Okay. After the system responded, it saw Anan, who was lying on the sofa, stood up after hearing the noise and followed Jian Anqi downstairs. Before going downstairs, Jian Anqi also told Anan, Don't go out casually. It's very dangerous. Regardless of whether Anan understood or not, Jian Anqi turned on the surveillance and saw that more than 20 people were surrounding the entrance of the supermarket. Thinking about how to enter the door quietly, Jian Anqi watched them circling around the supermarket, and some of them even climbed onto the roof with a single tiptoe. Seeing this, Jian Anqi couldn't help but sway his mind. He thought that Yin Rui would definitely exclaim when he saw them, and would say that it would be great if he also had Qigong. Thinking of Yin Rui, Jian Anqi couldn't help but curl up the corners of his lips. And Anan was sitting upright at the cashier next to him, with a vigilant look in his eyes, and his ears moving from time to time. At this time, Anan was like a small mountain, very different from his weak appearance when he just came to the supermarket. Jian Anqi looked back and reminded, Just sit here for a while. Don't go out. After that, Jian Anqi took out the gun from the space button, installed the silencer, and opened the door. Seeing someone open the door, the black-clad people at the door were startled. But after a brief surprise, the black-clad people in night clothes moved. Jian Anqi raised his gun and pointed the muzzle at the fastest person without mercy. But before he pulled the trigger, he felt a black shadow rushing out from his side. And then the person in front of him screamed and fell to the ground. The sudden change made the intruders panic for a moment. But their professionalism allowed them to adjust immediately and rush forward with weapons again. It was only a moment. And after a few screams, it returned to calm. After asking the system, Jian Anqi confirmed that the remaining people had all escaped. And then he put away the gun, took out the flashlight, and looked at the place where the screams were the most frequent. Anan? Jian Anqi had some guesses. But when he saw Anan curled up next to the person who fell to the ground and licked his paws leisurely, he was still a little surprised. Come back soon. Stop licking me, and I'll give you a bath. After hearing Jian Anqi's words, Anan nodded with some satisfaction, then stood up, looked in one direction with some disdain, and then shot out like an arrow from a bow, giving one of them the final fatal blow. Can Anan even tell that someone is pretending to be dead? Yin Rui, who was shocked by the video several times, couldn't help but exclaimed, Anan! Anan is no longer his soft and cute little cat. He has become a deadly big cat. Jian Anqi took Yin Rui out to check the bodies together. But it was a pity that these people had no marks that could prove their identities. Everyone was wearing the same tight black clothes. Only the weapons were slightly different. Yin Rui took off the mask of one of them and asked the system, Can you recognize this person? The system replied, No. There is no facial data in the database of this plane. That's fine. Yin Rui didn't have much expectation. But Anan? Yin Rui turned around, grabbed it in his arms, and rubbed its ears hard. When did you become so powerful? And then pretended not to understand. Raised his paws and waved in the air. Shook his tail. And finally dived into Yin Rui's arms and didn't come out. And hung coquettishly in his mouth. If Yin Rui hadn't seen the video last night, he would never have thought that such a cute kitten could have such a great lethality. When he raised it, he didn't think of letting it have any important role. Just being a cute kitten. It turned out to be a cat killer. Okay. You come down first. We have to think of how to deal with these bodies. Yin Rui looked at the bodies and felt irritated. Even though he had seen many corpses in his previous life, this was the first time he had to deal with corpses. Yin Rui scratched his head and asked, "Let's find a place to dig a pit first. Or just throw them down the mountain." Jian Anqi and Yin Rui spoke at the same time. But their methods were very different. Jian Anqi was not surprised by Yin Rui's idea, but hesitantly asked, "Isn't that a bit strenuous?" "It's okay. Just treat it as exercise." Yin Rui scratched his head and couldn't think of any good way to solve it for a while. It took Yin Rui and Jian Anqi a whole morning to dig the pit. And then Yin Rui passed the rope through the armpits of these people, pulled them all into the pit, and finally buried them in the soil. There's no need to erect a monument for them. We don't even know who they are. Jian Anqi even felt that letting them rest in peace was an advantage. And there was no need to think about erecting a monument. So he refused directly. "You can't write assassin so-and-so on your back. So let's skip this step," Jian Anqi said. "Otherwise, we can wait for the people behind them to come to us." "That's right. Since they can send assassins once, they can definitely come a second time." Yin Rui put this matter aside for the time being and went to the basement to count the inventory. All these military rations have been sold, which solved a big problem for me. Yin Rui bought more military rations than he remembered. Every time he thought he had sold all the military rations, he didn't know where to find a new pile. And this time he finally sold all the compressed biscuits, compressed canned food, etc. that he bought when he was just reborn. I think we don't need to hide anymore. Next time when Wang Jingqi comes, we will tell him to come openly in the daytime. I think the people who come to assassinate us may be the people of Shenzhou. Yin Rui thought that he had never offended anyone, and there was no other option except Shenzhou. He just didn't know whether Shenzhou's people told the Su family what he did. But even if they told the Su family, what would happen? Yin Rui was relieved. And at this time, Shenzhou was causing an uproar. "What did you say? More than 20 people went. And 6 died before they even entered the door? What do you do for a living?" Zhou Hao pointed at the black-clothed people kneeling on the ground in front of him and roared, "Waste! All of you are a bunch of waste!" Ding Ran, who had always been gentle to others, no longer smiled. He clenched his teacup, took a deep breath to calm himself, and then slowly said, "Tell me what happened last night." The men in black had strong night vision, so they saw the real situation last night. However, at the end, Ding Ran was a little unbelievable. "You said a cat? It was just an ordinary black cat, which has not grown into an adult yet. You said it killed 6 people directly?" At this time, Zhou Hao also joined in. "I think you really think we are fools. When the Su family was killed in front of you, we only punished them lightly. Now you dare to start talking nonsense?" Zhou Hao slammed the table hard. "Deal with it according to the palace rules." "No!" The man in black in front of him panicked after hearing what he had said, and began to bang his head against the ground. "Please forgive us. Everything we said is true. That He Shirley is really not an ordinary cat. If there is a body, it will definitely prove our statement." "So you mean that I should go to Yin Rui to get the body back?" Ding Ran said in a cold voice, chuckled, and then said, "You are really open and honest." The people kneeling below began to beg for mercy at the same time. Ding Ran was a little annoyed, and winked at Zhou Hao. Then Zhou Hao hesitated, then walked to Ding Ran and whispered a few words. Ding Ran nodded after listening to Zhou Hao's words. "I will spare your lives today. If the same situation happens next time, you will commit suicide to apologize." These people immediately kowtowed to the 2 men several times, then stood up and retreated from them tremblingly. If they hadn't brought people out, today would be their death day. Ding Ran threw the cup hard on the ground, making a shattering sound. But Zhou Hao was not afraid at all. Instead, he stepped forward and gently patted Ding Ran on the back, as if he was used to it. "Brother, the offerings from the Su family are not much this time. Otherwise we can urge them. and then let the Su family and Yen Rui confront each other. And we will wait for him to bring the things back. What if the things can't be brought back? The Su family father and son gave Yen Rui so many gifts. But we only received twice as many as they did. They don't care about us too much. Then I'll go and knock them. But if you want the Su family to know Yen Rui's true face, you still have to rely on another person. Yen Rui didn't know what Ding Ran and Zhou Hao were plotting against him. He was checking an N's body. He took out the instrument for detecting superpowers that he had obtained in the previous plane, drew a little blood from an N, and then began to test an N's body according to the previous tutorial. An N was a little uneasy at first, twisting her body wildly. But she was successfully tested after Yen Rui's comfort. There is energy in an N's body. Does an N have any superpowers? Yen Rui looked at the test data. His eyes were dark. He saw that some values on the test sheet were much higher than those of ordinary people. It should be that you gave it the energy of your superpowers when you rescued it. And it loves to lie on the crystal core every day. So it is not impossible that it has stimulated superpowers. Seeing it and looking at him in confusion, and thinking of how pitiful he was before, and how he almost didn't make it, Yen Rui's heart softened all of a sudden. You did a good job this time to protect the safety of the supermarket. But next time, don't kill anyone if you can. Yen Rui thought about what happened last night, and then added, except for the one last night. If someone came to the door of his house, it was obvious that he wanted to silence him. So he killed him. But Yen Rui was worried that an An's wildness would prevail. Even domestic puppies have the chance to attack and hurt people. So an An, a kitten with great lethality, should be more careful. I'll start giving you a lesson in ideology and morality tomorrow. Yen Rui made the final decision. You will grow up the same way as children in the future. Meow. An An cried out, and a huge sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. Jian Anqi smiled and rubbed his hair. You can teach him to be obedient and protect his master first. And then, he won't do anything out of line without your instructions. What about the future? He couldn't always stare at an An. Maybe he will be able to speak in the future. Jian Anqi comforted. Don't think too much now. Thinking too much will only add to your troubles. Indeed. Yen Rui sighed, rubbed the cat's head again, and then said with emotion, how come it has grown so big all of a sudden? Yen Rui was melancholy like an old father who had been away from home for many years, and suddenly found that his child was already 1.9 meters tall. In the evening, Wang Jingqi arrived as scheduled, but Hu Yang did not come. After hearing Wang Jingqi say that the new gathering place needed manpower, it was very likely that he would come alone in the future. But when Wang Jingqi came, he not only brought stones, he also brought more than a dozen people to fill up the door of Yen Rui. And dozens of bamboo baskets were filled with the kind of stones Yen Rui needed. This is only a small part. I will deliver the stones I receive that day here every night. Don't rest too early at night. Wang Jingqi relaxed his shoulders, which were already a little sore. I'll go back first if there's nothing else. You don't have to hide in the future. You can come during the day. Yen Rui told Wang Jingqi what happened last night. Anyway, the Su family should know that there is a connection between us. But I'm not sure if the Wang family is involved. You can ask Hu Yang to deliver it when the time comes. What do those 6 people look like? Wang Jingqi was surprised. And your cat killed them? Is this true? Although it sounds a bit absurd. It is true. Yen Rui described the appearance of the 6 people. But they were all ordinary people with basically no characteristics. The cat wasn't injured either. But I looked at the wounds. They were all killed by a single blow from a cat's claws, directly on the neck. Yen Rui sighed. I don't know who taught him. So smart. Almost the same as the white crane raised by the Medicine King before. But the Medicine King's white crane can only find the herbs the Medicine King wants from the top of the mountain. As for why An is so smart, Yen Rui didn't explain too much. Just said that it was a natural talent. After sending him away, Yen Rui asked the system to scan to see if there were any large original stones in them. But unfortunately, there were only 2 or 3 large original stones in so many bamboo baskets. And even 2 of them were hollow. It was a bit like gambling on stones. But these stones were not that valuable. Yen Rui didn't feel bad at all and directly carried all the stones downstairs. But since the confrontation with the god ancestor, troubles have come one after another. The next morning, when Yen Rui opened the door, he saw Su Ming and Su Zongrui standing at the door. But this time, the 2 people did not look the same as before. Yen Rui immediately understood what Shinzu had said to them. He shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. What are you doing standing at my door? You're affecting my business. Isn't I your biggest customer? I've done a lot of business with you. Su Ming hugged his shoulders and said disdainfully, Boss Yin, you lied to me so hard. What did I lie to you about? Yin Rui smiled and stood at the door. His tone calm. Tell me, when have I ever lied to you? You are not Shinzu's man at all. You just used me to get rid of Su Qing. And you let our Su family fight among ourselves, and then reap the benefits. When did I say I was Shinzu's man? Yin Rui looked a little innocent. Besides, after getting rid of Su Qing, did your luck really get better? Indeed. The father and son recalled that what Yin Rui said made sense. It seemed that their luck really got better after Yin Rui. Yin Rui spread his hands. I really don't know what the God Ancestor is. I am confused even if you tell me that I am the God Ancestor. But ask yourself, can the God Ancestor do what I do? Do they have such a big Buddha? No, they don't. But the God Ancestor has always been. They really don't know where the God Ancestor came from. The God Ancestor is so mysterious. And you haven't seen him either. If someone tells you that they are the God Ancestor's people, how can you be sure whether what he said is true or not? Yin Rui continued to guide. As for Su Qing, I have nothing else to say anyway. That is my inference. Whether you believe it or not, the ending is here. Yin Rui shook his head. Destroyed? Destroyed? What destroyed? Su Zhengrui felt a little uneasy in his heart. Although Yin Rui was not the God Ancestor's people, he was indeed a little bit magical. Especially since they surrounded the rebels in one fell swoop, which was an achievement that had not been seen in many years. You can't understand anything else. Anyway, your future is worrying. The previous one was your last chance, but you didn't grasp it well. Don't come to me again in the future. Yin Rui pointed at Su Zhengrui with some grief, and finally said nothing. Still put down his arm, and then looked at Su Ming. Don't learn from your father. He doesn't listen to what he should listen to, and listens to what he shouldn't listen to. After saying that, he threw his sleeves and walked into the supermarket. Yin Rui was actually very nervous. He bet that the God Ancestor didn't tell them all the news. After all, the God can only guide. Unexpectedly, his bet was right. If the God Ancestor told the Su family father and son all the news he knew, although it might cause the Su family master to break up with him completely, they would have no subsequent value to the Su family father and son. Peace was what they least wanted to see. He needed several forces to check and balance, and then make some war money. Now in this area, the only ones who can compete with the Su family are the rebels and the Wang family. So he will not tell the Su family father and son this most important news. Did he ask you to buy their weapons and military tactics? Let you hand over your troops to them for training, and finally command you to fight? Yin Rui suddenly thought of something, and turned back to the two people outside the door. You two should be smart people. Don't be fooled by speculators in the guise of charlatans. The first half of this sentence was a bit against his will, but the second half was sincere. Yin Rui didn't want to do it today, so he said so much. If the Su family father and son still insisted on their delusion, then he didn't care. They really treated him as a soft persimmon. The father and son did not leave the door, but instead discussed in a low voice, while Yin Rui watched the live broadcast given to him by the system in the house. It turned out that the two people of the God Ancestor were indeed causing trouble. It seemed that the death of 6 people caused them a lot of losses. They even told the Su family father and son that they were the reincarnation of evil spirits. If they could kill themselves, God would record a record in their merit book. The two of them would surely be very successful in the future, and it would be no problem to call the wind and rain. What a mess. Would these two people actually believe it? This statement is too fantastic. And they didn't even give any benefits. Just said it without any sincerity. After a long time, Yin Rui waited for the answer from the father and son. At this time, Su Zhengrui and Su Ming also calmed down. They realized it later, and began to doubt the sudden appearance of the God Ancestor. Since he came with the previous Su family team, why couldn't even the Su family be protected? If it is true that Yin Rui is an evil spirit according to what they said, then what can happen? At least Yin Rui made them achieve their goal, while these two God Ancestors did nothing, only knew to burn incense and worship Buddha in the house. And it was even difficult to meet them. If he had to choose one of the two, he would still choose Yin Rui, who was a little more practical. At least Yin Rui's things were not available outside, and he looked more magical. As for those who were still staying in their house, it's not certain whether they are god ancestors. Chapter 80 Atypical Martial Arts. Looking at the Su family father and son, who were persuaded by him, Yanrui felt a little bored. He waved his hand outside the door. Go quickly if you have nothing to do. If you don't buy anything, I won't entertain you. If you lie to me again this time, get lost. When Jian Anqi opened his mouth, the two of them retreated in shock. At this time, someone rushed forward and whispered to Su Zhongrui. Su Zhongrui's eyes changed slightly and looked at Yanrui and said, I will let you go today. Then the two of them left with a large group. Yanrui looked at the backs of the two people leaving, shook his head, sighed and said, with this ear, he will definitely be a big buyer of health products in the future. Jian Anqi looked at the direction where the two people left with a sharp look. Yanrui saw his expression and raised his hand to pat his chest. Don't think about going out to assassinate at night. It's so dangerous outside now. I didn't. You did the thing with Su Tao before. Yanrui curled his lips. Why did you hide this from me? Are you afraid that I won't let you do it? Jian Anqi was speechless for a while. After a long time, he asked, how did you know? Did the system tell you? Yanrui shook his head. I just guessed it. And then asked the system, and the system agreed. Yanrui pinched Jian Anqi's face. Jian Anqi was not used to Yanrui's action and wanted to hide. But Yanrui controlled him. Next time you hide it from me, it won't be as simple as pinching my face. Yanrui raised his voice. Do you know you are wrong? Jian Anqi nodded a little blankly. Yanrui withdrew his hand with satisfaction, and then said to Jian Anqi, I forgive you this time. However, Jian Anqi did it without anyone noticing. Yanrui thought that his sleep quality was not very good, and a little noise would wake him up. He didn't expect that these 2 times would slap him in the face. I don't know if it was because the rebels were wiped out. Yanrui's business was not very good these 2 days. Finally one day, he waited for a familiar face. After seeing her, Yanrui immediately greeted her with a smile. Xiao Min, you have grown a lot in the past 2 days. Yanrui looked at Shuang Min, who was exhausted, and said with a smile. Shuang Min saw Yanrui, as if the 2 days of wind and rain did not affect her mood, and immediately returned a big smile. Really? Maybe it's because I'm full these 2 days. Yanrui looked behind her, and found that she was the only one who came alone. He asked with some doubts, Are you going to work in a team? Shuang Min shook her head and nodded. Actually, we are going to work in a team. But today is a bit special. So I came here to wait for people first. Are you waiting for the person who delivers the stone? The person who delivers the stone usually arrives in the evening. It's only noon now. Go sit over there, and take a break. Shuang Min sighed. Yanrui saw that her expression was a little strange. So he asked, What's wrong with you? Why are you in a bad mood? Shuang Min raised her eyes, and looked at Yanrui. The god ancestor has taken action these 2 days. Have you not received the news yet? What action? Yanrui was confused. Didn't the god ancestor and his men hide from the world? How come even you know about the existence of the god ancestor? Shuang Min's face wrinkled after hearing Yanrui's words. Now not only do I know about the existence of the god ancestor, but everyone knows about the existence of the god ancestor. Seeing that Yanrui really didn't hear anything, Shuang Min sat on the stool and told Yanrui everything he had seen and heard in the past 2 days. The god ancestor held a celebration in Huyuan town these 2 days. At the celebration, they not only revealed their identities, but also demonstrated their immortality in front of everyone. They still have immortality. Yanrui subconsciously touched his chest. He still had to renew his immortality. Shuang Min nodded. Yes. They put him in a huge box and sawed him in half with a saw. Blood was all over the floor. But his legs could still move. His mouth could still speak. And he seemed to feel no pain at all. He was cut in half. But he could still chat and laugh with the people in the audience. Also, he burned a huge oil pan, which was bubbling. But he took a bath in it without caring, saying that this could prolong his life. Shuang Min said this with some envy. I don't know if it's true, but unfortunately, we don't have so much oil now. So we can't try it. It's fake. If you know his tricks, you can also have this immortal body. So the god ancestor relied on this kind of trick to deceive people? This is too primitive. But thinking about their current social development background, they are indeed gifted to be able to research these 2 tricks, which is enough to fool people. So what did they say? What did they want after performing the magic trick? Yin Rui looked at Zhuang Min's curious expression and continued, if you want to learn, I can teach you. I can also teach you other magic tricks that look more powerful than the god ancestor. You tell me what they did first. After hearing Yin Rui's promise, Zhuang Min's eyes lit up. And then continued, they said that they would let everyone build a temple for the god ancestor. With constant incense burning every day, their homes would be safe. People who are sincere will be blessed by the god ancestor. And their children will be able to escape from the battlefield unscathed. The god ancestor only blesses this. Why doesn't he bless world peace? Yin Rui curled his lips in dissatisfaction. This god ancestor is really a cancer. Zhuang Min also felt the same way. She nodded vigorously and said, the Su family has now summoned all the men of the right age in the city to build a temple for the god ancestor. It is estimated that the temple will be built within half a month. It turned out that this was the reason why no one came. Everyone was summoned to do corvée labor. The residents of Huyuan town were really miserable. They had to do corvée labor and military service, and were played around by the Su family all their lives. Yin Rui sighed, and then continued, how are the rebels now? Are they living well? Zhuang Min tilted her head and thought for a while, then shook her head. Not good. Very bad. Since the god ancestor held that celebration, many people think that the god ancestor has real ability and want to follow him. So many people have left during this period. The impact is really big. If there are people, everything will be fine. If there are no people, will they be left alone? And I don't know how to say it. The god ancestor publicly accused the rebels of not understanding the righteousness, and said that the rebels were possessed by evil spirits. If anyone can report the existence of the rebels, they can record it in the merit book. If they go to the underworld in the future, they can also be reborn in the next life. Feudal superstition is not good. Besides, if there is really an underworld, the first people to go to hell should be the god ancestor and others. Yin Rui said indignantly, you are young. Don't be fooled by such lies. Zhuang Min nodded. I know what he said is definitely not true. But many people have believed him and began to pay attention to the rebels around them. If we hadn't been very careful and didn't leak any clues, the current situation would be very serious. Your current situation can already be called serious. Yin Rui touched his chin. If someone who is more powerful than them appears, they can snatch the believers away. More powerful than them. They are immortal. Zhuang Min's eyes widened. Could it be that you also? Everyone will die. Don't think too much. Yin Rui patted Zhuang Min's shoulder. Take whatever you want to eat today. I'll treat you. Zhuang Min's eyes lit up. And then, he walked towards the shelf. Just when he turned back, Yin Rui's eyes became fierce. He whispered to Jian Anqi beside him. The god ancestor suddenly came into the world. Is it because the people at the top of the power can no longer satisfy their appetite? And now they have begun to extend their claws to everyone. Desire is endless. And it is normal for them to be like this now. Jian Anqi said, but in this case, we may find a way to fight against the god ancestor. If we can directly tear off the mask of the god ancestor and make the truth of the war public, then the day of peace is just around the corner. Thinking of this, Yin Rui couldn't help but be full of energy. Then let's think about it now. Meow. Yin Rui, who was chatting with the cat while petting it, pinched it in with his hand because of excitement, and then cried out in dissatisfaction. Yin Rui immediately apologized. Sorry. I'll give you yogurt later. And then contentedly rested his head on the ink stone filled with original seeds and spiritual stones. Now this ink stone seemed to be his exclusive place. Except for him and Jian Anqi. Others would be scolded by an An's eyes even if they wanted to take a curious look. In the evening, the people who delivered the stones came. These people should all be from the Wang family. Yin Rui had never seen them before, but he became a little familiar with them in the past 2 days. Brother Ma, you have worked hard. These teas are for the brothers to drink to quench their thirst. Yin Rui handed over the tea that had been ready for a long time. But when he looked up, he saw another acquaintance. Wang Jingyu. Why are you here? Yin Rui looked at Wang Jingyu, who was not conspicuous in the crowd, and walked to her side and whispered, do they know who you are? Wang Jingyu looked up and smiled at Yin Rui. Of course they know. I'm dressed like this just because I don't want the Su family to find out. Yin Rui was relieved to speak in a normal voice. This is the first time you sneak out of the Su family. Are you going to see Wang Jingqi? At this point, Wang Jingyu's face changed, and she shook her head in distress. It's not like that. Seeing her expression, Yin Rui was shocked and felt that something was wrong. What's wrong? Did you hear any news from the god ancestor? Wang Jingyu didn't hide it from Yin Rui. She nodded helplessly, yes. The god ancestor seems to have known that the rebels are backed by the Wang family, and is now revealing the news to Su Ming bit by bit. I'm going to discuss countermeasures with them. They don't seem to know it already. They know that the Wang family is behind the rebels. Rather than saying they want to reveal this news to the Su family, it's better to say they want to reveal this news to you. Wang Jingyu didn't seem to know that the news market was controlled by the god ancestor behind the scenes. After hearing Yin Rui's words, her face immediately turned pale. But then she reacted. In that case, I won't go back this time. Wang Jingyu made a decisive decision. The god ancestor revealed this news to me just to blackmail me. Our Wang family has been blackmailed enough by them over the years. They must have seen this and wanted to control me. Yin Rui gave Wang Jingyu a thumbs up. That's true. But is there anything at home that needs to be taken away? If you don't go back this time, it would be a waste. I have already replaced the valuable things with real ones. What's left at home are just a bunch of fakes and a few worthless clothes. Wang Jingyu said indifferently. So now everyone knows that the rebels are from the Wang family. Except Su Ming and Su Zhengrui. Right? After saying this, Yin Rui really just realized that this is the fact. Although the occasion is not right now, he still couldn't help laughing out loud. Two idiots. Wang Jingyu nodded in agreement, and then continued. The god group sent out another message, saying that the best way to save the souls of the rebels is to burn them alive, so that all the sins can be purified. Did the god ancestor say that? Yin Rui shuddered. They are even more inhumane than I thought. I don't know if it was Ding Ran's idea or Zhou Hao's idea. I guess it was Ding Ran. He looks treacherous, but Zhou Hao is bad and exaggerated. Anyway, neither of these two people is a good thing. Although they are both not good people, they are both very skilled in martial arts. We wanted to send someone to assassinate them at first, but after inquiring about their skills, we found that all of us are no match for them. Is it so powerful? No wonder they are so arrogant. However, it can be seen from this that Jian Anqi is more powerful than all the rebels. And I also heard the news that Su Qing led the army and horses to our side. Su Qing? Is it the Su Qing who was not there, but was accused of many things? Yes, it was him. Su Ming and Su Zhengrui, the father and son, had been arguing at home for a long time. I ran out when they were angry. Wang Jingyu covered her mouth and smiled. It's a pity that I can't watch them fight each other on the spot. Yin Rui also felt it was a pity. He really wanted to see how Su Qing and Su Zhengrui performed when they faced each other. Su Zhengrui should now regard Su Qing as the #1 enemy. And Su Qing wanted to come here to pick peaches. It should be because they heard the news of the god ancestor and trusted the god ancestor that they came to Yuan town to grab the credit. In their eyes, the rebels should have been in their pockets. But in reality, it is not certain who is in whose pocket. How many rebels are there now? Yin Rui asked. Can we spare some of them to make weapons? Making weapons? Wang Jingyu immediately thought of the exquisite steel knife sold in Yin Rui's supermarket, and then said with some regret, it should be too late. If we want to make weapons, we don't have enough raw materials. Nor do we have a blast furnace like the one in the blacksmith shop. What's more, everyone's weapons are different. Although most of them are long knives and long swords, it is very difficult to refine. I'm not talking about this weapon. Yin Rui scratched his head. Have you heard of explosives? Explosives? Yes, but they are often used to blow up city walls. The lethality is not great, and there is no way to control the range and size. So we have never used them. Hearing Yin Rui mention explosives, Wang Jingyu suddenly realized that Yin Rui might have a way to solve this problem. So you can improve and make his attack power stronger? Yin Rui nodded and said without hesitation, that's right. Yin Rui thought for a long time about how to help the rebels. But after thinking about it, he couldn't think of a good solution. If they only provide food and cloth, even if they feed too many people, what does it matter? The Su family is now powerful, and the god ancestor is behind them to instigate. So there is no way to control the people's hearts. As for weapons, the weapons in the supermarket cannot be used, and the weapons in the system mall are not sold, which proves that this plane is very limited and he can't do much. So Yin Rui wanted to improve the weapons like the ancients. He found the steelmaking method on the internet. But this method, it takes too long and the raw materials are not easy to get. Even if the Wang family has a mine, there is no way to solve the problem immediately. After thinking about it, he thought of ancient explosives. After listening to Wang Jingyue's description, he was even more certain that the development of explosives is basically still at the stage of just turning from fireworks into weapons. And there is a lot of room for improvement. You go back and settle down first. Prepare the raw materials in the next few days. And come to me in a few days, and I will tell you about the improved. Why not now? Zhuang Min, who was fascinated by what he heard, asked anxiously. Wang Jingyu immediately said, Okay, let's go back and find the raw materials now. But what are the raw materials for making explosives? Wang Jingyu doesn't know at all. Yin Rui touched his chin awkwardly, and then answered Zhuang Min's question. The main reason is that I am not ready yet. I can only be sure that I can make it. What I will send to you in a few days is the raw materials in the process of making explosives. There is basically no danger in the process of making explosives. Don't worry. We all understand. Wang Jingyu walked forward and looked at Yin Rui with some gratitude. If it weren't for you, we would have been in a desperate situation long ago. Yin Rui was a little embarrassed by Wang Jingyu's eyes. He coughed lightly and turned his head away. You can go back and find raw materials now. Your family has a mine, so you must protect your mine well. Wang Jingyu naturally knew the importance of this. Before leaving, she finally pretended to be calm and asked the question that had been lingering in her heart. Boss Yin, what are the raw materials for making explosives? Tell me. I'm afraid that what I knew before is wrong. Yin Rui slapped his forehead, took out a piece of paper and wrote a few lines, and also wrote the approximate ratio on it. He only remembered the formula at the time: 1 sulfur, 2 nitrates, 3 charcoals. The approximate ratio should be like this. Adding sugar can catalyze and increase the power. But the sugar is provided by him. The sugar here is not enough to eat. After writing the raw materials, Yin Rui carefully marked the possible sources of the 3 raw materials, and finally folded the paper carefully, handed it to Wang Jingyu, and told her, don't show these things to others. After seeing them, people who know the business may be faster than you. It will be bad if we are at a disadvantage. Wang Jingyu also had a serious expression after hearing this. She said to the people behind her, no one can leak a word about today's matter. Anyone who violates it will be killed. Yin Rui was startled by the sudden seriousness of Wang Jingyu. Looking at the respect of those people behind him for Wang Jingyu, he suddenly realized that he didn't know Wang Jingyu very well. However, these have nothing to do with Yin Rui. Wang Jingyu is majesty, which is a good thing for everyone. After sending these people away, Yin Rui sat on the chair a little tired. And then he didn't bother to chat with Jian Anqi, and picked up his mobile phone to look up the method of making explosives by traditional methods. Why are you looking for these? The things on the internet should not be written too detailed. If you want to learn, you can check the professional forums of military fans. After hearing Jian Anqi's suggestion, Yin Rui immediately changed direction and began to search carefully on the internet. I always feel that there may be a fight in the next 2 days. It's a pity that we don't know where they gather. Otherwise, I would send the things directly to them. Yin Rui's fingers flipped, and then he wrote all the related knowledge points on the paper, and wrote 5 whole chapters. But Yin Rui still felt that it was not enough. These people were out of time now. He had to be cautious and try to make them succeed at once. In fact, in addition to explosives, they can also prepare rockets. It's not the rocket we are talking about. It's just applying oil to the tip of the arrow, igniting it, and shooting it at the enemy. This is also very lethal. Maybe they already knew this method. But I am most surprised that they have not improved the explosives after fighting for more than 60 years. Yin Rui put down the pen and rubbed his sore wrist. Jian Anqi noticed it and took his hand over and massaged it gently. Yin Rui sighed with some comfort. If I had known this plane was so tiring, I would have switched to a lower level plane. The lower level planes can earn more money, and they are not so tiring. And people are not so cunning. But after saving people, don't you feel satisfied? Jian Anqi doesn't care which plane Yin Rui chooses. But in this plane, he often sees Yin Rui showing a satisfied expression. For example, when he rescued Zhuang Min, and when he rescued Hua Ying, and now, when he may save more people. Chapter 81: Atypical Martial Arts. Yin Rui followed the tutorial he found online, and with the help of the system, he finally developed the most stable and powerful explosive. The system saw the big hole in front of Yin Rui, and was a little trembling. Are you willing to sell this formula to me? Haven't you been watching me make it? Why are you asking now? Yin Rui was puzzled. Because this is your achievement. I am just an assistant. And I am not qualified to enter it directly. The system explained. How about I give you 10,000 points? Deal? Yin Rui was satisfied with this. I will make more. And can I sell it in the system store later? The system hesitated for a moment. And then said, it should be possible. The technological level of many planes has not reached the level of being able to make such large-scale lethal weapons by themselves. Then Yin Rui was more motivated. He divided the refined raw materials he bought from the system into 10 parts. And made 10 perfect explosives. Jian Anqi looked at Yin Rui. Be careful. Don't get hurt. Yin Rui, you forget that we won't get hurt. Don't worry too much. Jian Anqi is like this. Always worried about his safety. 3 days later. Yin Rui got up in the morning and saw that some leaves at the door had fallen off. He yawned, stretched his waist, and stared at the 2 trees at the door for a long time. Then Jian Anqi came over and put a robe on Yin Rui. Are you cold? Yin Rui shook his head. Not cold. I just want winter. If the war breaks out, the people will suffer more. Jian Anqi looked at Yin Rui, who seemed a little melancholy, and touched his head. Let's go. There are a lot of things to do today. Yin Rui had already sorted out the materials to sell to the Wang family. The Wang family had a sense of not caring about anything these days. They seemed to no longer care about the Su family's spies. No one had told him about the situation outside these days. So Yin Rui had always been curious. Finally, Wang Jingyu arrived. Wang Jingyu had also changed into neat clothes at this time, with all her hair combed up and a long knot whip around her waist. She looked heroic, which was very different from her previous temperament. Wang Jingyu's mental state also became better. She walked towards Yin Rui with her hands behind her back. Before she reached the position, Yin Rui had already heard her voice. Boss Yin, are the things I need ready? Ready, Yin Rui said, and then saw Wang Jingyu raise her hand, wave her palm slightly, and about 30 people immediately rushed out from behind, each carrying a burden like Huyang on their shoulders. There are the stones you want, and a thank you gift from our Wang family. Yin Rui looked at so many things and smiled. Aren't you afraid that the things I give you won't achieve the effect you want? It doesn't matter. Even if it doesn't work. Yin Rui looked at her curiously. And Wang Jingyu didn't want to hide anything. And smiled at him. Su Zongrui was seriously injured. And the Su family couldn't handle it for a while. So we decided to make a surprise attack at this time. Ah? How did Su Zongrui get injured? Is it? Yin Rui looked at Wang Jingyu with some admiration in his eyes. It's amazing. Wang Jingyu knew that Yin Rui had misunderstood, and hurriedly clarified, it wasn't us who did it. It might have been Su Qing's men, or it might have been done by the god ancestor. It's not a serious injury. Finally, Wang Jingyu couldn't help laughing. It's just that my right hand can no longer do heavy work or hold a weapon. Yin Rui felt Wang Jingyu's joy, and couldn't help but say a few words of congratulations. By the way, we have received some news recently. The god ancestor may still do something to you. You should be careful. Or just close the store for a few days and go with us. What is the god ancestor going to do? Wang Jingyu shook her head. I don't know. In this case, Yin Rui kept the news in mind. But how did you get the news? Do you have someone who specializes in collecting intelligence? Wang Jingyu raised her chin with some pride. 10 years ago, our players began to establish an intelligence department. And now it is quite large. Although it is not as proficient as the information market. It is not bad. Yin Rui suddenly thought of something. He said, do you know where the families of Su Qing's elite soldiers are? Or have they been secretly dealt with by Su Qing? And there is another point. It seems that the village of Pujun was destroyed by Su Qing. If you have any information about this, you can verify it. After hearing Yin Rui's words, Wang Jingyu did not question it at all. She frowned and agreed. Su Qing is indeed difficult to figure out. I will pay attention to it. After all the words were discussed, Yin Rui took out the explosives mix list he had prepared. You can go back and try it. These are white sugars. I think you should be able to use them. Yin Rui took out a box with a soft bottom pad. There are 10 gunpowder bags inside. All made by me. You can use this before you make it. Wang Jingyu was overjoyed. And her face, which had always been calm, also showed a hint of surprise. I really don't know how to thank you. Wang Jingyu looked at the 10 gunpowder bags and said excitedly with trembling. Yin Rui waved his hand, There is nothing to think. After winning, don't fight anymore. We think so too. Sooner or later, we will stop fighting. Wang Jingyu's tone was firm, and countless heroic spirits rose in her chest. Seeing her guarantee, Yan Rui was relieved. After all the Wang family members left, Yan Rui returned to the supermarket and began to pick up the stones sent by Wang Jingyu as usual. This time, Wang Jingyu sent some jade stones again. After the system scanned, it said that the quality of these jade stones was good. If you want to sell them back, you can sell them for a high price. Yan Rui collected it with satisfaction. He didn't know much about jade, so he planned to go back and find a master to open the jade, and then make a few pendants or something. Jian Anji, how about I use this jade to make 2 pairs of bracelets for you? There is a piece of purple jade in it, and I think it will be good to give it to a girl. Give it to a girl? Who should I give it to? Hearing Yan Rui's words, Jian Anji couldn't help but frown. I don't like girls. I like men. Ah? After hearing this news, Yan Rui was only briefly surprised for a moment. And then he felt that it should be like this. Yan Rui nodded, without the reaction that Jian Anji had predicted before, but instead said very hard, then make a pendant and wear it yourself. Jian Anji was stunned, and then he felt a sense of melancholy and powerlessness. God knows how much courage he mustered before telling Yan Rui the news. But Yan Rui's reaction was like this? Aren't you surprised? Jian Anji walked up to Yan Rui, who was writing and drawing on paper. Don't you think it's strange? Yan Rui raised his head and asked Jian Anji. Why do you think it's strange? There are only men and women in the world. If you don't like girls, you naturally like men. I heard that there are 16 or 18 types in foreign countries, which is very complicated. Yan Rui scratched his head and looked at Jian Anji, who seemed to be a little angry. He didn't understand why. You shouldn't be the type who wants to change your sex. Right? There may not be enough time for that now. Otherwise, ask the system if there is any way. Jian Anji's expression became stagnant in an instant. He paused, and then said honestly, I don't have this need now. Yan Rui was not surprised at all. Nodded and said, then it's okay. After that, he lowered his head again to write and draw on the paper. Seeing Yan Rui's reaction, Jian Anji always felt that there was a lingering anger in his chest for a long time. He snorted in his heart and went back upstairs reluctantly. After hearing his footsteps leaving, Yan Rui stopped writing with his pen, and then he asked the messy straw paper in front of him to roll it into a ball and threw it into the trash can beside him. After throwing away the ball of paper, he lay on the table and dared not say a word, for fear that Jian Anji would hear it. Yan Rui didn't know why he was afraid that Jian Anji would hear his voice. He sighed hard, stood up and returned to the yard, and took the initiative to punch. Did Jian Anji just come out to him? Why didn't Jian Anji come out to him in his last life? What's the point of telling him this in this life? Yan Rui was so confused that he didn't notice that there was a dark crossbow in the corner behind him aiming at his heart. The system looked at Yan Rui like this and asked in confusion, don't you like Jian Anji's love for men? According to my statistics on the plane, people of many races do not reject this kind of partner choice. No. He is my best friend. How could I reject him? It's just... Yan Rui couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. He stamped his feet. Forget it. Don't think about this. Let's go back. Ah. Yan Rui felt itchy in his chest. He lowered his head and saw a crossbow arrow falling in front of his feet. The black arrow tip looked unusual. Sure enough, the moment the weeds at his feet touched the crossbow arrow, the leaves began to wither and turn yellow, looking lifeless. This arrow is poisonous. Yan Rui looked in the direction of the sneak attack. The assassin cursed secretly and tried to hide his body and leave. But he was locked by the system and notified Jian Anji at the same time. After hearing that Yan Rui was attacked, Jian Anji jumped down from the second floor window without saying a word, and then ran forward in the direction indicated by the system. Stop right there. Yan Rui cursed, if I catch you, you'll be dead. The assassin was not panicked at all. He had already found a way out early, and now he just needed to evacuate in the direction of his plan. With his superb concealment skills and unique light skills, he firmly believed that the two people could not catch up with him at all. But reality slapped him in the face immediately. He found that even though he used Qigong, he still couldn't distance himself from the two people behind him. Moreover, the arrow he used was coated with skull blood. Once the poison touched, the target would bleed from all 7 orifices and lose life in a moment. Even if there was a miracle doctor, He couldn't save him. He clearly saw that he had shot the target. And the target even cried out in pain. But why is he still chasing him now? And his accomplice is too strong. How can he run faster than him? Jian Anji, who was getting closer and closer to him at this moment, had a sharp look in his eyes. Recently, his superpowers have been enhanced. After the superpowers were enhanced, his speed and physique have all been improved to a certain extent. Jian Anji saw that the person in front of him had kung fu. But so what? He was in a bad mood today. And this person just bumped into him. The assassin was sweating coldly. Originally in his plan, he had already shaken off the pursuers and returned to report. But the two people behind him were too persistent and were still chasing him. And now they were about to catch up. Ah! The assassin felt a collision from behind. And he was pushed to the ground from behind without checking. Before he could react and beg for mercy, he was hit by countless fists on his face. The first hit on his face was painful. But by the 10th hit, his whole body had become numb. When Yen Rui arrived panting, he saw the assassin, who was beaten to a state of breathlessness, and Jian Anji, who was still furious. Jian Anji. Stop. Stop. I have something to ask. When Jian Anji wanted to swing his fist, he was pulled back by Yen Rui. Yen Rui wrapped his hand around Jian Anji's fist. If you keep hitting me, my hand will hurt. After hearing Yen Rui's words, all the anger in his heart just now disappeared, and only a little bit of grievance remained. Yes, grievance. Jian Anji finally found a word to describe his current mood. After pulling Jian Anji up, Yen Rui stepped on the assassin's chest to prevent him from running away, and then took out the ointment to apply to Jian Anji. Even if I am invulnerable to swords and guns, I can't stand your beating like this. Look, my hands are all red. After applying the ointment, Yen Rui blew on it, and finally blew away Jian Anji's last negative emotions. Jian Anji returned to his cold and inhuman expression. He just attacked you. I know he attacked me. And the arrow he used to attack me was poisonous. He didn't want me to survive at all. After Yen Rui put away the ointment, he turned his head to the assassin. Seeing that the assassin didn't know whether to live or die, Yen Rui thought for a while, and took out a bottle of physical enhancer. It's just 1 point anyway. You only deserve 1 point for me to spend on you. Yen Rui pried open the assassin's mouth, thought for a while before taking action, and finally moved his wrist slightly, and poured only 1/3 of it into his mouth. Let's just give 0.3. Any more will hurt my heart. Yen Rui collected the remaining half bottle of physical enhancer, and then Jian Anji stepped hard on the man's chest. Tell me, who sent you here? You're dreaming. I can't possibly. The assassin, who had just recovered a little, shouted at the two of them. You two monsters? After hearing this, the two looked at each other. It seems to be the god ancestors' people, Yen Rui said. In that case, you stay alive for a while. I will capture Ding Ren first, and then send you two on your way together. Do you think you can scare me with this? I'm telling you not to be so naive. The assassin's words were weak, and he snorted coldly. You want to capture him? You wouldn't dare to do it even if I gave you 2 courages. Yen Rui looked up and down at the assassin, then bent down and raised his hand to remove the assassin's chin. Flashlight. Yen Rui stretched his hand behind him, and Jian Anji immediately handed him the flashlight. Yen Rui shone the flashlight in the assassin's mouth twice, and the assassin was still woohooing and cursing. Looking panicked? After reading it, Yen Rui turned off the flashlight, handed it back to Jian Anji, and said with his arms folded, this man was sent by the Su family. The assassin's performance was full of loopholes. His words clearly showed no respect for Ding Ren. Yen Rui looked at his teeth and found that there was a poison sac in them, proving that he had the opportunity to commit suicide when he was first captured. But he still had to say so much, and indirectly admitted that he was from the side of the god ancestor, which made people want to laugh. After hearing Yen Rui's words, the assassin immediately widened his eyes. Yen Rui raised his eyebrows at him, closed his jaw, and knocked his teeth hard. But in a moment, the assassin closed his eyes and turned into a ghost. It seems that the poison sac is broken. Yen Rui stood up calmly and looked at the assassin, who had returned to the world, patted his dirty cuffs, turned around and pulled Jian Anji and said, let's go back. Jian Anji followed Yen Rui's steps and left obediently. His heart couldn't help but beat when he saw Yen Rui's neat movements just now. Jian Anji was afraid that the sound of his heartbeat would be heard by Yen Rui, so he quickly brought up a topic. Su Xingrui was attacked. And then someone attacked you. Which proved that the place was in chaos. Maybe there was some action by the god ancestor. There must be some action by the god ancestor. But what does it matter? If there is one, we will kill one. If there are two, we will kill a pair. We are not afraid of trouble. Yanrui turned to look at Xiang Jiananqi. You have made great progress in the past 2 days. The assassin just now has obviously practiced Qigong to perfection. And you can catch up with him. Hearing Yanrui's praise, Jiananqi said modestly, You are not bad. You have caught up. Of course. I am not bad. Yanrui puffed up his chest with some pride. I have been practicing more frequently recently. And I have also learned the art of Juyu. I will take your pulse after I go back. I want to verify the pulse-taking method on it. Jiananqi naturally agreed. But he said at this time, why didn't the system detect the intrusion of outsiders? The system originally thought that it had escaped this disaster. But unexpectedly, it was still pulled out by Jiananqi. Sorry. I made a mistake during my inspection. Please punish me. The system's voice was a little aggrieved. I didn't mean to do that. But just now. It's okay. I didn't really get into trouble anyway. This is also thanks to the system's protection of me in all aspects. It has armed me to the teeth. Just don't make the same mistake again next time. What's more, the assassin wasn't wearing night clothes. He was wearing the kind of color that blends in with the trees, which should be very expensive at this time. It can be seen that he is trying hard to eliminate me. Jiananqi disagreed with Yanrui's approach, but he still kept his mouth shut. Although Yanrui didn't pursue it, he still made a note of the system in his heart. After hearing this, the system was moved and promised, I will definitely work seriously in the future. That's enough. If the system had a physical body, Yanrui would pat his head now. After returning to the supermarket, Yanrui watched Anan walking around the supermarket in a somewhat irritable manner. After seeing the two people come back, Anan kept meowing, and then scolded them for abandoning him at home. Yanrui sat back in his seat, wiped his sweat, and told Anan what happened just now. Anan seemed to understand, and scolded even louder. But when scolding again, Anan didn't scold Yanrui and Jiananqi, but a certain direction outside the window. There's someone outside the door too. The system reminded them at this time. And the alarm bells in their hearts went off. How come another one comes after they just sent one away? They are so busy today. Wait a minute. This person looks familiar. The system voice was a little uncertain. Wait for me to adjust the pixels. It's Huaying. You two go out to greet her. I feel like Huaying can't walk anymore, and is about to faint at any time. Since it was Huaying, Yanrui was relieved. He and Jiananqi went out together. And this time Anan followed him closely. Boss Yan. The moment Huaying saw Jiananqi and Yanrui walking towards him, his panicked heart finally calmed down. These two people must be more magical than the god ancestor. If he could get their help. But his physical strength was really unable to support it. He had not recovered from the previous injury, and was just chased. Yanrui watched Huaying stumble, and kneel down in front of him. But Huaying held on to his mind, and insisted on not fainting. What's wrong with you? Yanrui walked to Huaying, and slowly injected his supernatural power into his body. After Huaying felt a warm current on his body where Yanrui touched him, he had the strength to speak again. So he calmed down a little and spoke with all his strength. I want to use all my wealth to ask you two to do me a favor. What favor? Yanrui asked curiously. I hope you two can help me save someone. After saving someone, I will offer you all my wealth. If you think it is not enough, I can offer you all my future income. Don't talk about the reward first. Tell me who to save first. Yanrui looked at Huaying's reaction, and felt an ominous premonition in his heart. It's Pu Jun. Huaying coughed twice, and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Pu Jun? What happened to Pu Jun? Because Pu Jun, was captured by the group of Shinzu. Now they all say that Pu Jun has an evil spirit, and will burn him to death in front of everyone within 3 days. Ah! How could this happen? According to Pu Jun's skills, he should not be captured. Yanrui and Jiananqi looked at each other, and could guess what had just happened. Chapter 82 Atypical Martial Arts. Yanrui injected some of his special powers into Huaying's body, and when he saw that Huaying was no longer in danger of death, he let go. Huaying stumbled to his feet, and Yanrui held him. Where are you going? Huaying said, I'm going to the gathering place to find Wang Jingyu, and ask if the Wang family has any plans to send troops. Yanrui hurriedly said, Why are you asking this? Your body can't hold on any longer. Tell me where they are, and I'll find them. Hua Ying raised his head, glanced at Yin Rui, then became unstable and fainted. Forget it. Let's carry him to the supermarket. Yin Rui was a little helpless. Jian Anqi picked him up without Yin Rui's help. Let's go. He should have been exposed. Let's hide him first. Yin Rui nodded. Who knows? Someone might come to find him later. I thought the first person to come would be the Su family. But I didn't expect that the first person to come was Wang Jingqi, whom Hua Ying wanted to find. Wang Jingqi looked worried after seeing Hua Ying's injury. He has internal injuries. I don't know how long he can hold on. Yin Rui, it's not that serious. I have treated him, and his life will definitely be saved. But how did you know he was here? Wang Jingqi said, because after his identity was exposed in the Su family, I received the news immediately. But because the distance was too far, we couldn't reach him. So Pu Jun was left behind. Besides here, Hua Ying has no other place to go. The gathering place is too far away, and his body should not be able to hold on. Wang Jingqi said. Can he stay here for a few days to recuperate? Yin Rui nodded. Of course. But I have promised him that I will help him save Pu Jun. Do you have any news? You are willing to help. That's great. Wang Jingqi said with some surprise. Although I haven't received much news, I will definitely tell you as soon as I have news. That's fine. Yin Rui didn't talk too much with Wang Jingqi and sent him away. He raised his eyes and looked at Jian Anqi. Do you think someone is waiting for us to save Pu Jun? There will definitely be. But we can take advantage of it and make them lose more than they gain. Jian Anqi's brain turned rapidly. If he is in the cell now, it should not be easy to save him. If he is in the execution place, it may be easier. Robbery? A word popped up in Yin Rui's mind. This is too exciting. Jian Anqi smiled. Come to ancient times. You should also experience robbery. This opportunity is rare. Yin Rui swallowed his saliva and was really excited. Wang Jingqi regarded this as a top priority. And in the evening, he rushed over with the news. The two did not even exchange pleasantries. Yin Rui asked anxiously, How is it? Not very good. The early autumn night was already a little chilly. But Wang Jingqi still sweated a little because of the rush. Pu Jun is locked up in the most secure cell of the Su family. The inside is controlled by the Su family, and the outside is controlled by the people of the god ancestor. The two sides check and balance each other, and our people have no chance to bring him out. When are they going to execute him? Yin Rui asked. 3 days later. At the gate of Huyuan town. Residents of all nearby towns and villages will be summoned to watch. Each family must send 2 representatives. Otherwise there will be punishment. What a condescending and bad face. I think it is better to do it directly at the execution ground. How many people can you send out at that time? At least 200. But they are all carefully selected men. And everyone has martial arts skills. Wang Jingqi also knew that these numbers were a bit small. Some people have no friendship with Pu Jun, and they are unwilling to go. Yin Rui calculated a little, frowned and said, I think if we can only send 200, we should simply streamline it and leave 20 people. 20. If there is any problem, these 20 people will just go to die. Wang Jingqi disagreed. We have to fight. I mean, if we streamline it, we can directly launch a sneak attack and leave. At that time, these 20 people can be dispersed among the crowd and will not be caught so easily. It is best to find people with better Qigong skills to take care of each other in the middle. It is easy to escape like this. But how to save Pu Jun? Wang Jingqi said. With the combined strength of the Su family and the god ancestor, at least 500 people will be watching us that day. And there may be large armies of their 2 families around. Su Qing has already mobilized his elite. 20 people. If you are worried, you can arrange a few more rescue groups on the escape route to avoid being isolated and helpless when being chased. As for Su Qing's elite, Yin Rui simply said, Do you have any way to spread some rumors among the elite? What rumors? It's just that the families of these people have been executed by Su Qing. And these elites will become abandoned pawns when they reach a certain age. And then, they will be reunited as a family down there. Yin Rui rubbed his fingers while speaking. It's better to add some details. Such as a pregnant wife was deceived and had her throat cut when she heard her husband's name. Or someone's mother was killed on the way to see her son in high spirits. Ah, this is too bad. Wang Jingqi, who had not yet known much about the sufferings of the world, was moved with compassion. Is this true? Of course not. I made it up. Can you get in touch with those elites? Yes, but I haven't used it yet, Wang Jingqi confessed. Once you use that chess piece, you won't be able to use it in the future. No. How about wiping out the Su family on that day? Jian Anji, who had been silent all along, spoke up. The Su family and the god ancestor, these two cancers, will be removed sooner or later. Why not now? The Su family has 800,000 troops. So what? The 800,000 troops are not in the hands of Su Qing and Su Zhongrui. After eliminating them, you can take over Huyuan town and the surrounding villages. At that time, your Wang family will at least have a fighting force. But Wang Jingqi was still a little hesitant. But Jian Anqi's words really touched his heart. Yes, the Su family will be overthrown sooner or later anyway. Why not start now? Wang Jingqi's heart was warm, and he rubbed his hands excitedly. I'll go back and discuss it with my sister. Then what are you waiting for? Go! Wang Jieqi came back to her senses and turned to run outside. Yin Rui sighed and looked at Jian Anqi. Will this work? Why not? With our equipment combined, we can walk sideways in this plane. It would be easy to save someone. Jian Anqi said. You can still practice at this time. It's best not to use weapons at the beginning. Jian Anqi actually had this idea in mind. Yin Rui nodded. Then I'll go out and do another set of punches. The next morning, when Yin Rui opened the door, he saw Wang Jingyu standing at the door. He hurriedly welcomed her in. Why are you here so early? Time is tight. When Wang Jingyu heard Wang Jingqi tell her about Yin Rui's plan last night, she immediately realized that this was a rare opportunity for them. I wrote a rough plan last night. See if there is anything you need to add. Wang Jingyu took out a piece of paper and handed it to Yin Rui. Wang Jingyu's words were sharp, with distinct edges and corners. He glanced at them casually, then looked up at Wang Jingyu. How many troops can you send? We can now integrate together to have 8,000 people. Although we can't compare with the Su family, if the raid is successful at this time, there is a certain chance of winning. 8,000 people? Yin Rui thought about it. There is indeed a chance of winning. After hearing Yin Rui's words, Wang Jingyu finally put her mind at ease. She was afraid that Yin Rui would think that their family's troops were insufficient, and then cancel the cooperation, and it would be a waste of effort. Yin Rui pointed at the paper on the table. Your plan is indeed good, but it is all based on the premise that the Su family is not aware of your deployment of troops. Are you sure that there is no insider in your family, and the news will not be leaked? Wang Jingyu was stunned by this question. And Yin Rui continued, even if the Su family doesn't know, the god ancestor knows now. The god ancestor spies are all over the place. You'd better make preparations in advance, or disperse the people. Start from different positions, and assign different functions. This may be better. Or simply gather the people in the morning of the same day, so that even if they know the news, they can't spread it out. Although this can greatly avoid the risk of leaking the news. If they act on the same day, it will be a great test for their organizational ability. However, seeing Wang Jingyu so determined, Yin Rui also made a final decision. Then it's settled. See you in Huyuan town? Wang Jingyu suppressed her excitement. Victory was unfolding in front of her. As long as she tried hard, it would be within her reach. Yin Rui couldn't help but pour a basin of cold water on her to wake her up. But if we fail this time and fail to gain control of Huyuan town, the Wang family may. I know. I'm willing to gamble. This opportunity is rare, and Wang Jingyu doesn't want to miss it. Yin Rui was very satisfied with her answer. Having such a partner saved him a lot of effort. We have spread the news about Su Qing's elite family members. If we fail this time, Su Qing will definitely investigate the source of the news. Wang Jingyu clenched her fists. We must not fail this time. What plan did you make? Hua Ying, who had been in a coma, opened her eyes at this time and slowly sat up from the bed. Is it a plan to save Pu Jun? Yes. Yin Rui stood up and handed the paper in his hand to Hua Ying. Do you think this plan is feasible? Hua Ying took a quick look and found that the plan was mainly to start at the execution ground 3 days later, when everyone's attention was on Pu Jun. Wang Jingyu led the Wang family's army to bypass the Su family's garrison and attack Huyuan town. You can't do this. Hua Ying frowned and said weakly. It's too noisy. The Su family's army is stationed between the gathering place and Huyuan town. If you bring troops here, it will definitely alarm the Su family's army. Before you get close, they will prepare their troops. You can't beat the Su family's army. After hearing Hua Ying's words, Wang Jingyue's face changed. She was a little angry when she was told that she was not strong enough. But she had to admit that Hua Ying was right. What can we do? Should we follow the original plan and send only a small team to rescue Pu Jun? Hearing the reluctance in Wang Jingyue's tone, Hua Ying paused, then said, why not join forces with Lushan Village? If we can persuade Lushan Village to send troops that day, at least most of the troops can be transferred. But how can we persuade Lushan Village to send troops? We don't seem to have what he wants. Money. They lack money. What they lack most is money. Hua Ying knew the situation of Lushan Village very well. The Wang family lacks money the least. If I go to negotiate, I am 90% sure that I can persuade them. Your body is not good at all. Don't die before you rescue Pu Jun. Yanrui refused. You can't leave this door now. Otherwise I will knock you out. Hua Ying frowned. But time is tight. And I can't care so much. There are still 2 days before Pu Jun is executed. And it takes a day to go to Lushan Village and back. I'll go, Jian Anqi said. I can definitely get them to agree. Okay. Yanrui agreed without thinking. Tell him the location of Lushan Village. Will you leave soon? Wait. You don't know the situation of Lushan Village at all. Hua Ying wanted to get up. But he was so sore and weak that he couldn't even stand up. Don't worry. If he can't succeed, then no one can succeed. Yanrui promised. We can definitely rescue Pu Jun. Hua Ying was a little helpless. Then let me tell you what kind of personality traits the people in Lushan Village have. And where to start. Jian Anqi refused directly. No. I'm leaving. Yanrui waved at him. Go early and come back early. I'll wait for you for dinner tonight. Jian Anqi, pretending to know the address of Lushan Village for the first time, glanced at the map given to him by Wang Jingyu, compared it with the map of the system in front of him, and then said confidently, I will be back at noon. Then let's eat together at noon. Yanrui didn't think there was anything wrong with Jian Anqi shaking. But when Wang Jingyu and Hua Ying heard this, they felt that the two people suddenly became unreliable. Lushan Village is in a dangerous place. And even if you take a fast horse, it will take 2 hours to get there. You will definitely not be able to return at noon. Oh, then we'll meet in the evening. Yanrui hurriedly urged Jian Anqi to leave. Jian Anqi nodded, winked at Yanrui, and turned around and went down the mountain. Wang Jingyu couldn't help but worry. The leader of Lushan Village is not easy to get along with. I should let Hua Ying remind him. Oh, no need. Yanrui waved his hand. Not panicking at all. You can put your mind at ease now. He will definitely succeed. You can add this link to the plan. Wang Jingyu subconsciously looked at Hua Ying. And at this time, her chest was constantly rising and falling due to the torture of Yanrui. And she seemed to be unable to speak. Yanrui even advised, don't worry about the process. As long as the result is good. Sometimes even if you count, you may not get a good result. Go forward. Maybe you can bring surprises to others. Hua Ying has been the calculating person in Yanrui's mouth all her life. And she really doesn't understand Yanrui's thoughts. He finally said, how can you be sure that he can succeed? No. How can you be sure that he can come back at night? This is our secret. If the god ancestor has secrets, then we too naturally have secrets too. Yanrui comforted. Don't worry. You will definitely not leave all your property. Hearing this, Hua Ying felt relieved. He had a lot of property. And Yanrui certainly could not let such a large amount of money slip away from his hands. Then I will go back to make arrangements. And I will come back in the evening. Wang Jingyue's tone was uncertain. She finally clenched her fists, as if she had made up her mind. I'm leaving now. Let's go. Let's go. Yanrui said goodbye to her without hesitation. For a while, only Yanrui and Hua Ying were left in the house. Yanrui had nothing to do, so he walked to Hua Ying's side. Come. Let me take your pulse. Hua Ying lost the strength to resist. He stretched out his hand and looked at the roof with a somewhat empty look in his eyes. Then, Yanrui's chanting came to his ears. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but after hearing Yanrui's chanting, he felt his internal force flowing slowly, and a warm current rose from his dantian. The anger that Hua Ying had just felt in his heart also disappeared at this moment. When Yanrui's voice stopped, Hua Ying asked, what is this? This is the Juyu technique. How is it? Do you feel better? Hua Ying nodded honestly. I feel better. And my internal force is not so blocked. Yanrui's eyes curved with joy. That's great. I'll give you medicine later. And your injury will be healed in a few days. Thank you very much. Hua Ying said, I can't give you the medical fee for the time being. All your property is mine. And this money for treatment is my gift. Yan Rui said generously. Hua Ying looked back at the roof. He only noticed that the material of the roof was very different from what he saw outside. The top of the temple had always been made of gray bricks and tiles. But the roof he saw now was white. There were so many commodities in the house that he couldn't understand. Hua Ying suddenly felt that his worries were unnecessary. Shinzu called himself a god, and Yan Rui was much more godlike than him. Why couldn't he be a god? Thinking of this, Hua Ying suddenly understood. He had been so busy that he had forgotten his previous evaluation of this place. The art of immortality is not bound by the situation. Shinzu can travel 8,000 miles a day. So why can't Jian Anqi do it? Jian Anqi sneezed while driving. We're almost there. Do you want me to report to Yan Rui that he's safe? The system said in Jian Anqi's mind. Do you want to know what Yan Rui did just now? As long as I want to know. You will tell me, and won't report it to Yan Rui? Jian Anqi asked. Didn't I tell you that as long as Yan Rui agrees, I can broadcast it live to you? Then forget it. It's the same when I go back and ask Yan Rui. Jian Anqi drove the car on this bumpy dirt road, and even thought that if Yan Rui got in the car, he might get carsick. Thinking of the expression that Yan Rui might have, Jian Anqi couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips. We're here, the system said. There are still 500 meters to the entrance of Lushan village. Jian Anqi nodded, and he parked the car next to the entrance of Lushan village. When he was sure that no one would notice, he got out of the car and put the car back into the space button. Let Yan Rui know that you are safe. After receiving the news of Jian Anqi's safety, Yan Rui hummed again. But this time it was not a blessing technique, but a cat song to Anan. My little cat. Sweet and obedient. With a furry tail. Let me kiss it. After singing, he buried his face in Anan's belly. Anan struggled to get away, and could only let him do it. Looking at Yan Rui's voice holding back when talking to Hey Shirley, who was already as big as a little leopard, it was a bit unbearable. Now we can start training Hey Shirley's combat power. If you don't mind, I can help. Hua Ying volunteered. I have a lot of experience in taming animals. No, I don't need him to be very powerful. In our family, he just needs to be responsible for being cute. Yan Rui pinched An's face and kissed it twice. As for the fight, Jian Anqi and I can do it. Jian Anqi is the main one. He is very powerful. After hearing Yan Rui's words, Hua Ying realized something. He looked at Yan Rui in disbelief. So you asked Jian Anqi to go to Lushan village to defeat those people in Lushan village? Almost. If those people in Lushan village could discuss and agree directly at the beginning, we could convince them with reason. Yan Rui pinched An's warm paw pads, and then squinted comfortably, and stuffed the other 3 paws into Yan Rui's palms. Yan Rui's heart melted when he saw it, and he didn't notice Hua Ying's face turning pale again. It's over. It's all over. Hua Ying lay on the mattress, mumbling in despair. Pu Jun, I owe you this life. I can only repay you in the next life. Yan Rui listened to Hua Ying mumbling something, thinking that he should be making a rescue plan, and he was afraid that he would forget it if he said it several times. So he asked kindly, do I need to prepare pen and ink for you? Hua Ying refused. He didn't need pen and ink to write a suicide note. He wanted to write it with his own blood. At this time, Jian Anqi's system clone sent an application, inviting Yan Rui to watch Jian Anqi's real-time video in Lushan village. Yan Rui agreed enthusiastically, and saw Jian Anqi facing a group of bearded men who looked unhygienic. And these people were sneering at Jian Anqi. You said you want us to agree. Why? Jian Anqi took out Wang Jingyue's invitation letter. She said she would give you all the jade mined in the mine in a year. Don't you want it? Ha ha ha. Wang Jingyu, that little girl, is quite generous. Boss, why don't you just marry him? What can a woman like him accomplish? Why don't you come here and use us as your backer? Yan Rui couldn't stand it anymore. So he said to Yan Rui directly, let's do it. Chapter 83 Atypical Martial Arts. Sure enough, Jian Anqi had returned to the supermarket before noon. Hua Ying asked weakly, did you have a smooth day? Jian Anqi nodded. It was smooth. They have agreed to send troops on the same day, and the token has been brought. Token? Hua Ying turned over in disbelief and wanted to stand up and take the token from Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi saw this and hurriedly handed it to him. Hua Ying looked at the blue stone tablet in disbelief. This token can prove that what Jian Anqi said is true. The stone tablet of Lushan village is difficult to forge, especially the blue stone, which is only available in Lushan village. Hua Ying flipped through the token, then looked up at Jian Anqi, opened her mouth and finally said, "Thank you. It's nothing. The people in Lushan village are still easy to talk to." Jian Anqi recalled the details of the time. He begged for mercy very neatly, and knew how to judge the situation. Hua Ying grinned. He was now convinced by Jian Anqi and wanted to chat. "What kind of kung fu do you practice? It's so powerful." "It's the Zhuang family's kung fu. But I only got a taste of it. And the main thing is other aspects." Jian Anqi didn't know how to explain to Hua Ying. He looked at Yan Rui for help. Yan Rui waved to him, and Jian Anqi went upstairs. "Don't worry about how he did it. Take care of yourself these 2 days. Pu Jun won't complain that I didn't take good care of you when he comes here." "He won't?" Hua Ying's eyes were gentle. "He will just be grateful to you." "That's fine." Yan Rui didn't care. He didn't see Wang Jingqi in the past 2 days. Someone just came to the supermarket in a hurry to pass on the news and left in a hurry. There should be a lot of things to do. Yan Rui licked his lips. There is one last day. After tonight, tomorrow will be a big day. Yan Rui couldn't sleep that night. He simply sat up from the bed and went to the living room to turn on the TV to watch the martial arts movie he downloaded before coming to this plane. They thought that the martial arts they would experience would be the kind of martial arts world where people would take revenge, drink and eat meat. Unexpectedly, they were dragged down by the war, and the martial arts dream in their hearts was shattered. Yan Rui felt sorry. He bent his legs and hugged him to the sofa, just like Anan who was lying beside him. The whole person rolled into a small ball, looking at the hero on the screen and sighing. Jian Anqi didn't rest either. He heard the sound from the living room. He opened the door and saw Yan Rui's fragile look. Jian Anqi walked forward quickly. No matter what the reason was, he wanted to comfort Yan Rui now. After hearing his footsteps, Yan Rui turned around and smiled at him. Seeing Yan Rui like this, Jian Anqi was relieved. After sitting next to Yan Rui, he chatted, "What are you watching?" "Watching the martial arts world that only exists in movies." Yan Rui's tone was still a little disappointed. "I really want to participate in the martial arts conference." Jian Anqi hesitated for a moment. He didn't expect Yan Rui to be troubled by this problem. In fact, it is not impossible. If the world is peaceful, the martial arts world will surely rise and develop into what you want. Jian Anqi spoke slowly. "Otherwise, we can stay for a few more years before leaving." "Forget it. I didn't find the original species I wanted here. I might as well try my luck in the next plane. But before choosing a plane this time, you must observe the situation of the plane carefully. At least choose a peaceful era. It's hard to make money in a peaceful era." The system interrupted at this time. "Maybe if you stay here for 2 more years, you can transfer an interstellar cruiser." "What do I need an interstellar cruiser for? I just want to live a stable life until I grow old." Yan Rui rested his head on the sofa. Why did it suddenly become like this? Since the system appeared, his whole life has taken a turn, and he doesn't know whether it is good or bad. "Are you hungry? I baked dried fruits today. If you want to eat them, I'll get them for you," Jian Anqi asked. Yan Rui looked at Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi with a calm tone. Jian Anqi with a strong body and no wounds. Jian Anqi without blood all over his face. And Jian Anqi who comforted himself that he was fine. So no matter how hard it is, it's a good thing. Yan Rui nodded vigorously. "Yes. You eat with me." Jian Anqi smiled and rubbed his hair. Yan Rui watched his back as he went to the kitchen, rubbed his chest, took a deep breath, and turned his eyes to the TV in front of him. Being able to live such a leisurely life is a gift from God. "System, are you ready for tomorrow's battle?" "Already ready," the system said firmly. "There will be no mistakes tomorrow." Before dawn the next day, Jian Anqi and Yan Rui went downstairs. Before leaving, Yan Rui also told Hua Ying, "Look after the house well, and wait for me to bring Pu Jun over." Hua Ying was in a complicated mood. He nodded and said, "You should also pay attention to safety." It was only a short time after the two of them went out that the system reminded, "Hua Ying is secretly following you too." Yan Rui stopped and turned to look at Jian Anqi. "Do you want to send him back?" Jian Anqi shook his head. "He won't listen. Let him follow. He will definitely ensure his own safety." Yanrui took advantage of Hua Ying lowering her head to look back, and then said to Jian Anqi with some concern, I should have brought Anan out earlier and let Anan watch him from behind. I can let Anan come out, the system said. I can let Anan communicate with you. He is now wandering aimlessly on the first floor and looks a little bored. Yanrui forgot about this. But can Anan understand what we say? After all, he is still young. You can let him try. You have injected superpowers into him in the past 2 days. His spirituality far exceeds that of other beasts in this plane. In addition, he is naturally gifted. You don't have to worry about these things. But forget it. Let's try it. Anan looks very capable anyway. He should be able to ensure his own safety. Yanrui asked the system to connect to the supermarket speakers. Anan, where is my baby Anan? Anan immediately became alert after hearing Yanrui's voice. Looking around, and his tail kept shaking. The characteristics of a puppy were actually displayed on a cat. Yanrui's heart melted when he saw Anan like this. He said loudly, Anan, I need your help. Can you help me protect someone? Anan tilted his head. And Yanrui continued, It's the man who lived on our first floor these 2 days. He gave us all his property. If you protect him well, I will buy you cans when you go back. Anan hadn't eaten cans yet. But after hearing what Yanrui said, it immediately meowed to show its agreement. Yanrui narrowed his eyes after hearing this. Go out and walk east. Follow my scent, and you will meet him. Just follow him. Anan walked to the door and tapped the door with his paw. The system immediately unlocked the door. Anan rushed out like an arrow from a string. Can we add a copy of our amulet to Anan? I'm still a little worried about its safety. Sure. Would the host like to place the order now or later? Of course I'll order it now. As Yanrui finished speaking, Anan immediately felt his body. He scratched his paws a little uneasily, but found that there was nothing abnormal about him. So he immediately put this strange feeling behind his mind, but found Hua Ying in a moment. Hua Ying was startled when he saw Anan. He immediately squatted down and wanted to touch Anan's head, but Anan dodged. Hua Ying nervously pointed to the front and said, Your master is in front. Go quickly. After hearing what Hua Ying said, Anan looked forward with some nostalgia, but he still stopped and rubbed Hua Ying's trouser legs. Hua Ying's heart tightened. Could it be that Yanrui and Jian Anqi already knew that he was going out? But what about Anan? He had locked the door when he went out. No matter how smart Anan was, he couldn't open the door by himself. I'll take you back now. You? Hua Ying didn't finish his words. Anan walked forward, and even looked back at him in confusion when Hua Ying hesitated. Hua Ying gritted his teeth and didn't care about that anymore. He followed Anan's footsteps and discussed with him, if you find someone holding a knife later, you run away immediately and don't conflict with anyone. Understand? Anan meowed. And Hua Ying looked at the spiritual Haishili and murmured enviously, I wish I could have a cat like you. Hua Ying didn't know if Anan understood what he meant, but he knew that after every sentence he said, Anan would meow in support. With Anan's company, Hua Ying was no longer alone on this journey. Yanrui and Jian Anqi walked to the gate of Huyuan town. Jian Anqi looked at his watch. Lushan village should have sent out troops now. If we wait a little longer, we should be able to see the Su family's army confronting them. Will they temporarily cancel the execution? Yanrui guessed with some concern. If they temporarily cancel the execution, I don't know if Pu Jun can bear the punishment. Yanrui knew without even thinking that Pu Jun must have suffered a lot in the past 2 days. The Su family was not easy to deal with, and they found out about Hua Ying's betrayal. Yanrui thought about it and shuddered. No. This day was a good day calculated by Ding Ran. The god ancestor will not slap himself in the face. If they really cancel the execution, we can let the Wang family spread the rumor that the god ancestor punished Pu Jun and caused the punishment from the sky. They may have taken face too seriously, but this did make things easier for them. It was already daybreak, and many people from the nearby villages and towns had come to watch the execution. Yanrui asked the system to listen to the whispers of the surrounding villagers to see if he could hear any news, calling people to watch the execution so early in the morning. When will this day end? I have to feed the pigs in the morning. I am the only one in my family, so I have to come. Don't mention it. There is a family in our village with only an 8-year-old child left. As a result, they have to come now. Otherwise the soldiers of the Su family will chop him up, and their family will be extinct. If you ask me, extinction is extinction. This life is really unbearable. Giving birth to a child is also suffering. Don't say that. You are giving birth to a child and making the child suffer. The Su family gave birth to a child and made them rich. You just say you are incompetent and that's it. Su family. After hearing these two words, the expressions of the people around were hard to describe. It seemed that they had a lot to say, but they stopped abruptly because of the officers and soldiers around them. Yin Rui looked at the mental state of these people and sighed. It seemed that even if they wanted to say something, they couldn't say it in front of these officers and soldiers. Maybe they would be killed in the next second after they finished speaking. The people in the Su family army seemed to be very energetic, but because of careful discovery, even though they were all in fake military uniforms, some of them were familiar people, and the other part looked like Su Qing's men. Will there be Su Qing's elite among them? Yin Rui asked quietly beside Jian Anqi's ear. Yin Rui's sudden approach made Jian Anqi's heart tighten. Jian Anqi clenched his fists and used the pain to make himself sober. Even if they are not elite, they are Su Qing's soldiers. Look at their standing postures and the way they hold weapons. They are clearly divided into two types. Look at the front. The man is holding the knife with his forehand, which can save some energy and increase dexterity on the battlefield, and the man next to him is obviously holding the knife with his backhand, which is faster to draw the knife, and can seize the initiative and be safer. Yin Rui didn't expect that there were so many tricks to holding a weapon. He continued to ask, then do you think these people are easy to fight? Jian Anqi took a deep breath. Very easy to fight. Not as good as 1/3 of Lushan village. Recalling Jian Anqi's performance in Lushan village yesterday, Yin Rui breathed a sigh of relief. And at the same time, his admiration for Jian Anqi rose again. Yesterday, he watched a martial arts competition up close. Jian Anqi faced 8 leaders of Lushan village alone, and he was not at all inferior. He thought it was because the more powerful manager of Lushan village had been killed by the Su family in a sneak attack. But when he asked Hua Yun said that Lushan village was just a bandit village. It was able to stand for so many years because their leaders all relied on their own martial arts to become managers. Whoever was the strongest had the highest ranking. So many regular troops around did not dare to provoke them, because they were too bloody. Even if they were few in number, they could still tear off a layer of skin from them as long as they were on the battlefield. But such a terrifying bandit leader could not be Jian Anqi alone. And Yin Rui felt a sense of pride in his heart. In his previous life, Jian Anqi also relied on his own strength to scare people around him. People are coming. Jian Anqi raised his hand and patted Yin Rui, but accidentally patted Yin Rui's waist. His ears turned red, and he withdrew his hand and continued, "Be careful. Let's move forward." Yin Rui nodded, bent his knees and moved forward. There was no other way. Compared with the residents around him, he was too tall. In order not to attract attention, the two of them could only squat and walk. Fortunately, I drank the physical enhancer before. Otherwise my legs would definitely start to shake now. Yin Rui gritted his teeth and looked out along the shoulders of the people in front of him. Today, we will kill the demons possessed by evil spirits here. The person standing in front and talking was Su Ming. The moment Yin Rui saw him, he was shocked. Su Ming's face now did not look good. His face was gloomy and pale, which was very different from what he had seen before. He didn't look like a good guy before, but he looked like a rich and corrupt businessman. Now Su Ming looked like someone sucked his energy, and he would not live for a few days because of retribution. He is so young. It seems that he will be reincarnated again soon. Yin Rui whispered to Jian Anqi beside him. Have you seen Wang Jingyue's people? Yes. They are opposite us. Jian Anqi gently touched the back of Yin Rui's hand and pointed him in a direction. There are 4 or 5 people gathered over there, and 6 or 7 people are hiding in the back. It seems that Wang Jingyu still followed our plan. Needless to say, Wang Jingyu is a smart person. But there was no sign of Pu Jun. Yin Rui was a little anxious. He wanted to stand up and take a look outside, but was stopped by Jian Anqi. It's dangerous. They are waiting for someone to save Pu Jun. Yin Rui suppressed his thoughts and said worriedly, I just don't know if Hua Ying can keep calm. Don't worry. He is a smart man. Yin Rui saw someone rushing to Su Ming, then kneeling in front of Su Ming and saying a few words. Su Ming's face changed after hearing it, and he immediately looked behind him. As soon as he turned around, Ding Ren came out of the gate, followed by Zhou Hao and a dozen guards in white. Because the distance was too far, Yin Rui couldn't hear what Su Ming said when he walked quickly to Ding Ren. But he could see the two arguing. The system turned on its screen at this time and broadcast live to Yin Rui and Jian Anqi at the same time. Yin Rui heard what the two were arguing about. The traitor must be someone from your side. Only 3 of us know about this plan. Are you sure? Are you sure it wasn't your ex-wife who did it? Ding Ran looked at Su Ming leisurely. Besides that, how can you explain why Lushan village knows so much about your Su family's army? I heard that 600 people died in the battle just now. Actually, it's not that many. Don't you have 800,000 troops? And aren't these residents in front of you your reserve army? Don't talk nonsense. I heard that you were furious because a few guards died that day. Do you really want me to make public how those guards died? Then do you dare? Ding Ran stared at Su Ming. I have already told you that he has joined forces with the Wang family. Since you don't believe it, there is nothing I can do. You say you are helping the Su family, but you are not helping the Su family at all. You are helping Su Qing. It was Su Qing who did my father's business. Right? Ding Ran sneered. What do your Su family's affairs have to do with me? Only you believe in those things about robbing luck. Yin Rui felt dizzy when he heard what they said. This was too complicated. The 3 groups of people were actually calculating against each other. And there were things he didn't know. In short, kill Pu Jun today and establish the prestige of my Su family. Remember, the Su family in Huyuan town is my Su family. If you can't see your position clearly, don't blame me if you become like Su Qing in the future. What about Su Qing? What about Su Qing? Yin Rui couldn't suppress his curiosity and grabbed Jian Anqi's sleeve. What happened to Su Qing? Why didn't he come today? Yin Rui thought Su Qing went to fight against Lushan village. But he didn't expect that there was another hidden story. It seems that in just 3 days, the Wang family has done a lot of things. And they are determined to succeed in this operation. Looking at the time, it was almost time for the execution. But Su Ming looked at the door. He had been waiting for a long time. And it was already past the scheduled time. And he didn't wait for his people to bring Pu Jun over. What's going on? Su Ming looked up at the sky. Go and have a look. Su Ming ordered the servant beside him. And the servant bowed and ran towards the city. After a long time, the people around began to show impatience. But no one dared to say a word. Here they come. The servant's voice was a little high-pitched. The criminal is coming. In fact, this time Pu Jun was not the only criminal. There were several people tied up with him. Su Ming didn't know what happened. Frowning with his hands behind his back, the servant came up and explained to Su Ming. And Su Ming's brows relaxed. Su Ming not only relaxed, but also smiled and looked at the prison van with his arms folded. See? I said someone would save him at the distance from the cell to the execution place. I won. Yin Rui looked at the bloodstained man next to Pu Jun, gritted his teeth and said, didn't we stop them from hijacking the prison van? Why don't they listen? Jian Anqi looked at the people who were angry and cursed at Su Ming and said, reckless man. You must be dissatisfied with Wang Jingyue's leadership. Yin Rui sighed. Indeed, Wang Jingyu was young, and it was not so easy to convince others. Okay. The criminals have all arrived. Su Ming looked around and didn't see any familiar faces, so he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But he cheered up again. You see, this is the power of evil spirits. Even in prison, they can still bewitch people. The people around him didn't say a word after hearing Su Ming's words. Everyone knew what was going on. But at this moment, the truth seemed so powerless. Pu Jun, you bewitched my Su family to work for you. And you bewitched people who had nothing to do with you to rob the prisoner car in defiance of the world. This evil spirit must be eradicated immediately. Pu Jun had a claw stuffed in his mouth. And his eyes, which had been covered with black cloth before, were now exposed, like a black hole, which made people terrified, coupled with his unwilling roar and the miserable state of the people who saved him. Some timid ones have begun to avoid it. There are even children who are frightened and cry loudly. Why bring children to such a scene? Yin Rui murmured. When you attack later, don't hurt ordinary residents. Jian Anqi nodded. And at this time another line of troops came out from his side. These people surrounded all the residents in the field. Su Ming looked at Su Qing, who came out of the city gate with an unhappy face. Why are you here now? Instead of staying in bed to recuperate? Why should I come here? Don't you know that your old nest has been destroyed by the Wang family? Even though Su Qing disliked Su Ming, they were both from the Su family after all. The people you left in Kaohsiung have been blown up by the Wang family. And there are only a few left. Su Qing briefly talked about the situation of Su Ming's army. Su Ming then realized that Lushan village was just a cover. And the real target of the Wang family was his trusted soldiers in Kaohsiung. How can they get to Kaohsiung? Su Ming was furious, and his voice was loud. Pu Jun, who was tied to the fire rack, and the people around him heard his voice. Although his mouth was covered, the laughter of several people still reached Pu Jun's ears. Su Ming was furious. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at your stupidity. I'm laughing at you really thinking that Wang Jingyu is kept in the backyard by you and doesn't know the world. I'm laughing at you believing in charlatans like Shinzu. I'm laughing at you not knowing who the real enemy is when you are about to die. What did Wang Jingyu do? Do you really think she doesn't know that you killed her mother? Or do you really think that she will be attached to you after you send her brother to the battlefield? Or do you think she will value you more than anything else like your previous wives and concubines? Then you know that before she met you, she had already started to prepare to rebel against your Su family. Pu Jun laughed happily, with tears in the corners of her eyes. Do you really think that your Su family is invincible and can do anything in this world? And your god ancestor is just a group of charlatans and liars. Just a group of speculators. Even if your Su family is in power, they must obey the orders of the god ancestor. Shut up. Su Ming was angry and took the knife to stab Pu Jun. But Ding Ran stopped him at this time. He looked at Pu Jun and asked, "Where did you hear this?" "I didn't hear it from anywhere. I just know it." Pu Jun curled the corners of his lips. "I'll tell you later if I have the chance. It was Yan Rui. It was Yan Rui who did it." Ding Ran's face changed drastically. "What else did he say to you?" Listening to Pu Jun's words, Yan Rui scratched his head helplessly. "Tell me about Ding Ran. Why does he hate me for no reason?" "It's not for no reason. He should have grown up among the gods. He has always been a favored child of heaven. And this is the first time he suffered a loss at your side. So he regards you as an imaginary enemy," Jian Anqi explained. "They are slow to act. Why don't we force them?" How to force? The two men were obviously crazy because of the impact of the past 2 days. And they actually accused each other of exposing their past in public. He felt that the residents around him wished he was blind and deaf, and didn't want to get involved at all. Jian Anqi picked up a stone from the ground, then took out a slingshot, aimed and pulled it tight, and the stone suddenly shot out and hit Ding Ran's eyes. "Who did it?" Ding Ran covered his eyes, angry and ashamed. He looked around but didn't find the suspect. So he shouted behind him, "Kill all the people who came here today, including this Su Ming." This reversal was unexpected. They didn't even light Pu Jun's fire yet, and they were already fighting among themselves? "I knew you were up to something. You just wanted to occupy the power of Hu in town." Su Ming drew his weapon, but he didn't forget Pu Jun, who had a grudge against him, and ordered the servant behind him, "Light the fire." The servant responded and took the torch from the person next to him. Just when he was about to throw it on the firewood under Pu Jun's feet, he fell to the ground in an instant, and blood flowed from his forehead. He almost didn't even hear it before he died. "Let's go!" As soon as Yan Rui rushed out, he saw Su Ming picking up the torch. He ignored Ding Ran's attack on him, after his former soldier blocked a sword for him. A large flame finally ignited under Pu Jun's feet. How did it really burn? After Yan Rui rushed out, he wanted to put out the fire as soon as possible. After seeing Yan Rui's figure, Su Ming had a complicated expression. When Yan Rui rushed out, Wang Jingyue's people also appeared and fought with Ding Ran. Taking advantage of this time, Su Ming looked at Yan Rui and asked loudly, "You chose to help them after all, didn't you?" Yan Rui answered without thinking, "I didn't choose to help them. I chose to help the world. I chose to help peace." The system selected a spray gun in an instant. Yan Rui immediately put out the fire with the spray gun. Jian Anqi stepped forward and cut off the iron chain that bound Pu Jun with one knife. He then cut a few more knives and rescued all his colleagues around him. "Go!" Jian Anqi shouted in the direction of Yan Rui. Yan Rui looked at Su Ming, who was reluctant to attack him, gritted his teeth, and turned away. "Come here. Don't let them go." The scene was already in chaos. When Ding Ran ordered to kill everyone present, the people below had already started to make noise. After someone took action, it seemed to give the residents courage. All the capable people began to fight against the soldiers closest to them. Some of the civilians around them did not want to go forward. Going to the battlefield to kill people was one situation, and killing unarmed civilians was another situation. They actually did not want to do this. The residents were also forced to watch the execution today, but they had to give their lives here inexplicably. No one would sit and wait for death. Rebellion? Kill them all. Su Ming's eyes were red, and he issued a death order. Whoever dares not to do it will be guilty of the same crime as Pu Jun. After hearing this, Pu Jun turned around and shouted in the direction of Su Ming, "It doesn't matter if you are guilty of the same crime as me. Don't be afraid. It's nothing anyway." Su Ming was so angry that his face turned pale, and his already thin body shook twice, looking weak and fragile. At this time, Hua Ying couldn't help it and went forward to greet Pu Jun. Pu Jun, who was still laughing, changed his expression slightly after seeing Hua Ying. "Why did you come out? You are still injured now. Why are you so impulsive?" Hua Ying shook his head. "I'm not impulsive. I'm almost well. I'm fine. Let's go." Hua Ying followed Pu Jun and Yan Rui and wanted to leave together. But at this time Su Qing's soldiers were on the periphery and attacked from inside. "Hua Ying, you are really great. You are really a good dog raised by Su Zongrui." At this time, Su Qing rode a horse and rushed towards Hua Ying with his soldiers. Hua Ying narrowed his eyes. "You guys hurry up. He's coming for me." Yan Rui's head was about to explode. Hua Ying had been lying in his supermarket for the past 2 days, unable to move. How could she be related to Su Qing again? And it seemed that Su Qing had something wrong when Hua Ying was unconscious. And what happened to Su Qing? Doesn't he look healthy? But Yan Rui didn't have any chance to think now. Even if they were all highly skilled in martial arts, 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. There were only more than 20 people on their side, and Ding Rant's guards alone had this number, adding the Su family army that surrounded them in 3 layers. The situation was very serious. "Ah!" There were constant exclamations from behind Su Qing. Yan Rui looked behind him and said happily, "Our reinforcements are here." Everyone looked in that direction hopefully, and they saw Wang Jingyu wearing armor, followed by Wang Jingqi and Hu Yang, riding horses towards them. Seeing Wang Jingyu's appearance, Su Ming's eyes were red with anger. "How dare you betray me?" It seemed that Su Ming had only just confirmed at this moment that Wang Jingyu had really rebelled against the Su family, even though there was all kinds of evidence that it was Wang Jingyu who was behind the scenes. Su Ming was dismissive. How could a woman who was spoiled by him do so many things? It was still possible that Wang Jingqi was the one who did it. So he sent Wang Jingqi to the battlefield. But Wang Jingqi didn't die by mistake. Unexpectedly, before Su Ming could plot against Wang Jingqi again, Wang Jingyu had already rebelled against the Su family. "I'm not against the Su family. I'm not from the Su family. You took me to the Su family by force." Wang Jingyu waved the whip in her hand. She was strong and could knock down 2 or 3 soldiers of the Su family with one whip. Su Ming looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. At this moment, his brain seemed to have collapsed, and he began to speak without thinking. "Did you get together with Yan Rui while I was away? Did you to Yan Rui? Since you showed up, nothing good has happened to me." Yan Rui's attention was all on the soldiers of the Su family around him. He tried to prevent himself from being affected by anything. He didn't hear what Su Ming said, but Jian Anqi heard it. Not only did he hear it, but he was also very angry. The few people who had been rushing out saw that they were about to meet up with Wang Jingyu's troops. As a result, they saw Jian Anqi turn around and rush in the direction of Su Ming. "Where are you going?" Noticing Jian Anqi's movements, Yan Rui asked loudly. And Jian Anqi replied loudly, "Wait for me. Wait until I kill Su Ming. I will follow." "Ah?" Yan Rui was puzzled, and the question mark in his heart was about to become real. When did Jian Anqi and Su Ming have such a deep hatred? But Yan Rui couldn't free his hands for a while. And at this time, Wang Jingyu finally rushed to everyone's side, and Wang Jingqi pulled Yan Rui onto her horse. "Sister, I say Boss Yan. Okay. Retreat now." Wang Jingyu didn't want to fight, and Yan Rui shouted loudly, "I won't leave. Put me down quickly. Jian Anqi hasn't caught up yet. Don't worry. Jian Anqi will be fine." The system just recorded Su Ming's words. He seemed to vaguely realize why he had to go back and kill people when the case was closed. "Get down. I don't know who started it." Yan Rui subconsciously pressed Wang Jingqi down. 2 people fell off the horse. One of them didn't control it well and fell off the horse. After the 2 fell off the horse, a steel knife chopped towards the 2 people. Yan Rui subconsciously pressed Wang Jingqi under his body. As a result, he heard a cry of pain from the people around him. Yan Rui looked up and saw his Anan standing in front of him, with blood on the corner of his mouth and baring his teeth at the people around him. "My little cat is really powerful." Yan Rui stood up and touched Anan's head, and then rubbed his palm with enjoyment. Wang Jingyu also turned her head at this time. It's Ding Ran. Ding Ran attacked you. Yin Rui looked back and saw Ding Ran shooting an arrow with a bow, as if he would not stop until he killed him. Yin Rui immediately made a decision. He turned around and said to Wang Jingqi, "You go first. After I deal with Ding Ran, I will go back with Jian Anqi. You just wait for me in the supermarket." Wang Jingqi fought with the enemies around him and asked as if he didn't understand Yin Rui's words, "What did you say? You want to fight Ding Ran?" He knew how strong Ding Ran was, and he also knew Yin Rui's strength. He knew that Yin Rui would definitely not be able to beat Ding Ran. But the current situation was too tense, and Yin Rui looked like he would not listen to advice. He wanted to take Yin Rui away by force. But just as he was about to get close to Yin Rui, the Black Ten beside him bared his teeth at him, as if he was going to bite his throat off in the next second. "You two are really..." Wang Jingqi stopped persuading. He looked at Wang Jingyu and saw that Wang Jingyu had already started fighting with Su Qing. "Sister, let's go!" Wang Jingyu wanted to leave, but Su Qing didn't want to let her go, so he couldn't get away now. "I'll do it." Pu Jun found a bow from somewhere. He aimed at Su Qing, and as soon as his fingers loosened, the arrow shot in Su Qing's direction. Su Qing didn't check for a while. He felt waves of murderous aura coming towards his side, and it was too late to dodge. Pu Jun's arrow went straight into his chest. "Retreat!" Wang Jingyu finally gave the order, and everyone followed his instructions to leave. Only Jian Anqi and Yin Rui ran in the opposite direction. In addition, "Nen, go! Go!" Some people who didn't know the situation pulled Yin Rui. "General Wang asked us to retreat." "I know. Wait a minute, and I'll fix it." Yin Rui let go of his hand, took out a pair of gloves, and put them on his palm. "Do you want to fight me one-on-one?" Yin Rui looked ahead, unwilling to give in, and asked, "Do you want to die with a clear conscience before you die?" Chapter 84 Atypical Martial Arts. "No." "Okay." Ding Ran and Jian Anqi spoke at the same time. Yin Rui turned his head and found Su Ming lying unconscious at Jian Anqi's feet. Yin Rui looked at Jian Anqi comfortingly. "It's okay. I'm fine." He frowned and looked at Yin Rui disapprovingly. He thought he knew Yin Rui's level very well. He had been watching Yin Rui practice these days. But Yin Rui had been making excuses to shirk his responsibilities, and just kept flipping through the original copy of the Juyu technique. "If it doesn't work, don't we still have weapons?" Yin Rui whispered in Jian Anqi's ear. He grabbed Jian Anqi's arm and shook it left and right. "It's okay. Just trust me once." Jian Anqi frowned, and seeing Yin Rui's persistence, his attitude was somewhat loosened at the end. "You go, but I don't care whether you win or lose. If you get hurt, I will definitely kill Ding Ran." Yin Rui nodded. Okay. You help me keep an eye on Zhou Hao and other people of the god ancestor from behind, and let them behave themselves." Jian Anqi nodded and took out a sniper rifle directly from the space button. "Don't worry. No one of them can interfere. Jian Anqi is really reliable." Yin Rui is satisfied. Walking towards Ding Ran, he spread his hands. "Do you want to start now? Do you want to prepare? I can wait for you." Ding Ran laughed. "Who do you think you are? You dare to speak nonsense to me? Now I can. Dare you hit me?" Yin Rui shook his hand, and his punch hit Ding Ran's face directly, catching Ding Ran off guard. "No one has time to listen to your nonsense." Ding Ran drew his sword, made a sword flower in the direction of Yin Rui, and stabbed straight forward. Yin Rui tilted his head, and the sword passed by his ear. He grabbed Ding Ran's wrist with his backhand and tapped his ribs lightly. Ding Ran immediately trembled slightly in front of everyone. His legs softened, and he knelt in front of Yin Rui. Ding Ran reacted immediately. His legs took advantage of the power of the earth, turned over and raised his legs, kicking Yin Rui in the chest. Yin Rui was knocked back a few steps. Ding Ran stood up and picked up the sword. Slashed down. Yin Rui made a mistake and avoided Ding Ran's attack, but his clothes were cut open. Yin Rui felt a little distressed, but he couldn't care so much at this time. He took a step back with his right foot, looked at Ding Ran who attacked again, and stood there blankly. Ding Ran didn't know what to do when he looked like this. Ding Ran was happy, and the sword in his hand danced out a residual image, but it was in front of Yin Rui in a moment. Yin Rui stood there motionless. Jian Anqi held the gun in his hand, put his finger on the trigger, and was ready to attack the next second. when seeing that Ding Ran's sword was about to pierce Yen Rui's chest. Yen Rui jumped up without hesitation, and then pulled out a wooden stick from somewhere, raised his hand, and slapped Ding Ran's arm. Somehow, looking at Yen Rui's movements, it felt that he was not very strong. But Ding Ran actually let go after Yen Rui passed the first level, and the sword in his hand immediately fell to the ground. And Yen Rui took advantage of the victory and hit him several times, hitting Ding Ran without any chance to fight back. Seeing this, Yen Rui threw away the wooden stick in his hand and pressed Ding Ran's body with both hands. Then, before the people around him could react, he saw Ding Ran's eyes rolled up and he fainted. "What did you do to my senior brother?" Zhou Hao looked at Ding Ran lying on the ground. The outcome was already decided, and his expression changed drastically. Before the two fought, he never thought that the loser would be Ding Ran. "I'll kill you." Zhou Hao also drew out his sword, and together, with the people of Shenzhou behind him, he attacked in the direction of Yen Rui. Bang bang. After 2 gunshots, 2 people of Shenzhou fell to the ground. Zhou Hao subconsciously looked back and saw that the sides of the 2 people who fell to the ground were slowly overflowing with bright red blood. Zhou Hao's eyes turned red with anger, and he lost his mind for a moment. He raised his sword and stabbed towards Yen Rui at an accelerated speed. Ah! Before he took a step, he felt a pain in his shoulder, and the strength in his hand loosened. The sound of the sword falling to the ground reached his ears, and the pain spread belatedly. "Brother." The people of Shenzhou didn't even see how Jian Anqi made his move. The black weapon in Jian Anqi's hand looked stronger than the most advanced crossbows they had used. Just one shot could kill someone. Yen Rui looked at Jian Anqi and blinked at him. Jian Anqi pursed his lips, and Yen Rui took off his gloves and ran towards Jian Anqi. "Look at how good I am." After running to Jian Anqi, Yen Rui's first thing was to ask Jian Anqi for praise. "I told you I could do it." Seeing that the other party didn't dare to act rashly, Jian Anqi put away his gun, looked around vigilantly, and then asked Yen Rui, "When did you become so good at it?" "It's the skills in Zuyushu. You see, I practice boxing every day, and it's not for nothing. The book teaches the most vulnerable acupuncture points in the human body. After I wrote it down, I couldn't find someone else to practice. Ding Ran happened to appear, so I let him be my model," Yen Rui said, his eyes shining. "Didn't you see that I wore gloves before going on stage? These gloves are specially used to increase strength. If I put in a little effort, he can hit 10 times. So that's it." Jian Anqi grabbed Yen Rui. "Do you want to kill those people of Shenzhou as well?" Yen Rui bit his lip, a little tangled. If he left those people behind, they might become his biggest worry in the future. But it was too difficult for him to make the decision to kill. "I know." Jian Anqi looked at Yen Rui's tangled expression, took out another pistol, and walked towards Shenzhou. Yen Rui realized what Jian Anqi wanted to do, and immediately grabbed his wrist. "No. Let's go back." Jian Anqi stopped. "They hate you very much." Although he didn't know where these people's hatred for Yen Rui came from, Jian Anqi could clearly realize that these people hated him. They should be jealous. They should have heard about me from Su Ming. Don't look for the source of malice. Malice that appears out of thin air is not uncommon. Yen Rui grabbed Jian Anqi's arm and retreated in the direction of Shenzhou. At this time, a sound of horse hooves came from behind him. Yen Rui turned around and saw Wang Jingyu riding on a horse in armor. "Boss Yen, you're fine." "That's great." Wang Jingyu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Yen Rui, who was unharmed. She had just dealt with Su Qing's remnants, killing those who could be killed and capturing those who could be captured. After sorting out the situation, she left the mess to Wang Jingqi, and then brought her men to support Yen Rui and Jian Anqi. "Is Ding Ran dead?" Wang Jingyu's eyes lit up when she saw Ding Ran lying on the ground. But Yen Rui poured cold water on her. "He's not dead. He's still alive, and he'll wake up in about an hour. It's better if you're not dead." Wang Jingyu pulled the reins, and the horse flew up and rushed towards Ding Ran. Zhou Hao and others wanted to intercept, but they subconsciously looked at Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi raised his hand and shook the gun in his hand at them. They immediately lost their strength and let Wang Jingyu trap their hands and feet. They became Wang Jingyu as captives without resistance. "Great. These few people of the god ancestor can be of great use." Wang Jingyu rode on the horse with high spirits, and stepped on Su Ming's body with the horse. After confirming that Su Ming was dead, he laughed heartily. "I'm going to go see Su Zhengrui later. Do you two want to come with me?" Yen Rui shook his head. He was not interested in these things. He only had one question now. Are there many casualties among the crowd watching here just now? No one died. Most of the people who came here have some kung fu skills. But many people were injured in the chaos. We have already settled them. Wang Jingyi replied. Most of the dead were soldiers of the Su family. Before, some soldiers of the Su family did not want to betray. Wang Jingyi directly told them that the letters between them and their families were all forged by Su Qing. These people did not believe it. Wang Jingyi took out several pieces of evidence and asked them if they were working for Su Qing now, and were ready to return to their hometown to find out the truth after they died. Su Qing's elite soldiers calmed down and let Wang Jingyi deal with it. But the families of these elite soldiers are really a problem. If there is a chance in the future, I will help them find them. Yen Rui looked around at the remaining soldiers who were sorting out the battlefield, and then looked at the ordinary people in the distance who were bandaging their wounds. He sighed, touched an ant's furry head, and said, "Let's go back." Jian Anqi followed him silently as usual. Wang Jingyi wanted to ask Yen Rui to stay, but she heard Yen Rui say, "You'd better be careful. The news market in Lining County belongs to the god ancestor. Their news spreads so quickly. Maybe there are spies disguised as ordinary people around. You'd better make a quick decision and occupy Huyuan town as quickly as possible." Wang Jingyue's face was stern. After thanking Yen Rui, he waved behind him and ran towards Huyuan town. Yen Rui sighed and didn't say a word all the way. He was just overjoyed because he defeated Ding Ran. But now, he was disappointed again. After returning to the supermarket, Jian Anqi looked at Yen Rui, who was in a low mood, and asked carefully, "Do you want to eat something delicious?" "I made orange mousse." Yen Rui shook his head. Today, he finally understood why this plane was also classified as a disaster plane. This situation and this environment fell on every ordinary person in this era. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a disaster. Even if it was a man-made disaster, it shouldn't have been like this. Jian Anqi stared at Yen Rui for a long while, then turned around and went upstairs. Yen Rui looked at his watch and thought that no one would come to buy anything today. So he lay on the table and played with an ant's head out of boredom, looking at the blood on an ant's fur. Yen Rui had an idea and took out his mobile phone to send a message to Jian Anqi. "Bring down a large basin of hot water. I want to give it in a bath." Jian Anqi, who was holding the orange mousse upstairs, paused after receiving the message, then put the mousse back in the refrigerator, then took out a huge washing basin from the space button, filled it with hot water, and went downstairs. After going downstairs, Jian Anqi didn't say a word, but exchanged glances with Yen Rui, and the two nodded in tacit understanding. In front of Anan, Yen Rui pretended to be bored and stretched, then rubbed an An's ears who was lying on the table. "My baby, I'm not in a good mood today. Can you touch your belly for me?" Anan looked at Yen Rui in confusion, and for some reason, she suddenly had an ominous premonition in her heart. However, Anan still turned over obediently, turned her belly to the sky, and waved to Yen Rui, signaling him to hurry up. Yen Rui first lowered his head and took a deep breath on an An's belly. The bloody smell from his nose made him frown, and he muttered in his heart why Anan didn't lick his fur. But his expression did not change, and he raised his face and kissed an An's neck again. Just when Anan relaxed his vigilance, Yen Rui picked him up. The weight of more than 70 kilograms was nothing in Yen Rui's hands. Before Anan could react, the whole cat was already lying in the basin. Anan looked at Yen Rui in disbelief. Yen Rui wet his fur with the water in the basin and explained, "I didn't mean to lie to you. It's just that you didn't like taking a bath since you were a child. I had to bring you here. Don't blame me. And if you don't take a bath, your fur will get tangled. Then I can only shave your fur. How ugly it will be when there are some fur and some no fur." Anan, who realized that he had been deceived, was furious. He opened his mouth and screamed loudly, meowing non-stop, and struggled hard to escape from the cage quickly. Yen Rui smiled and said to Jian Anqi, who was holding Anan beside him, "You curse very dirty." The system spoke at this time. "Do you want to buy a pet translator? In this way, you will know what Anan wants to say in the future. At that time, Anan will be able to perfectly express her needs, and the communication between you two will become barrier-free." Yen Rui listened and was moved. "Why didn't you sell it to me before?" The system was silent, and after a long time, it asked, "Do you want to buy it?" Yen Rui refused without thinking. "Not now. I will buy it after Anan calms down." He didn't want to pick up the curse, Otherwise it would cause so much affection. Yinrui's hands were full of shower gel, and he listened to it in washing from head to toe. The color of the bath water in the basin showed that Anin was not only stained with blood today, but also a lot of mud and sand hidden in it. I have to go online to learn how to deworm. Anin has such thick fur that he must be dewormed. Besides, he is so big that people can tell he is not an ordinary cat. He can't go to the pet hospital for vaccination. Yinrui pinched An's face. Anin turned his head away angrily. Seeing that Anin stopped struggling, Yinrui knelt on the ground and coaxed carefully, after taking a bath. Anin is the cutest kitten in the world. No one is more beautiful and majestic than Anin. Anin was indifferent. Who is so lucky to become a family with Anin? It turned out to be me. Yinrui picked him up regardless of the foam on An's body. While waiting for Jian'anqi to change the water, Yinrui kept holding him in his arms to comfort him. What a sweet kitten. Our Anin is beautiful and majestic. Who doesn't envy me when seeing Anin? Whose kitten is so powerful that it can kill people with one claw? Is there any kitten more reliable than Anin? Anin is too thin now. It's my fault. I should feed Anin more delicious food. After hearing the last sentence, An's belly swelled a little. He slowly turned his head and looked at Yinrui tentatively. Yinrui chuckled and said, I'll let Jian'anqi make you the most delicious cat cookies in a while. Okay? Don't be angry, my little baby. Carrying the basin downstairs, Jian heard the last sentence, and she was a little helpless. He is a little overweight now. Feeling that Anin was getting angry again, Yinrui hurriedly said, No way. Our Anin is called bodybuilding, and today's consumption is so high. Anin also helped me protect Huaying. He should eat something good. Right? Anin couldn't help but meow. Yinrui smiled and looked at Jian'anqi. You see, Anin also agrees. Jian'anqi put the water bowl on the ground and raised his head in surrender. Okay. Okay. I will do it in a while. Not only cat biscuits, but also bear biscuits. Okay? Yinrui responded, and then slowly put Anin back into the water bowl. This time it no longer struggled, but closed its eyes, immersed the whole cat in the water, closed its eyes, and raised its head, as if waiting for Yinrui's service. Let me do it. Just as Jian'anqi was about to do it, Yinrui refused. No. Let me do it. You should take a break after lifting such a heavy basin up and down. Jian'anqi did not insist. The two of them chatted while bathing Anin. After the fight with Anin, Yinrui's low mood was swept away. I don't know how much Huaying's family property is. I'm a little excited now. He shouldn't have much. His previous property has been confiscated, and he shouldn't have earned much from the Su family later. Jian'anqi stared at Yinrui's profile and asked, You agreed because you knew it wasn't much? Of course not, Yinrui retorted. I just thought he might be dying, and I agreed to it so that he could keep his breath. When I saw him like that, I always felt that he would die in the next second, which scared me to death. What if his family property is really a lot? Jian'anqi didn't give up and continued to ask. Yinrui's hand paused for a moment. Then he said, Okay, you guessed right. I definitely won't ask for a lot of compensation. Jian'anqi was satisfied. He knew he wouldn't guess Yinrui's thoughts wrong. After Wang Jingyu settles this area, how about we go to various villages to be peddlers? The two had experienced it once before in Huyuan Town and Lining County, and they felt good. Jian'anqi continued to propose to Yinrui. This time we will pull a small cart and sell wherever we want. Okay. Anyway, the Wantian ladder is so high, and no one is really willing to come often. So the location selection is the first principle of opening a store. Choosing the right address is the first step to success. Choosing the wrong address, that's what they are like now. Finally, Anin was cleaned up. Yinrui asked Anin to shake off the water on his body, then took out a bath towel from the space button and wrapped Anin directly. Let's go back and get a hair dryer to blow it. Such thick hair can't be dried for a while. Don't catch a cold. Then I'll get the hair dryer down from upstairs. Anin was not used to the sound of the hair dryer, so Yinrui could only comfort him while blowing his hair, and kissed him from time to time, just to make him not too nervous. After the two of them blew Anin clean, a brand new and refreshing kitten appeared in front of them. After finishing, Anin licked his paws with some enjoyment, then leaned his head towards Yinrui and rubbed against him. Yinrui was a little surprised. He hugged Anin with satisfaction, then raised his head and looked at Jian'anqi. You come and hug too. Jian'anqi was stunned for a moment, lowered his head, and looked hesitant. Yenrui was confused and urged in a low voice, "Hurry up." "What are you doing?" Jian Anqi raised his eyes, a little confused, and after a moment, his expression became firm. He walked forward and hugged Yenrui from behind. "Yenrui? I asked you to hold the cat. Why did you hold me?" Yenrui wanted to speak, but he opened his mouth and said nothing. He didn't know what to say in this situation. Should he struggle, refute, or discipline? It would be better to joke. But his mind was blank now, and he didn't know what to say. Yenrui felt like a year, after an unknown amount of time, and then heard the footsteps outside the door, stood up instantly, and rushed out like an arrow. Jian Anqi and Yenrui separated. Yenrui touched the slightly hot tip of his ear awkwardly. Hee, and then said, "You don't like to hold cats." As soon as he said this, Jian Anqi froze in place. He recalled the scene just now, and then realized that Yenrui didn't say that he wanted him to hold him, but that he wanted him to hold Anin. Jian Anqi's brain short-circuited instantly, and his stiff body showed that he was at a loss. Yenrui did not look back, but pretended to ignore him, and generally leaned his head towards the direction of the door. "I don't know who is coming. Shouldn't they be very busy now?" Jian Anqi did not speak, and Yenrui did not look back. As if talking to himself, "Why are you walking so slowly? They have caught up with an ants 10-kilometer run in one step. Is this the origin of the name Haishili?" Hee. Jian Anqi took a deep breath, thinking that the best way now was to apologize. But after he raised his head, he noticed Yenrui's red ears, and the skin behind his neck was all stained with blood as far as he could see, and his mind moved. "Do you want to go upstairs to change clothes? If someone comes, I will help you receive them." Yenrui came back to his senses. His clothes were now stained with dust and wrinkled, and there was a piece of cloth missing at the corner of his clothes. In addition, he had just bathed in it, and the cloth in front of him was soaked. He really should change into a new set of clothes. Yenrui took a deep breath. "Then I'll go upstairs." After saying that, he turned around, lowered his head, and ran upstairs without even looking at Jian Anqi's expression. Jian Anqi saw Yenrui's slightly flushed cheeks at a glance. He was in a good mood. He stood in front of the cashier, played a song in his mind, and then waited for customers with a smile. After a long time, the first person appeared at the door. Jian Anqi raised his head and looked in the direction of the door, and saw a middle-aged man with pudding on his body, but dressed neatly and looked very energetic standing at the door. "Welcome," Jian Anqi said. "You can go in and pick whatever you want to buy. If you need anything, you can call me." After hearing Jian Anqi's words, the man immediately bent down, hurriedly said hey twice, looked around, then picked up the basket and walked into the supermarket. Jian Anqi looked at Anin, who had not returned yet, and was a little worried. He looked outside the door and asked the system, "Where did Anin go? Anin is still at the door?" The system turned on the screen without saying anything, and then saw that there was a line of people standing next to the Wantian ladder, waiting to enter the supermarket, and Anin was sitting at the door staring at the leader. The man seemed a little afraid of Anin, but he stood there with his chest held high. Jian Anqi walked around the cashier counter and shouted outside the door, "What are you doing?" "Anin, I have to give Anin a good talk later. We don't do intimidation in our family." Jian Anqi originally wanted to call Anin back, but the people standing behind Anin staggered after hearing Jian Anqi's voice. Some people almost fell off the cliff. He waved to the leader, who pointed at him in disbelief. Jian Anqi nodded, and the man immediately trotted forward. "Sir, you called me? Are you going to buy something?" Jian Anqi looked up and down at the unprepossessing middle-aged man. "If you want to buy something, go in. There is only one person inside now." "Thank you, sir." The man bowed deeply to Jian Anqi as if he had received some great gift, and then walked into the supermarket. After only 2 people came in, Jian Anqi thought that the people behind him could catch up, but the rest of the people still stood beside Anin, as if they were waiting for their numbers to be called in a popular hot pot restaurant. However, the supermarket was now very empty, and Jian Anqi called again, and Anin reluctantly looked back and returned to Jian Anqi's side. "I thought that after calling Anin back, these people would line up and enter the door one by one, but after seeing Anin leave, these people's faces became a little anxious, and some even tiptoed to explore the house. Come here." Jian Anqi hooked his hand at the people who were still queuing outside the door. "Is it me?" The third person showed the same surprised expression as the second one, nodded, and waved to him. I'm talking about you. The man was ecstatic and trotted to Jian Anqi's side. Can I worship the true God? After hearing what this person said, Jian Anqi frowned. What did you say? What true God? The man was shocked by Jian Anqi's expression, and he took a step back timidly. Sorry. I was abrupt. Jian Anqi frowned and said to him, Speak clearly. What true God? What's wrong? Yen Rui, who had just come downstairs, saw that the two people were on the verge of a fight, and hurriedly stepped forward and asked in a gentle voice, If you have anything to say, please tell me slowly. Someone told me that there is a true God here. As long as you bring your sincerity and the most valuable things in your home, you can get the protection of the true God here. What true God's protection? Are you sure you mean here? Is this really not made up by those charlatans of the God ancestor? Yes. It's in the temple next to the Wan Tian ladder. The temple next to the Wan Tian ladder is different from other temples. It's a paradise of its own. So don't be surprised by what you see inside. It's all the reward from the true God. This man stuttered at first, but he spoke more and more fluently, and even danced with joy in the end. I heard that as long as you buy things here, you can be safe. Even if you are taken to the battlefield in the future, you can escape unscathed. Yen Rui slapped his forehead. Who is spreading rumors about me? I'm going to fight him to death. Isn't this false propaganda? If you can escape unscathed from the battlefield, it must be that one of the generals was killed directly on the battlefield. But even if he was beaten to death, it couldn't be that simple. The term getting away unscathed is too exaggerated. Yen Rui cursed silently in his heart, but did not show it on the surface. Can you tell me where this news came from? It's spread all over our village. As long as you buy something, it's fine. So is this true or false? Yen Rui was about to answer that it was false when he heard Pu Jun's voice from outside the door. Why don't you go in? Staying inside for a while can also get more blessings from the immortals. Okay. The case is solved. It turns out that you are the one who spread rumors for me outside. Yen Rui smiled at the customer. Buy whatever you want. If you don't want to buy it, it doesn't matter. Don't believe too much in those illusory beliefs. I understand. I understand. The man patted his chest. Can't leak the secret. Yen Rui. He walked around the guests and came to Pu Jun, who seemed to be in a very good mood, and pulled her out of the door. You spread rumors about me outside, didn't you? I didn't. Pu Jun looked puzzled. When did I spread rumors about you? Come on. I just saw you spreading rumors about me. What temple? What blessed land? Did you spread them all? Pu Jun raised his hands in surrender. I swear to God, I didn't spread them. How can I be so creative? Who is that? It's Huaying. Pu Jun told Yen Rui everything Huaying did without hesitation. He heard you say there were no customers here, so he thought of a way to attract customers for you. But he said at the beginning that this is a blessed land, and buying things here is equivalent to offering to the fairy court, and the gods will bless you if they see the destined people. Pu Jun continued, That's all I know. Yen Rui stopped. The rumors were indeed getting more and more intense in the spread, but the reputation had spread, and it was too much effort for him to clarify them one by one. Forget it. I'll think of a way to clarify it. Yen Rui turned around and scratched his head, feeling troubled. Pu Jun was puzzled and said, Why do you have to clarify? People who come here to buy things may not believe this legend. They just buy themselves peace of mind. Yen Rui waved his hand. This is different. We must operate with integrity. Then you can give them 2 small things and let them carry them with them. You have a lot of cloth, so why not give them a bunch of cloth strips as their amulets? After hearing this, Yen Rui looked at Pu Jun in surprise. He didn't expect that he had the potential to be a profiteer. However, Pu Jun's suggestion was good. After returning to the supermarket, he looked at Jian Anqi and said, Hurry up and see if there are any particularly cheap amulets in the mall. The kind that can be used a little bit. Seeing Yen Rui's natural look, Jian Anqi couldn't help but feel a little depressed. But he still opened the system mall and asked the system to recommend him products that met Yen Rui's needs. Before, there were only 1 or 2 kinds of protective props in the system mall, leaving little room for the 2 to choose. But the system has been continuously increasing the variety of goods these days. Now there are 3 pages of different types of amulets alone. The updated shelves not only have amulets, but also many other categories of things. Jian Anqi decided to find an opportunity to discuss the new products in the mall with Yen Rui. This is good. It's a talisman for beginners of the XX sect to practice. It only costs 3 points. Has your current mission expanded to the world of cultivation? Of course. Our growth rate is far beyond your expectation. If I tell you, I'm afraid it will scare you. The system said proudly. This is nothing. Jian Anqi nodded and sent the product information of this talisman to Yin Rui. Yin Rui was also surprised after seeing the product details. The reason is that this thing is really too much for his appetite now. First, 1,000 pieces. This talisman is cheap and effective. It can slightly change one's own fortune, but the degree and direction of change cannot be determined. It is the lowest spiritual talisman in the world of cultivation, but for his martial arts plane in the war, it is the most suitable product. The next second, 1,000 talismans were in Yin Rui's hands. And at this time the first person also came to the cashier with the goods he had selected, and carefully placed the basket on the table. Hello. Can I exchange these things with this? The man took out a book from his arms. This is a replica of my family's inherited martial arts. Can I exchange it for this bag of rice? Yes. You can get 2 more bags of rice and 2 bags of noodles, so that the value will be equal. Yin Rui took the book and flipped through it with satisfaction. Perhaps this is a good start. The man was delighted. He really deserves to be a true god. He actually loves his believers so much. If this book is placed in the pawn shop, the money he can get is only enough to buy half a bag of rice. But here he can exchange it for 5 bags. When this man came, he didn't expect that he could exchange so many things. He was at a loss for a while, not knowing how to take the things over. Yin Rui found a rope and a long wooden stick and made a simple shoulder pole for him. The man thanked Yin Rui profusely and then left gratefully. Before leaving, he tightly grasped the amulet Yin Rui gave him. Don't hold it in your hand. It's hard to get rid of it if you lose it or it gets wet. Don't be too nervous. You can get it next time. After hearing what Yin Rui said, the man's eyes suddenly turned red, catching Yin Rui off guard. When Yin Rui was about to speak to comfort him, the man bowed deeply to Yin Rui, then turned around and ran away. Looking at his back, Yin Rui was puzzled, but the second person's behavior was the same as his. After he said a few words casually, his voice became hoarse, and he lowered his head and thanked him. Yin Rui realized it later. Did these people treat him as a god? Things suddenly became difficult. Seeing Yin Rui start to worry, Jian Anqi walked up to him, patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry. People now just need a psychological sustenance." The war nearby had just ended, and no one knew when the next war would start. Everyone was resigned to fate. And at this time, a place that might change their current situation suddenly appeared. Whether it was true or false, as long as it could make their hearts a little more stable, it would be enough. But I can't do what they expect in their hearts. What if they get injured and lose their lives on the battlefield in the future and blame me? Do your best and leave it to fate. I have already given you the amulet. We can't do much else. But what we can do now is... Jian Anqi originally wanted to persuade Yin Rui not to worry too much. The two of them could think of a solution together. But he was stuck here. What are you thinking about? Pu Jun brought a lot of things to pay the bill. Seeing the two people's gloomy look, he knew what the two people were worried about. It's useless for you two to think too much. Do you think they don't know that this is fake? No one will take it seriously after leaving this door. Maybe they will believe me more. After all, I have been reborn from the ashes. Pu Jun said with a smile. Your place can really benefit everyone. But if someone wants to burn incense or something, just stop them. If they want to burn incense, they are probably too poisoned. But if they want to buy things to change their luck, they can just try it casually. After listening to Pu Jun's words, Yin Rui suddenly understood that the people here, like him, all follow the life motto of left eye twitching means wealth. Right eye twitching means eyelid spasm. He had imagined these people to be too pedantic and superstitious, which was really wrong. After putting down the heavy stone in his heart, Yin Rui picked up the things in Pu Jun's shopping cart. Do you like to eat all these things? There were jelly, spicy strips, milk powder, potato chips, biscuits, and instant noodles of various flavors. No. I bought it for Huaying. Huaying has not had much appetite recently, so I bought these to nourish him. These things are not very nourishing actually. You can stew chicken soup for him. It's better than this. Yin Rui counted the bills while persuading, don't eat badly. Give these to whet his appetite. It's been hot lately. Not only does he have no appetite, but I have no appetite either. Pu Jun smiled and said, I'll send the things to you after he gets better in the next 2 days. Huaying's property. Then I'll wait and see. Yan Rui said. But you tell him to take good care of his injuries, and don't take it to heart. I didn't spend much time saving him. He asked me to come today to tell you that he keeps his word. You just wait and see. Pu Jun waved his hand. I'll come with him to see how much he has. Anyway, I'm sure I can pay this debt back in this lifetime. Chapter 85 Atypical Martial Arts 2. Yan Rui received about 200 customers in total that day. If it weren't for the fact that people outside would not come in after more than 3 people, he would have received more customers in a day. As for why they would not come in after more than 3 people, it was because there was a tradition here that if more than 3 people made a wish in the temple, the gods would probably listen. Yan Rui even thought that this made sense. But he would throw this idea behind his mind at any time. However, on the second day, more and more people came. But they still adhered to the principle of no more than 3 people in the temple, which made Yan Rui a little anxious. Yan Rui looked at the empty shop, and then at the S-shaped queue outside the door. After looking around, he simply stood up and walked outside the door and shouted loudly. The gods are wise. Hearing that the believers here are devout, they have specially sent more people to record the wishes. You can line up and enter the door now. Don't let the immortals wait. Some people were skeptical about Yan Rui's words, and were still reluctant to act. Yan Rui simply conjured up a talisman in front of everyone. Look! This is what the immortal gave me. Everyone was in an uproar. And even the team was in a commotion. Seeing this, Yan Rui smiled and said, Please enter in order. The store can accommodate 21 people. As soon as Yan Rui finished speaking, someone boldly asked, Why 21 people? Because the immortals sent 7 little arhats to the earth, each of whom has 3 heads and 6 arms, and can listen to the wishes of 3 people at the same time. So the temple can accommodate up to 21 people at a time. Yan Rui made up a story. But don't make a wish that's too outrageous. Be careful of the gods' anger. The talisman can satisfy the desire for peace. Even though 21 people had entered, the order in the house was still good. Yan Rui even saw 2 people who were surprised and didn't pay attention to the road. After they accidentally bumped into each other, they bowed to each other and apologized. Everyone brought different things. He didn't know where he heard that Yan Rui liked stones. So he sent all kinds of stones, some of which were jade, some were jadeite, and other beautiful minerals. Basically, they were the most valuable items in the house. After Yan Rui received such valuable things, he had to ask them to go back and get them again. And they all took 3 or 4 times the amount. Just like the pair of jade bracelets in front of him. The system scanned and found that they were worth 2 million points. Yan Rui had a headache looking at it. It's too expensive. We can't give you so much goods here. You can take it back. Yan Rui returned the bracelet. If it doesn't work, you can give me Yuanbao coupons. We don't have Yuanbao coupons. Now they are called Yueron coupons. Yan Rui. He said he didn't like these messy changes. Well, Yueron coupons are also fine. Yan Rui was helpless. Looking at Yueron coupons that had nothing in common with Yuanbao coupons. He scratched his head. Can this be counted into points now? Yes. Host. The system has already included Yueron coupons in the circulating currency. And all points are recorded normally. Yan Rui complained wildly in his heart. What can be changed about these things? And why there are no silver and copper coins here? It's better to collect silver and copper coins. How can it be different from ancient TV dramas? Because there are not many mines here, compared with silver and copper mines. People here pay more attention to iron mines. And there are more iron mines. So they are easier to search. The system explained. In fact, there is no special reason. It's just that there are not enough people. Yan Rui sighed. There is nothing I can do. This plane is too messy. The most important thing is that I haven't found many original species. This is what annoyed Yan Rui the most. He thought that the Wang family's stone mine should be the original species mine. But there were not many original species of stones dug out, which disappointed him greatly. I'll go out and help you find it in a few days. After hearing Yan Rui's complaints, Jian Anqi said to Yan Rui after replenishing his supplies. I don't have much work here. If you want to eat, there is enough in the space. Ah? Yan Rui suddenly felt uncomfortable listening to Jian Anqi's words. Why are you leaving suddenly? I'm not leaving. I'm helping you find a mine. I'll go to Wang's stone mine first. They should agree. If I find it, I'll bring back more original species. No, Yan Rui said. We are not in a hurry to find the original species now. This plane is not good. Just go to the next plane. You will find it sooner or later. Anyway, you can't leave. I'm not leaving. Jian Anqi reiterated. I'm just going out. Anyway, you can't leave. At this time, someone came to the cashier to pay. Yin Rui looked firm and said to Jian Anqi, we can find a way to find the original species. But I will definitely not agree to your going out alone. After hearing this, Jian Anqi sighed helplessly. Yin Rui didn't know when he left. Anyway, after he paid the bill for the customer in front of him, he didn't find Jian Anqi on the first floor. Where did he go? He didn't leave without asking for permission. Yin Rui asked. No. He just went upstairs. The system replied. After returning to the room, he blocked me. That's good. As long as he was in the room, taking advantage of the free time. Yin Rui thought of the hug yesterday. The moment he was hugged by Jian Anqi, his whole brain became blank. Although he subconsciously wanted to push away, the moment his hand touched Jian Anqi, his strength relaxed again. Forget it. Don't think about it. It's normal for good brothers to hug each other's shoulders. Although he said so, Yin Rui's heart was still in turmoil. After a few days, the number of customers increased instead of decreasing. Yin Rui was so tired that he couldn't speak every day. In the evenings of these few days, he would back upstairs to say hello to Jian Anqi, and fell asleep when he returned to bed. He didn't have the energy to think about anything. The next morning, after the alarm rang, he got up from the bed exhausted. But when he brushed his teeth, he was so sleepy that he couldn't even open his eyes. Coming out of the bathroom, Jian Anqi noticed Yin Rui's swollen eyelids and his limp steps, and said with some heartache, "Don't go downstairs today. I'll take your place for a day." Yin Rui shook his head. He opened his eyes and saw Jian Anqi standing in front of him, and he woke up immediately. No. I just didn't sleep well last night. I'll just go to bed early tonight. By the way, I want some coffee. Forget it. I'll get it myself. Yin Rui didn't care to look directly into Jian Anqi's eyes. His eyes wandered, and finally turned sideways, took out a bottle of iced coffee from the refrigerator, and ran downstairs. You didn't change your clothes, Jian Anqi reminded loudly. Yin Rui lowered his head and hurried back to the room, closing the door with a snap. Jian Anqi didn't know what was wrong with Yin Rui. After Yin Rui closed the door, he raised his hands and patted his cheeks hard, trying to get rid of last night's dream from his mind. Last night he dreamed that Jian Anqi was getting married. Jian Anqi was tall and straight in a black suit, with a look of majesty on his face, looking very majestic. Yin Rui was still wondering at the time, why was his expression so serious when getting married? Did he not like the bride? He wanted to see what the bride looked like. Wait a minute. Didn't Jian Anqi say he likes men? He likes boys and marries girls? This behavior can't happen. Yin Rui walked forward angrily and pulled Jian Anqi to his side. You can't harm girls. Don't you like men? You just told me 2 days ago. Who are you? Jian Anqi, wearing a black suit, looked at Yin Rui, who was holding him with a puzzled look. Who told you that I like men? Who are you? Jian Anqi's expression didn't seem to be false. Hearing Jian Anqi say that he didn't know him, Yin Rui's heart sank. He took 2 steps back and hit the wall behind him. But the wall was a little soft. He looked back and found that he was completely trapped in the wall. He wanted to speak, but his whole body was sucked by the wall. A hand appeared behind him and covered his mouth fiercely. Chi-Chi, what are you doing? The wedding is about to begin. At this time, the bride in her wedding dress ran over. As her figure came closer, Yin Rui widened his eyes and finally saw the bride's face. That face is exactly like his own. Jian Anqi looked at the bride gently and took her into his arms. Rui, this person seems a little strange. I wonder whose friend he is. Rui looked at Yin Rui, covered his mouth and smiled. Don't worry about him. He might be a lunatic from somewhere. Jian Anqi laughed softly, lowered his head, and kissed Rui on the forehead. Yin Rui kept struggling when he saw this. He wanted to tell Jian Anqi that the Yin Rui in front of him was fake, and he was the real one. But he felt that his strength was gradually dissipating, and the backs of the 2 people were getting farther and farther away. And Yin Rui gradually gave up struggling, until the bride turned her head and smiled at him. Her facial features suddenly began to change, and turned into Pu Jun's appearance. Yin Rui was awakened, lifted the quilt, and wanted to get out of bed and walk, but suddenly felt cold, and touched his forehead again, and found that his forehead was full of sweat. Yen Rui couldn't fall asleep at all. He opened the window and took a deep breath of fresh air, thinking about the dream he had just had. Although he knew that he would gradually forget the dream if he didn't think about it. This dream was so terrifying that he couldn't control his memories at all. Yen Rui took out his mobile phone and recorded the dream, and then wanted to copy it to Jin Anqi. But when his finger was about to touch the send button, he stopped again. After thinking for a while, he deleted the entire text, scratched his head hard, walked around the room, and couldn't sleep until dawn. You should take a nap. I have already replenished all the goods in the morning. There are not many people at noon. I can take care of it. You can take a rest. Looking at Yen Rui, who had dark circles under his eyes and a pale face, Jian Anqi said with some distress. No. If I sleep at noon, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep at night. Yen Rui yawned loudly, rubbed his eyes, and continued, besides, there are fewer people at noon. There have been so many people these 2 days. Jian Anqi raised his hand to touch Yen Rui's head. He was a little worried that Yen Rui had a fever. But when his hand was about to touch Yen Rui shook his body subconsciously. Jian Anqi's hand stopped in midair, and did not fall for a long time. Finally, he put his hand away helplessly. Did you open the window last night? It's cool in autumn now. You should be careful. You used to catch a cold in winter. It's different now. I won't catch a cold now. Yen Rui rubbed his neck uncomfortably. Don't worry. Jian Anqi nodded, and went down to the basement with a lot of thoughts in his mind. But at the moment when he closed the basement door, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Jian Anqi lowered his eyes, and in a corner unknown to everyone, his expression became determined to win. Yen Rui knew nothing about this. He was drinking coffee and entertaining the guests in front of him. Hello. How much can this be estimated to cost? At this time, a customer came with his own replica of the skills. Yen Rui took it up and let the system scan it, and then estimated at least 20 bags of rice, plus 20 pieces of cloth. The customer was ecstatic and immediately turned around to select the goods. For ordinary people, this supermarket is like a temple. Even if some people dare not look around after entering the door, when they first enter the supermarket, their eyes will keep turning around. Yen Rui took in their experience and was very satisfied. Boss Yen, we are here. A familiar voice came from outside the door. But Yen Rui painfully discovered that Pu Jun's appearance in a wedding dress had already been put into his mind. It was not because of anything else, but mainly because it was too eye-catching, and he really couldn't bear to watch it. But Pu Jun knew nothing about Yen Rui's dream, and he didn't care about the knife-like eyes of others, and rushed in without queuing. Boss Yen, business is good. I wish you a prosperous business. Pu Jun seemed to be in a good mood. He arched his hands to Yen Rui, then turned his head and looked out the window. What's wrong with these people? Why are they staring at me? Yen Rui pouted. Jian Anqi, come and help me. I'll talk to Pu Jun for a while. At this time, Jian Anqi had restrained his smug expression just now, and returned to his original cold appearance. Yen Rui naturally didn't see what he was thinking. He stuffed the barcode scanner into his hand, and walked out the door with Pu Jun. Look! There are so many people queuing outside. They don't know how long they have been queuing. You came in later, and went straight in. They all thought you were cutting in line. So it's not too much to glare at you. Yen Rui walked out of the door, and saw Hua Ying standing next to a dozen shoulder poles. He said happily, How is your health? Don't get tired from such a high ladder. Sit down and take a rest. Yen Rui turned around and went back to the house to get a stool. But before he could step out, he saw Pu Jun pulling out a small stool from behind, and pressing Hua Ying onto the small stool without saying anything. You take good care of her. Yen Rui looked at Pu Jun with satisfaction. You two are now friends of life and death. Pu Jun nodded in agreement. That's true. We've been through thick and thin together. And we've also gone bankrupt. So, wait a minute. Yen Rui realized what was in the dozen or so baskets. Isn't this all your property? Hua Ying opened a basket at random, and the golden light inside made Yen Rui's eyes a little hard to open. Is this basket full of gold? Yen Rui was a little unbelievable. How are you so rich? Yes. This is the first time I know that Hua Ying is actually a hidden rich man. Pu Jun spread his hands helplessly. If I had known this, I wouldn't have let you agree to take all his property. I feel like I can't pay it back in this lifetime. How much is it? Yen Rui asked in surprise. Isn't all these baskets gold? No. There are a total of 18 baskets. 6 of which are gold. 2 are jade. And the rest are carefully selected by me from Wang Jing. The stones picked out from the Qi family's live broadcast. This is too much. I don't want so much. You take back the gold and jade. I'll keep the stones. Yan Rui refused. These things are too valuable. I don't deserve the price. Once a word is spoken, it can't be taken back. These things have been buried underground for many years. And I can't use them anyway. Huaying continued to persuade. Don't you like gold? How could he not like gold? Gold is what Yan Rui likes most in his life. But these things are too valuable. He will definitely not be able to sleep at night after he said that. Originally, he couldn't sleep because of Pu Jun last night. And he didn't want to lose sleep again because of Pu Jun tonight. Please take a look at the stones first, Huaying said. He motioned Pu Jun to bring the stones he had picked over, and then lifted the cloth on them. During the days when I was recovering from my injury, I noticed that you had removed the impurities on the outside of the stones, leaving the black core inside. So I saved you this step and asked someone to grind away all the impurities on the outside, leaving only the black part in the basket and bringing it over. I don't know if you still need the things on the outside. I didn't throw those things away. I can still bring them over if you need them. Yan Rui was so shocked by the full of original seeds in front of him that he couldn't speak. You made these? No. You made all of these? Huaying shook his head. I can't do anything with my body now. It's all thanks to everyone. I heard that you wanted the things inside. The wounded who couldn't go to the battlefield. And the logistics troops helped grind the stones whenever they had time. Head. Luckily this stone is easy to use. Everyone chatted and worked in the hospital and quickly ground out so much. If these are not enough, don't worry. Everyone will pick up a stone to grind if they don't have work now. And there should be more after a while. Huaying spoke slowly. Although I bought the stone, the Wang family also gave the lowest price. And everyone is working hard to meet your needs. Yan Rui's eyes were slightly red with emotion. He felt that he had no virtue to deserve such treatment. Actually, it's not necessary. It's necessary. Huaying immediately guessed what Yan Ruixiang was going to say. Everything you have done is of great significance to us. If it weren't for your help, the rebels might have disappeared in the long river of history like those who were targeted by the Su family before. And there might not even be any records. Just disappearing silently. Although you only think that you provided us with rice and flour. And you have received the payment. You have no idea how difficult it was for us to buy food before you appeared. And how many people died every year because they saved a mouthful of rice soup. Yan Rui felt upset when he heard this. And he nodded and said, Then if you go back, at least thank them for me. After Yan Rui finished speaking, he thought of something. Ran back to the supermarket and hid in the basement. Bought 10,000 amulets from the system. And then ran out as fast as he could. Give these to them for me. It can really change their luck a little bit. Huaying did not refuse after hearing this. Even if it was something as mysterious as luck. But it was convincing when Yan Rui said it. I came here to tell you that the Wang family and the nearby teams have signed a ceasefire agreement. Especially the Su family. They wanted to take action at first. But after the Wang family used the explosives you gave them, they never said they wanted to counterattack again. Instead, they wrote to criticize the Wang family for not being abiding by martial ethics. Speaking of this, Pu Jun laughed. Do you think they are ridiculous? If they had sent troops to attack us before, they would have sent troops to attack us. Yan Rui couldn't help laughing out loud. He actually started to talk about martial ethics at this time. Then how did Wang Jingyu reply? Wang Jingyu blackmailed the Su family severely, which was enough for at least 3 years of military expenses. In addition, the prisoners of the God Ancestor were in his hands, so the God Ancestor didn't dare to act rashly, and even sent people to seek peace. But no matter how many people were sent, they were mercilessly captured by Wang Jingyu to accompany Ding Ran. Only then did I know that the core of the God group was surnamed Ding, and Ding Ran was the grandson of the current leader of the God Ancestor. After hearing this news, Yan Rui suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Ding Ran was so unscrupulous. No wonder he had so many masters around him. No wonder he was so arrogant and never suffered any setbacks. All of this suddenly had an answer. If that's the case, then Ding Ran's value must double. 10 times. Pu Jun made a 10 gesture to Yan Rui. Wang Jingyu doesn't dare to treat him too badly now. Unlike other captives, he can eat enough every day now. Pu Jun's tone was mixed with some envy. When I was captured by the Su family, I could only drink a little water every day. And there was sand in the steamed buns. This will never happen again in the future. Yin Rui comforted. Is the god ancestor ready to redeem him? We are raising money. But after the true identity of the god ancestor was revealed, there was a mess over there. Some people wanted to intervene in the information market. And some people wanted to directly abolish the information market. Especially when they heard that the Ding family was not really strong. Yin Rui didn't understand. The Ding family had been passed down for so many generations. And Ding Ran was actually the one with the strongest martial arts. Moreover, when he went out, he brought out all the strongest subordinates in the family. This was too much indulgence. But to be honest, Yin Rui was really a little envious. Chapter 86 Atypical Martial Arts. After Hua Ying's narration, Yin Rui knew that the Wang family had been no pushover for so many years. Since the generation of Wang Jingyue's grandfather, they had begun to prepare for action in private. Although the scale of the current situation is not as large as that of the Shinzu and Su family, they can still have a certain degree of autonomy and detect some information that others cannot detect. Then I won't worry. I hope we can live in peace in the future. Yin Rui thought about it and still reminded, now we have the opportunity to recuperate. After all, compared with other forces, the foundation is not very stable. Of course, but Lushan village has begun to show goodwill now, which is a good sign. Hua Ying was a little emotional. I originally thought that those people were all reckless, but I didn't expect that when they came to the city lord, they all became polite and well-mannered. I'm really not used to it. Yin Rui suddenly recalled that Jian Anqi was a little absent-minded in Lushan village that day. Pu Jun looked at him and stretched out her finger in front of him. What are you thinking about? You are so absent-minded. Your ears are red. It's hot and sunburned. This answer was incoherent. Hua Ying smiled. I'll leave first after the things are delivered. After saying that, he was about to get up. Yin Rui immediately stopped him. If I accept all your wealth, you can't sleep tonight. You take the gold and jade back, and leave the stone to me. Okay. Then I will exchange all the gold for the stone, and send it back to you. In fact, this is what I planned from the beginning. But time is not enough. And I am afraid that you will think I broke my promise. So, no. 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 Yin Rui quickly raised his hand to stop him from speaking. What I mean is that you take the gold back. This money is more useful in your hands than in mine. Yin Rui looked at Hua Ying's puzzled eyes and said with a smile, if you want to compensate me, help me promote the store more, so that I can make more money. But, don't say but. Yin Rui interrupted without hesitation. Take it back and buy chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep. It's best not to go to the battlefield with your current health. You can only do logistics. But what does logistics need? Money. Yin Rui said, how can you fill your stomach without money? If you give it to me, I can only leave it there. Yin Rui appealed to her emotions and reasoned with her. So you should take it back. Hua Ying paused, then thought of something and said, no. Stay here. Yin Rui was about to get angry. But he then heard Hua Ying say, I wonder how much supplies this gold can be exchanged for. Yin Rui's waving hand stopped in midair. He looked at the large baskets of gold in front of him, which were not adulterated, and suddenly had a headache. It's a lot. He couldn't figure it out. Fortunately, there is a system, which immediately gives a string of numbers. He looked at the screen in front of him and answered slowly. It can be exchanged for 10, 100, 1,000, or 50,000 shur of rice. In this plane, 1 shur is equal to 60 jin. So he can exchange it for 540,000 jin of rice. He doesn't have so much in his entire warehouse. Yin Rui had a headache. It doesn't matter. This money is originally for you. You are generous to give it to me. Don't praise me. Help me get these into the house first, and then find more people to get the goods. A big business fell from the sky. Yin Rui estimated that it could probably clear out all the goods in his warehouse. Even the snacks he bought for himself before were included. Hua Ying and Pu Jun looked at each other and nodded seriously. Then I'll trouble Master Yin. Yin Rui waved his hand and asked the two to help. But after lifting the bamboo basket, Yin Rui noticed that it was resting with his eyes closed between the two bamboo baskets containing the original seeds. Yin Rui tapped him lightly with his toes. Get up quickly and go back to sleep. And then got up lazily and glanced at the basket on Pu Jun's shoulder pole. With a turn of his eyes, the whole cat jumped into the basket, rolled into a big ball, and steadily covered all the original seeds. Pu Jun felt a sudden mountain of weight on his shoulders. He lowered his head, and saw it looking up at him with an innocent face. His long fur tail flicking. As if he knew nothing. Come here. Yin Rui saw this and picked him up. The weight of more than 50 kilograms almost twisted his waist. He gently patted An's butt twice and scolded in a low voice. What are you doing? You are trying to scam me. An meowed. And rubbed Yin Rui with his head. Yin Rui whispered in his ear. I'll put the original seeds in your nest tonight. Don't act like a spoiled child now. An understood. And his tail swayed faster than a happy puppy. Without any cat's aloofness. At this time, Yin Rui replaced Jian Anqi in front of the cashier. And Jian Anqi also went to help Pu Jun carry gold. Exchange with food? If we exchange the food with them, there will not be enough for the customers here. No. I plan to ask them to exchange some canned food or something. And the price here is many times higher than the price we bought. So we can still afford it for the time being. After Yin Rui finished speaking, he pointed at Hua Ying and Pu Jun outside. Do you want to tell them how to use the original seed? What is the use of the original seed? Jian Anqi asked. People here don't have superpowers. But they have internal strength. I tried it with internal strength and found that this internal strength and superpowers have the same purpose. They are both powerful forces that travel through the meridians. And the original seed can also be used as the energy source of this power. Yin Rui stuffed a piece of original seed into Jian Anqi's hand. If you don't believe it, try it. Jian Anqi had never thought of this idea. He nodded and put the original seed in his pocket. Let's talk about it later. Let's entertain today's guests first. There are so many guests today. And I don't know how far the rumors have spread. It can be said that there are so many people outside. The two people's wish to go to various towns to be peddlers cannot be realized. Boss Yin, we will leave first. I will send someone to pick up the goods tomorrow. At that time, I will ask them to bring my token. Before leaving, Hua Ying said hello to Yin Rui. After greeting Yin Rui, he looked at the guests queuing at the door, thought for a moment, rubbed his fingers, and then went down the mountain. At night, Yin Rui collapsed on the bed. This is too tiring. I want to rest for a day. Okay. I should be fine alone. Yin Rui turned his head and looked at Jian Anqi's serious face. A little collapsed. Why did he take it seriously? And his expression after taking it seriously is exactly the same as in the dream. Yin Rui covered his face and turned his head away from Jian Anqi's expression. I just said it casually. But after I go back, I have to sleep well for a few days. Jian Anqi still had a calm expression. Okay. There are still many things to do after we go back. Yin Rui pricked up his ears. What did you do? Jian Anqi's eyes slightly dodged. It's nothing. You'll know after you go back. Yin Rui looked Jian Anqi up and down. When he was at home, Jian Anqi always wore a loose t-shirt. But this t-shirt seemed a little tight on him. If he went down. Don't go down. Yin Rui quickly retracted his gaze. What's so good about a big man's figure? He has what he has, and I have it too. Yin Rui's adrenaline rose, sweeping away the fatigue of the day. He jumped back to his room, snapped, closed the door, and after stopping at the door, he felt that he was a little impolite. So he opened the door again and added, You should also go to bed early. Good night. Yin Rui closed the door again, and didn't see Jian Anqi's faint smile at all. When Yin Rui woke up the next day, he still had no energy. He didn't know why. He was obviously very tired. But he just couldn't sleep. However, this insomnia was different from the insecure time when he just came back. Unable to tell the difference, Yin Rui pushed open the door, yawned, and greeted Jian Anqi, who was sitting on the sofa. Let's have fried eggs this morning. I also made a pot of silverfish porridge and 2 buns. Did you make them yourself? Yin Rui looked at the buns on the plate and found that they looked different from the buns in his supermarket, and said with some surprise, this was the first time he had eaten the buns made by Jian Anqi. He didn't expect that he had this skill. Yes, the buns bought outside are not fresh. I wrapped them and put them in the basement. They are all steamed. After saying this, Jian Anqi stood up and walked to Yin Rui in 2 steps. Yin Rui subconsciously took 2 steps back. As soon as he made a sound, he bumped into the wall behind him. This time the wall did not sink him, but the familiar feeling still made him shudder. I'll eat first. Have you eaten? Yin Rui forced a smile and looked up at Jian Anqi. Jian Anqi knew that he couldn't push too hard. He nodded. I've eaten. I'll go downstairs and open the door first. looking at Jian Anqi's back as he went downstairs. Yin Rui breathed a sigh of relief. He shook his head to make his mind clearer. After breakfast, he also went downstairs as quickly as possible. Now many people have come here early and waited early. Just like being the first to be incensed. Huh? Yin Rui felt something was different outside the door. He stuck his head out and saw several rows of stools outside the door. There were awnings above the stools to shade the sun. And several people were busy at the door. Is this business done at his doorstep? But this also reminded Yin Rui that he could get a few parasols at the entrance of the supermarket, so that it would be convenient to entertain guests at the door. But who is outside now? Yin Rui went out with some confusion. And then I saw the person who was tidying up the table raised his head and greeted me with a smile. Boss Yin. Good morning. Yin Rui's eyes lit up. Shuang Min. It's you. Why are you here so early? It's not even 7 o'clock yet. And Zhuang Min has already set up tables, chairs and benches at his door. I don't know what time he got up. It was Deputy General Hua who asked us to help. He said there seemed to be a lot of people outside, and he was worried that someone might cause trouble. So he asked us to help keep an eye on it and maintain order. Zhuang Min, the customers line up first. When it's their turn, let them sit here and rest for a while. After they have rested, they can go in. This way, they are in better condition and may buy more things. Zhuang Min smiled. The Deputy General is really thoughtful. Is Hua Ying a Deputy General now? Yin Rui thought about it and felt that it should be so. Hua Ying is really capable. These people are here to pick up the goods. If they can't take all of them today, someone will come with me tomorrow. Zhuang Min pointed to the people behind him and said. A man with a beard took out a letter with Hua Ying's seal from his arms. Yin Rui opened it and glanced at it casually, then waved to a few people. Come in. Boss. We came early. Can you let us go in first? Seeing them go in first, the ordinary residents queuing outside were a little unhappy. Yin Rui turned around and said to them with a smile. They are not in the same system as us. They believe in the god of war. Zhuang Min's eyes widened after hearing Yin Rui's words. Is this a joke? Who can believe it? As a result, the crowd that was a little agitated just now calmed down after hearing Yin Rui's words. Zhuang Min. Are these people so easily convinced? After entering the house, Jian Anqi took them to pack up their things and take them away. Yin Rui and him sorted it out last night. In addition to rice and white flour, there are also cheaper coarse grains. You can't eat these things for now. This is a method of planting. If you stay and plant them, you won't lack food. The yield of this thing is much higher than wheat. And I think it is more suitable for the climate here. Yin Rui handed the man the notes on sweet potato planting methods he found on the internet. Let Hua Ying and Wang Jingyu take a look after you go back. The main thing is that I don't have that much rice, so I can only use these things to pay off the debt. Yin Rui smiled at the leading man. Let's not talk about this for now. There are also these cans. Pu Jun should know how to open them. Yin Rui looked at the people outside. There were about 20 people. It seemed that they were still short of manpower. Yin Rui sighed. After you take these things back, if there is anything you don't understand, let them come and ask me again. Yin Rui looked at the shock-bearded man in front of him, patted his shoulder and said, I can trust you. Right? The big monkey nodded vigorously. Of course. Immortal. Yin Rui's expression was a little stagnant, and the hand that wanted to continue patting his shoulder stopped in midair. He grinned and said, Okay. You go back first. Inexplicably becoming an immortal. Yin Rui didn't know how to explain it. He simply ignored it. It was Jian Anqi who proposed to use seeds instead of grain. He didn't see sweet potatoes here. Yesterday, he was thinking of using sweet potatoes instead of rice. But he didn't notice the price of sweet potatoes here. Instead, it was Jian Anqi who saw the zeros after the sweet potato points and figured out the key. In this way, I can rest assured. Yin Rui stood behind the cashier counter, pulled Jian Anqi to his side, patted his chest and said, Otherwise, I always feel that after receiving so much gold, only giving a little rice and flour, it is not enough at all. That's enough for now. Give them some potatoes tomorrow and let them learn one thing a day. With this kind of food, no matter what kind of power it is, they will definitely try to please them in the future. With this kind of high-quality food, they should be able to gain more say. Food is the first priority. Sweet potatoes and potatoes are the key to the problem. Will the war stop after having food? Jian Anqi did not give Yin Rui a definite answer. He thought about it and said, "No. As long as people are greedy, the war will not stop. It depends on what kind of country the most powerful power wants." Yanrui wanted to continue discussing with Jian Anqi, but the people outside the door couldn't wait any longer. Yanrui quickly opened the door and let people in. After a few days like this, Yanrui opened his eyes and saw snowflakes outside. Jian Anqi, "Look! It's snowing outside." Yanrui rarely sees snow. Although the temperature in the city where he lives is very low in winter, there are not many opportunities to see snow. Jian Anqi was the same. After seeing the snow, he stood at the window and admired it for a long time in surprise. Yanrui put on his clothes as quickly as possible, and then went downstairs to play in the snow. Then he saw someone standing at the door. "Good morning." Zhuang Min. Zhuang Min had lost her tomboy look at this time, and began to grow long hair. Now she has the appearance of a graceful young lady. In short, no one will mistake her for a boy anymore. "Good morning, Brother Yin." Zhuang Min smiled and looked at Yanrui. "Today is my last day here." "Why the last day? What are you going to do tomorrow?" Yanrui was surprised. Although there were fewer guests outside these days, everyone's life was getting better and better under Wang Jingyue's leadership. Because life was gradually starting to get better, their worship of the gods was not as sincere as before. In addition, there was a tacit understanding, so the days of crowds were a thing of the past. However, Yanrui's reputation had spread, and everyone was still willing to come here from time to time. "I'm going to join the army tomorrow." Zhuang Min's eyes lit up when she said this. "It's the City Lord's Guard team. I've been selected. Tomorrow is the first day of reporting. I'll start training in the future. I may not be able to spare time to come." "Congratulations." Yanrui already knew that Zhuang Min was going to join the army. He was not surprised by Zhuang Min's success. "Wait for me." After saying that, he ran into the supermarket, took out a peace amulet from the drawer, and then ran out and handed it to Zhuang Min. "Take this with you. It has my blessing on it. After wearing this, you won't be unscathed, but you will definitely." Yanrui didn't say the rest of the words, but Zhuang Min understood. She had long known about Yanrui's magical powers, so she happily accepted it. "I'll take this back to show my uncle. He should be relieved this time," Zhuang Min said. "He has been very troubled these days." Yanrui could understand the worries of an elder for his own child, and he comforted him. "That's right. So your uncle doesn't have to worry anymore. But since today is the last day, I'll treat you to a meal." "No. I just came to give you an invitation." Zhuang Min handed the invitation in her hand to Yanrui. "This is an invitation from our city lord to you. There will be a performance in Huyuan town tonight, which is a bit similar to the martial arts conference you mentioned before. But it may not be so exciting. It's just that many soldiers with kung fu skills have been selected in the army, and they are ready to show off their skills to the nearby residents." "Why are you celebrating all of a sudden? Is it a good harvest?" Yanrui calculated the days, and felt that it was time for the first batch of sweet potatoes to be harvested. Zhuang Min smiled and nodded. "It's like this, Mr. Yan. We sincerely invite you to attend the thank you banquet. Are you going?" "Of course I will go," Yanrui answered without hesitation. "Don't worry. I will close early today and go to Huyuan town in the afternoon." Zhuang Min was relieved after getting Yanrui's answer, and left after saying goodbye to Yanrui. Yanrui wanted to keep him, but Zhuang Min said he would go back to prepare tomorrow's baggage. Looking at Zhuang Min's back as she left, Yanrui said to Jian Anqi with some emotion, "When we first saw her, she was so small, but she had such a big burden on her shoulders. Now she has grown taller, and the burden on her shoulders is heavier, but she looks more energetic. That's because her life is getting better and better, so she is getting more energetic. When we first saw her, the child was at most 1.5 meters tall, and now she is probably 1.7 meters tall. I think she should be taller than 1.7 meters. Yanrui touched his chin. "I don't know why, but I feel a sense of accomplishment." Jian Anqi smiled. "Do you think Anan feels a sense of accomplishment?" Yanrui lowered his head and looked at Anan, who had grown to the size of a tiger, and his heart sank. "What should we do with Anka after we go back? If someone finds him, they will definitely send him to the zoo." Meow. Anan didn't know what a zoo was, but he definitely knew that it was not a good place, and it would definitely be better for him to stay with Yanrui. "System, are you sure you can turn Anan into the size of an ordinary cat when you return?" The system answered confidently, "Don't worry. It will definitely succeed. It can't be in this plane, because his changes in this plane are limited. After changing to a plane that doesn't belong to him, you can set it as you like. So that's it." After hearing the system's guarantee, Yinrui's heart finally settled down. "Then when I touch you in the future, you will become bigger. And when you go out to see people, you will become a kitten." And then tilted his head, and a little smile seemed to appear on his furry face. Yinrui rubbed his face hard. He really likes big cats. In the afternoon, Yinrui and Jian Anqi each chose a very solemn set of clothes. Since it was a celebration, it should look like a celebration. But after arriving in Heyuan town, the two suddenly found that their clothes were a little too grand, and they were a little out of place among the residents in coarse linen shirts. Even the city lord Wang Jingyu and his brother Wang Jingqi didn't wear as gorgeous clothes as him. Yinrui was a little embarrassed, and his ears turned red. But Wang Jingyu generously pulled him to her side. "Sorry, Mr. Yan. I've been really busy these days, and haven't had time to visit you." Wang Jingyu's expression was apologetic. "I just had the chance to thank you today." Yinrui waved his hand. "It's nothing. You are responsible for the fate of so many people. It must be very hard." Wang Jingyu sighed. "In the past, I only wanted to defeat the Su family and the god ancestor, as long as I could find a way to beat them. But now it's different. It's suddenly become particularly difficult to keep this family business. I'm always afraid that a wrong decision of mine will affect the lives of more people. At least you are doing well now." Yinrui looked at the residents whose faces were already red. "I still remember that when I first came here, they were not like this." Chapter 87: The End of a Typical Martial Arts. Yinrui still remembers what Heyuan town looked like when he first came to this world. Compared with the nearby Lining County, it is simply the difference between heaven and hell. I still remember how we looked when we first met. At that time, I didn't expect you to become the lord of the city." Yinrui looked at Wang Jingyu, who seemed to have fallen into memories, and reminded, "At that time, you didn't like me. I didn't dislike you." Wang Jingyu put her hands behind her back and looked at the crowd outside calmly. "In fact, I was afraid that you would help Su Ming at the beginning. I know what kind of person he is." Yinrui smiled. "Anyway, we have now achieved the best result and completed the goals of the previous plan." "Not yet." Wang Jingyu turned her head and looked at Yinrui. Yinrui looked at her burning eyes, and his brain was shocked. "Heyuan town is just my first step. In the future, I will let everyone on this land live together in a peaceful world. So, Mr. Yan, are you willing to stand by my side?" When Wang Jingyu said this, her hands behind her back trembled slightly. She knew clearly that without Yinrui, the small Heyuan town would be a natural barrier for her, and it would be impossible to take control so easily. There will be more and more challenges in the future, so she urgently hopes that Yinrui can stand on her side. "Sorry, Lord Wang. I may not be able to do it." Yinrui shook his head and continued without waiting for Wang Jingyu to persuade him. "I'm leaving. Spring goes and autumn comes. He came to this plane in early summer. Now it is the end of winter. The 300 days will soon be over. This journey to the plane will soon come to an end." But Wang Jingyu still had a glimmer of hope. "Are you not satisfied with the location of the supermarket? Maybe I can change the location of my pawn shop to the location of the supermarket, so that I won't have to." "No. I'm going home." Yinrui smiled at Wang Jingyu. "I won't go to other forces, nor will I help others. You can rest assured about this." Wang Jingyu was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then quickly accepted Yinrui's statement. "I am a mean person." Yinrui then understood Wang Jingyu's panic just now, and he said nonchalantly, "If there are any questions you don't understand, you can ask me directly. If you want to ask in the future, it may be very troublesome. Then we can only meet in dreams?" Wang Jingyu rarely made a joke, and at this time Wang Jingqi's voice came from behind. "Sister, Brother Yin, the banquet is about to start. You guys come quickly." Wang Jingyu bowed to Yinrui. "Please." Yinrui dragged Jian Anqi, and the two walked towards the viewing platform downstairs together. Because it was a citywide gathering in the name of harvest, there were long rows of tables on both sides of the street for buffets, and at the end of the tables was a stage. After several people went downstairs, Yinrui watched Wang Jingyu speaking on the stage, and the residents watching below listened to Wang Jingyu's inspiring words, and their eyes were filled with tears. After breaking away from the control of the Su family, the people in Heyuan town lived better and better. Even after Wang Jingyu opened up the regulations for immigration, not many people left. Some people even heard that there were new grains here and planned to buy land and settle here. In addition, it has been reported that Huyuan Town has signed peace treaties with several major forces nearby, and many outsiders are eager to settle in Huyuan Town. Everything is going well. Yin Rui looked around, and the eyes of men, women, old and young were full of hope, as if the future suddenly became concrete. They no longer need to worry about death on an unknown day. Nor do they need to worry about not having enough food and clothes. They have already eaten this new grain once, when the harvest was just harvested. And it is sweet and filling. It's great here now. But I don't know if Wang Jingyu will become a real queen in the future. That depends on her. No one can predict the future. Okay. After Wang Jingyu spoke, the banquet officially began, and dishes were placed on the table like water. There were pots of candied sweet potatoes, dried sweet potatoes, steamed potatoes, mashed potatoes, chicken and pork, with potatoes added in, and emerald green onions dotted on top, which looked very appetizing. Snow-white steamed buns and rice are staple foods. Although they seem luxurious, every family can eat this every week if they grit their teeth. You too. The city lord sent me to invite you to the highest stand. The show will start soon. Yin Rui nodded, picked up the steamed bun in front of him, and split it into two. After dipping each in the soup, he stuffed one into Jian Anqi's pocket, then took his hand and ran to Wang Jingyu's table as fast as possible. At this time, Wang Jingyu, Wang Jingqi and others had been sitting at the table waiting for Yin Rui for a long time. Looking at the two people holding the steamed buns, they couldn't help asking, "There are some at this table. Why did you go downstairs to get them? Let me see what the difference is." Yin Rui, who was so hungry that he had a little hypoglycemia, did not explain. He pointed to the audience and asked, "When will the competition start?" "It will start in half a quarter of an hour," Wang Jingqi said. "This time, I will pick a few people to travel the world with me." After hearing this, Wang Jingyu slapped Wang Jingqi on the back of his head. "What kind of world is this? I sent you on a mission. What kind of world is this?" Wang Jingqi didn't dare to say anything when he heard Wang Jingyu scolding him. Pu Jun laughed loudly after hearing this. "You deserve it." Yin Rui finally understood from everyone's words that Wang Jingqi had always dreamed of becoming a knight who traveled the world. But he couldn't fulfill his wish during the war. But now a peace treaty has been signed around him. So for him, the dream is just around the corner. I'm telling you, don't be delusional. I'm safe and sound. The Su family is still alive. And the people of the god ancestor hate us to the core. If you continue to publicize it, you may be targeted. Wang Jingyu said earnestly. None of them are good people. They are all preparing to make small moves behind the scenes. What kind of martial arts are you? Wang Jingqi's enthusiasm was not interrupted by Wang Jingyu at all. It doesn't matter. When I go to various towns to build relationships, I will treat it as martial arts. At that time, I will let each of them fight with me. Wang Jingyu was speechless. But there was nothing she could do. She didn't know what was going on. Her brother wanted to be a hero since he was a child. People outside thought that Wang Jingqi would definitely be the leader among them. After he got the status of city lord, many people still gossiped about him. But these people were killed by Wang Jingqi. Is the person who will come to pick up Ding Ran tomorrow? Hua Ying spoke at this time. I heard that they brought 20,000 gold. More than 20,000 gold. There are also food, cloth, and raw materials for explosives. I want them all. Wang Jingyu said boldly. There are not many opportunities to make them bleed heavily. But I only asked for 1/3 of their Ding family's property. Oh my god. They asked for so much. Yin Rui suddenly felt that Wang Jingyu was much more ruthless than him. And his worries about Wang Jingyu were swept away. Okay. Let's raise our glasses together to celebrate this victory. Pu Jun raised his glass and drank with everyone. When Hua Ying was about to drink, he saw Pu Jun snatched his glass and drank it all. You are not well yet. The doctor won't let you drink. Hua Ying lowered her head. Not even one glass? Pu Jun said righteously. Of course. Not even one glass. Yin Rui looked at the interaction between the two with interest. Just when he was about to persuade Pu Jun not to be so strict, Jian Anqi pulled his arm and whispered, Why are you staring at them? Don't interfere in the affairs of young lovers. Yin Rui's eyes widened, and he almost fell off the chair. What did you say? Who is a young couple? They are a young couple. But you can't see it, Jian Anqi whispered. I have verified it with Zhuang Min. When the war stopped, the two got together. When Huaying and Pu Jun came to give gold, the relationship between the two was already unusual. Yan Rui was surprised. How could it be? Of course not. Everything is possible. Let's eat. The dishes are already served. Jian Anqi handed the chopsticks to Yan Rui, picked up a piece of meat for him, and said calmly, I've tasted it. Is there any difference from the taste below? Yan Rui took a bite blankly, but didn't taste anything. However, the performance below had already begun, and everyone's attention was all on the competition stage. No one cared about his loss of soul. Only Jian Anqi patted his shoulder comfortingly. This kind of thing is not good to publicize everywhere. And Huaying is a low-key person. Don't be angry because they didn't deliberately tell you. Jian Anqi said this deliberately. He looked at Yan Rui's face and guessed Yan Rui's thoughts. But Yan Rui didn't know Jian Anqi's little thoughts. He opened his mouth and said, Why should I be angry? I'm just a little surprised. Mainly surprised that Huaying and Pu Jun could so openly decide to go hand in hand in this society. And the speed of the two of them was too fast. He had previously joked that the two of them were friends, who had passed their lives, and now they really passed their lives. Seeing that Yan Rui was not disgusted, Jian Anqi was overjoyed. He just said to the people on the stage below, Look, there are still many martial arts you haven't seen below. Don't miss it. Although this martial arts competition was much different from what he imagined. It was much bigger than the street performance he saw in Lining County last time. This time, there was no age limit or martial arts limit for the competition. There was only one limit. That is, to stop when the time was right. Yan Rui looked at the martial arts competition below the stage and immediately threw away his previous thoughts. It was really exciting. Swords, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks and forks. All kinds of weapons appeared below. Punches and kicks. Every punch hit the flesh. But no one was angry. Everyone fought heartily. The cheers of the people below drowned out the voices of the people talking. Yan Rui was also infected by this atmosphere. He lay on the side of the stands, cheering for various players. Just when he was in high spirits, he felt a weight on his shoulders. Yan Rui lowered his head and saw a heavy cloak draped over his shoulders. The outside field was noisy. Jian Anqi was worried that Yan Rui could not hear him, so he could only lean close to his ear and whispered, It's cold at night. Put it on to avoid catching a cold. The airflow of Jian Anqi's words sprayed on the tip of his ear. Yan Rui's ears were a little itchy. He moved his ears uncomfortably and heard Jian Anqi chuckle. I didn't know you could move your ears before. Yan Rui was so angry that he stamped his feet. There are still many things you don't know. Then he subconsciously stepped aside, wanting to stay away from Jian Anqi, but accidentally bumped into Wang Jingqi next to him. Wang Jingqi was in high spirits and was selecting his future partner, which was very important to him. After Yan Rui bumped into him, he turned around and wanted to listen to Yan Rui's opinion. As a result, he saw the cloak on Yan Rui's shoulders. Brother, where did you get this cloak? I want it too. Then I'll give it to you. Yan Rui just finished speaking and was about to take off the cloak, but Jian Anqi grabbed his shoulders and said, Go ask your sister for it. Wang Jingqi was careless and didn't notice anything wrong. But Huaying saw it and looked at Yan Rui with a meaningful expression, which made Yan Rui's ears angry. If he could pretend to be indifferent before. But now, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. All because of Jian Anqi. Yan Rui glared at Jian Anqi angrily. Jian Anqi patted his shoulder after seeing this. But he did not take his hand away. He just looked at the audience and raised his lips. Keep watching. It's quite exciting. Yan Rui focused all his attention on the audience and gradually forgot about the little episode just now. In the end, he selected 5 knights to be sent out with Wang Jingqi. Wang Jingyu had already done background checks on these people, so there was no need to worry about traitors among them. I will leave after the Chinese New Year. Wang Jingqi put his head on Wang Jingyu's shoulder. Sister, will you miss me? Wang Jingyu patted his forehead. The Chinese New Year is still 2 months away. Why are you in such a hurry? Let's cultivate our tacit understanding first. Then can we spend the Chinese New Year together? Wang Jingqi looked at Yan Rui and said with some expectation. The show will definitely be more exciting than now. No. We will leave soon. A bit like wandering around the world. Yan Rui explained with a smile. We will not spend the Chinese New Year together. How about this meal as the New Year's Eve dinner? The harvest of sweet potatoes and potatoes on the table is all thanks to Yan Rui. before he took out these 2 seeds. The New Year's Eve dinner might not be so sumptuous. Well, this meal will be our New Year's Eve dinner. Wang Jingyu raised her glass. Then I wish you all a bright future. Peace and happiness in advance. Okay. Everyone drank the wine in their glasses. And this time even Pu Jun did not stop huaing. I wish you all to get what you want soon. And I wish you all good weather and good harvests every year. I wish you all to be invincible. I had a great meal. I was reluctant to see Yan Rui and Jian Anqi leave. However, all good things must come to an end. The temperature was getting lower and lower at night. And the meal finally came to an end. If you can come back in the future, you must find us. Wang Jingyue's eyes were red. She hadn't been like this in front of outsiders for a long time. But when it came to parting, she couldn't help her emotions. Yan Rui nodded. Don't worry. If I come back, my first choice will always be Hu in town. Everyone heard Yan Rui's voiceover. But in the end, they could only wave their hands reluctantly. Goodbye Yan Rui. Jian Anqi. Goodbye everyone. Yan Rui stood outside the city gate. And at the moment the city gate closed, he waved his hands vigorously to everyone. But Yan Rui couldn't stay here after all. Even though Yan Rui was a little disappointed with this plane, and many aspects did not meet his expectations, he still felt a little disappointed to be separated from these friends. Let's go. Go back. And then should be waiting anxiously. Yan Rui lowered his head and said a little depressed. Don't be sad. If you really miss this place, you can force the system to establish an anchor point in this plane. So you can come here whenever you want. Yan Rui's eyes lit up immediately. Can I do it? System? Of course not. We don't have this function at all now. The technology of your Amoan galaxy is advanced. Far beyond my imagination. This kind of plane anchor point is feasible in my theoretical basis. Can't you do it? Jian Anqi touched his chin and frowned. If it's not possible, I will never make such a request in the future. Let me record your thoughts. It's not impossible. Since we can come here once, there is no reason why we can't come here a second time. Yes. Yes. Yan Rui couldn't help but add fuel to the fire. Your Amoan galaxy can even produce high-level intelligence like you. It's just a small plane anchor point. What's wrong with that? The more Yan Rui spoke, the more he felt that the plan was feasible. And Yan Rui also lost his way in the praise in the system. I will quickly provide this suggestion to the main control. Great. Yan Rui jumped happily on the spot. He habitually spread his hands and hugged Jian Anqi. But at the moment of hugging Jian Anqi, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Jian Anqi pretended to be indifferent, clasped his hands tightly on Yan Rui's back, and whispered to Yan Rui, I'm so happy. Are you happy? He was happy. Yan Rui answered honestly, I am happy. Then should we celebrate? Jian Anqi's voice was bewitching. Go back and make a cake? Thinking of the cake, Yan Rui couldn't help licking his lips. Then I want a cake with strawberry jam and fresh strawberries. Jian Anqi would certainly meet all of Yan Rui's needs. He put down his hands with satisfaction and straightened his collar to cover up his intentions. Do you want to go back to the supermarket directly or take a walk? Go back directly. If you don't go back, Enan will be angry. Enan has a good temper and is not angry at all. But Jian Anqi still obeyed Yan Rui's meaning, and the two returned to the supermarket in the next second. Then let's go back now, Yan Rui said. Have your comrades bought houses? Let's go and see the houses. Ask the host if he has left this plane now. Yes. The next second, the scene outside the window changed, and Yan Rui returned to the world he was familiar with. It's night now, so let's ask tomorrow. Yan Rui turned his head and discussed with Jian Anqi. You should also go home and take a look. Don't let thieves break into your house after not going back for so long. Okay. Jian Anqi did not remind Yan Rui. In fact, in this plane, only one day had passed. He listened to Yan Rui's words and walked towards the garage, while not forgetting to remind him. There is a cake in the basement. The kind you just mentioned. There is also a cake in the kitchen upstairs, which is blueberry jam with blueberry pulp. The kind you liked before. I have divided it into pieces. You can eat whichever you want. Okay. Okay. Got it. Yan Rui pushed Jian Anqi out, and didn't know what the two meant. She thought Jian Anqi and Yan Rui were playing. So she ran to Jian Anqi and pushed Jian Anqi's belly to stop him from leaving. For the first time, Jian Anqi felt that an An's existence was really useful. His smile from the heart stimulated Yan Rui. You're leaving. I'm closing the door. Yin Rui stamped his feet hard. He bent down, pinched An's face, whispered thank you, then stood up, pushed the door open and left. Looking at Jian Anqi's back, Yin Rui patted his cheeks. Fortunately, no abnormality should be discovered. The most important thing after Jian Anqi left was to see how many points he earned on this martial arts plane journey. Yin Rui complained to the system while opening the system screen. Next time you name the plane, can you name it according to the real situation of the plane? The last plane should be named the Ancient Battlefield Plane. If I didn't know the phone number of the Interstellar Police, I would have called the police. An ancient battlefield? I'll write it down. But the name of this plane was also given by the last time traveler. So, there is more than one plane traveler in a plane? Yin Rui stopped. I have to write this down. And I'll have a good talk with Jian Anqi tomorrow. Which camp is he in? You two hosts were not released in the same time period. He was released 120 years after your time. Good guy. 120 years. The world is unpredictable. Maybe it was indeed a martial arts plane at that time. However, since it is a martial arts plane, it proves that the war is over, and Wang Jingyu should have achieved the goal they expected. Thinking of this, Yin Rui's mood couldn't help but get better. It should be done according to the stages. His naming is not wrong. You report this situation to the main control, and let him follow the real situation. Yin Rui hummed a song and finally opened the points accumulation this time. Unexpectedly, this time he made a single digit more than the last time in the apocalyptic plane. Yin Rui, who had never had any concept of money, thought that it would be good if he could keep up with the last time. But he didn't expect that he could make so much money at once. Explosives are very valuable, and salt and sugar are also extracted with high purity. Which are your most profitable products? The system concluded. Selection of products is really important. The seeds you chose were also sold at a high price. Later, Wang Jingyu exchanged them with the original seeds, and the value has been reflected in the points. Yin Rui looked at so many zeros and felt a little dizzy. Then, I won't have to worry about points in the future. This is too happy. No! The system suddenly spoke up and poured cold water. These points are not enough to buy an interstellar cruiser. 1/20th. Hearing the system's words, Yin Rui couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It turned out that his points were not much in the eyes of the system. But on second thought, why did he buy an interstellar cruiser? Anyway, we must celebrate it tomorrow. Chapter 88, Arrangement of the Original Plane. But before celebrating, Yin Rui did not forget to give half of the original species to the system. After the system happily accepted it, it also gave Yin Rui a lot of points and promised, don't worry. I will definitely give you a big surprise. Yin Rui nodded. Okay. But you have to solve the problem of an An becoming smaller first. An An's current body shape is almost the same as a tiger. If he is taken out, it will definitely be a big news. That's easy. I will deduct the points directly, the system asked. And after Yin Rui agreed, it deducted 500,000 points. Although I am very rich, 500,000 points are too much. Yin Rui murmured. Just smaller? Can it be bigger or smaller as he likes? Then it will cost another 300,000. The system looked at Yin Rui, who closed his eyes and looked painful, and said, then I will deduct it directly. And then couldn't hear the sound, and didn't know the transaction between Yin Rui and the system. He only saw Yin Rui's expression was not right after Jian Anqi left, and he lowered his furry head to lick his paws, not knowing what he was thinking. There are also gift packs specifically for pets. Do you need them? The system followed up. It can make pets have a slightly lower IQ than their owners, but it will not make pets lose their original habits. And only if you buy a pet gift pack, you will provide the host with a system binding quota for free. Is it the kind that can only bind pets? Yin Rui asked. Of course. May I ask if the host chooses to bind an as the third binder of the system? What a consumer trap. As long as you bind, you have to order a pet gift pack. But, what is an An's IQ? Yin Rui asked. According to the standard of the Onwen Galaxy, an An's IQ is C1, with a value between 90 and 100, which is about 50% higher than the IQ of normal pets. What about me? Yin Rui became interested and crossed his legs. What is my IQ? The host's IQ is A2, which is slightly higher than that of ordinary humans. Yin Rui was happy, proud, and shook his head. Then let's bind it, Yin Rui said happily. Raise our and An's IQ. And didn't know why Yin Rui suddenly touched his head happily. He squinted his eyes and rubbed it comfortably. And then he heard Dear Hostanen. The system from the Omlin galaxy is at your service. And then stood up alertly. He looked around and found that there were no suspicious people. Instead, he felt his mind cleared up. Yin Rui smiled and took a sip of it, then said, "You will understand slowly. With an IQ of B1, you should be able to understand the system and this world. I'm going to bed first." After saying that, Yin Rui stood up and yawned as he returned to the second floor. It was too late now. If it was earlier, he would have gone back to his own home. The next morning, Yin Rui had a rare late sleep. He opened his eyes and scratched the edge of the bed with his hand to see what time it was. As a result, he raised his hand and touched it. And he touched a furry little thing. Woo! Aranan is so smart. He learned to become small so quickly. Come and kiss daddy. Yin Rui grabbed the furry little thing next to him and squinted his eyes just as he was about to get close. He found something wrong. Ah! Yin Rui, who was a little confused just now, suddenly woke up. He threw the thing in his hand away without even looking clearly, and then jumped up from the bed. He didn't know what that thing was, but he was sure that it was definitely not an N. What's wrong? Yin Rui's voice attracted Jian Anqi, who was sorting the goods downstairs, to run up. He opened the door and watched Yin Rui crash into his arms. What's going on? Jian Anqi took the opportunity to hug Yin Rui's waist and looked into the room. Yin Rui raised his hand and pointed to his bed tremblingly. There is a mouse. Woo-woo. I'm scared to death. He was still sticking to the mouse. He couldn't stand it. He wanted to take a shower. I'm not a mouse. A third voice appeared in the room. Yin Rui paused for a moment, and then became more scared. The mouse is talking. I'm not a mouse. The unknown furry thing jumped twice, and was so angry that it was about to cry. Yin Rui, open your eyes and see who I am. Yin Rui, how do you know my name? Jian Anqi had already seen the true appearance of the thing at this time. He lowered his head and coaxed Yin Rui softly. It's really not a mouse. If you don't believe me, take a look. It's quite cute. Yin Rui subconsciously believed Jian Anqi's words. He slowly turned his head and saw a little monkey, but the size of a palm, standing in the middle of his bed, pinching his waist, frowning, and looking at him angrily. This thing looks a little familiar. Yin Rui turned around and walked to the bedside in small steps. Have I seen it before? I am the system. The little monkey waved his fists at Yin Rui twice, then hugged his arms and turned his head away. Yin Rui was shocked. What system? The system has become a spirit. The most magical monkey jumped out of the cracks of the stone. What is he? The system monkey was angry for a long time, seeing that Yin Rui was no longer afraid. It explained, this is the body of the monkey that Pu Jun gave you. I took it back and deducted it from the middle. I used all my savings to exchange for an opportunity for data fusion at the main control. As a result, the system looked at Yin Rui angrily, blinking its big eyes, and instantly filled with tears. Yin Rui was speechless, but he felt that it was not his fault. The system became a monkey, the resurrected monkey, the angry little monkey just now, and the crying little monkey? Who could imagine that they really exist? But looking at it, it is really cute. Yin Rui carefully held the little monkey in his arms and wiped his tears. The system wiped it. He looked at the tears in his hand and was still a little unbelievable. Am I really crying? Is this the feeling of becoming a living creature? The system felt even more bitter. Yes, you are a crybaby now. Yin Rui smiled and tapped the system's forehead, then couldn't help but touch his round head. At this time, Anan also ran in. After a night of practice, he could now skillfully become the size of a normal kitten. Anan! Yin Rui looked at the reckless Anan, who almost knocked the system down, and shouted to remind him. But the system said, don't make a fuss. How can I be restrained by a cat? Yin Rui let go after hearing this. And Anan also understood what the system said. He raised his paw and slapped it. The system jumped up from the bed nimbly and avoided Anan's attack. This monkey species is called a Fuku monkey. It is said that it is as light as a swallow and can move freely in a river called Fuku. How can I be afraid of you? A little black man, listening to the system shouting. Anan was furious. He bared his teeth and stared at the system, thinking about giving him a fatal blow. Just when his tail was raised high and he was aiming at the target and was about to rush out in the next second, A pair of hands grabbed the back of his neck, looking at it and closing his eyes comfortably. Yen Rui, who stroked him from head to tail with his hands, nodded with some satisfaction. That's how it should be. It seems that I have learned this skill well. Yen Rui subconsciously looked at Jian Anqi standing at the door, and then saw Jian Anqi looking at him with a smile in the corner of his eyes. Yen Rui looked at him unexpectedly and turned his head away again. The two were speechless for a while, and Jian Anqi spoke first. What's wrong? Did you use the Juyu technique you learned? Yen Rui saw that Jian Anqi was not shy at all, so he simply threw away the little bit of romance in his heart and looked at Jian Anqi without any scruples. Yes, there are special massage techniques for animals in Juyu. I tried it on Anan, and it seems to be really good. The two looked at Anan, who was already lying on Yen Rui's bed. Anan, who was just full of anger, now his four paws spread out and turned into a big cat pancake. It even snored without any hesitation. Yen Rui stopped and touched Anan's head with a smile, then looked at the system. Do you want to try it too? The system, which was tearful and imposing just now, had its eyes lit up instantly after hearing Yen Rui's words, but he still covered his mouth with some trepidation and asked, This monkey's body is a little small. What's the big deal? I've studied very hard. You're no problem with your size. Yen Rui tempted, Really, don't you want to try? The system immediately jumped into Yen Rui's arms, rubbing its head hard. I want to try. Yen Rui cautiously stretched out a hand, and then pinched the system's back with 2 fingers. The system instantly collapsed in comfort, and the whole monkey couldn't stand it and lay directly on the bed. Comfortable? Yen Rui smiled and pinched the back of the system's neck. How does it feel? This was the first time that the system experienced the feeling of being a living being. This level of comfort was a bit too shocking for him. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything, and only sighed in the end. Ah! Yen Rui felt very comfortable when hearing the sound of the bend. At this time, Jian Anqi also came over, looked at Yen Rui and said with a smile, You can't favor one over the other. How can I? Yen Rui immediately saw Jian Anqi's little thoughts. He patted Jian Anqi's arm. Turn around. I'll give you a few times. Jian Anqi turned around obediently. He listened to Yen Rui change his posture, then raised his hands and pressed the acupuncture points on his back hard. What does this mean? Why are they all meeting? Only I press the acupuncture points? They are small animals. Why are you comparing with small animals? Yen Rui said with some disapproval. I will press and knead all your blocked acupuncture points first, and only after kneading can the blood vessels be unobstructed. Maybe your supernatural powers will be smoother in the future. Yeah, Jian Anqi replied with a concise word. Yen Rui hammered him again. Speak properly. I think what you said makes a lot of sense. I should follow your advice and respond to every one of your opinions seriously. At the end, he added, Do you think this is okay? Yen Rui made a huh sound, while practicing his massage technique on Jian Anqi. He asked, Did you ask Wan Jiaming about their house preparations last night? One of the 2 houses is ready for immediate move-in, and the other needs to buy some furniture. They plan to go to the furniture market to take a look in the next 2 days. If the furniture in the ready-to-move-in set is old, just throw it away and replace it with new ones. We don't know when we will get new furniture in the future, Yen Rui suggested. Also, let's go to another place to restock. Where do you want to go? Jian Anqi turned around, looked at Yen Rui and asked, Do you have a plan? Yen Rui nodded and told him his plan from last night. There are more than 2 months until the end of the world. I want to go abroad to see it. I may never have the chance to go abroad in this life. After returning to China, we can go around the country again. Anyway, we can go back to the supermarket at any time. When we buy things in the local area, we can store them directly in the basement. It's not impossible. Yen Rui asked Jian Anqi for his opinion, and Jian Anqi softened his heart and said, Of course, you can go wherever you want. We will go to handle the procedures in the next 2 days. If it's just the procedures, even if it's expedited, it can't be done immediately. Let's go and get the documents first. While waiting for the documents, we can go to another plane. This way, it won't waste time anyway. As soon as he said it, Yen Rui pushed Jian Anqi out of the door, and after changing his clothes, he went out with Jian Anqi to handle the formalities. As soon as he went out, he met an old customer. Xiao Yin, why don't you open this supermarket? The renovation has taken too long, and we have to walk a long way to buy things. An auntie who looked over 50 and had curly hair held Yen Rui's hands and refused to let go. Yen Rui smiled and said, "It's not that I won't open it, but I'm going to renovate it recently. I'm going to expand the basement and tidy it up." "Oh, auntie, you don't know that there are several wooden boxes in the basement that are eaten by insects. And the water pipes are rusted. And the walls next to them are soaked and moldy. Fortunately, I found it early. Otherwise the goods are stored in the basement. And it's a small matter for me to lose some money. People will not feel at ease when they buy things back." After hearing Yen Rui's words, the curly-haired auntie suddenly realized, It should be. Then you should thoroughly renovate it this time. And we will feel at ease when we buy in the future. Yen Rui used. He nodded and assured the aunt, "Don't worry. I have already renovated half of it, and will be finished soon. It will be brand new by then. Just wait." After saying goodbye to the aunt, Yen Rui looked at her back and sighed. "I originally thought that after the end of the world, this supermarket would simply not open, and I would just keep the supplies for my own use. But now you have changed your mind?" Jian Anqi knew Yen Rui's expression and what he was thinking. "How much money is in the account now?" "I didn't check. But the points alone are too much to spend. So there must be more money." At least Yen Rui used his points to exchange for some things. But the money was useless. How about spending all the money before the end of the world? Jian Anqi smiled and looked at Yen Rui and said, "If it doesn't work, even if it's to buy a rocket, you have to spend the money." Yen Rui was amused by Jian Anqi's words. He hit Jian Anqi's chest. "What's the point of buying a rocket? You can also do business in outer space. Why not? Our Amoin galaxy is only 3 billion light years away from this plane. What is the scale of the rocket? After I modify it, maybe I can go back to my hometown to have a look. Don't dream about it. Besides, didn't I tell you not to speak when you were outside? Do you want to be caught in the laboratory?" The system immediately shut up. After hearing him being scolded, Anan, who was tied by Yen Rui's pet rope, looked up at the system and grinned. "Don't smile so much like a human. You might become famous if someone takes a picture of you and posts it online." Yen Rui reminded Anan again. They both have good tempers. But why can't they get along? After one night, Yen Rui suddenly became an old father with 2 children, which was really annoying. After completing the document procedures with Jian Anqi, Yen Rui suggested, "I want to eat hot pot. Let's go eat hot pot together." Yen Rui specially found a pet-friendly hot pot restaurant. After entering the door, Yen Rui basically ordered everything on the menu. In the past 6 months in the martial arts plane, Yen Rui has never eaten hot pot. Not once. Looking at Yen Rui like this, Jian Anqi felt a little annoyed. "Next time, I will definitely prepare hot pot for you." Yen Rui waved his hand at Jian Anqi. "It's okay. We can't make the taste of hot pot restaurants at home." As soon as Yen Rui said this, he felt a shock at the back of his head, and immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. He immediately turned his head to Jian Anqi. "I mean that the things here must have their own secret recipes. We just need to ensure that the meat is fresh at home. In fact, the hot pot base is also very delicious." Jian Anqi frowned tightly. "I will find a way." Yen Rui scratched his head and said in a flattering way, "Then I will go out and prepare the seasoning for you." Then he took Jian Anqi's bowl and trotted out the door. Along the way, Yen Rui, who had a little monkey on his shoulder, attracted the attention of most people. Some people came to ask if the little monkey was for sale. Yen Rui refused all the way and finally came to the seasoning area. After carefully preparing 2 bowls of seasoning for Jian Anqi, Yen Rui turned around and walked towards his booth. As a result, before he reached his destination, he felt someone patted his shoulder. Without thinking, he turned around and said, "Sorry, my little monkey is not for sale." "Yen Rui, is it really you?" After hearing this voice, Yen Rui's whole body stiffened. He felt his blood rushing to his head, and his breathing stopped for a moment. The system sensed that something was wrong with him, raised its paw, and patted his neck hard. Yen Rui's reason returned immediately. He took a deep breath, turned his head, and said with a smile, "You scared me. I thought you also wanted to buy my little monkey. Long time no see. Mu Shiran." Yen Rui turned around and saw the face that he would never forget. But at this moment, he had to stay calm. "You come to eat hot pot too?" "Yes. I resigned last month, and now I'm back home looking for a job. It's too competitive outside, and my body can't stand it." What are you doing now? I heard you're a boss. If I can't find a job, can I go to your place to help? Mushiran smiled gently at Yenrui. Yenrui suppressed his nausea and replied, nothing. I just started a small business. I can't even be called a boss. Sometimes I lose money every month. Speaking of this, Yenrui raised the bowl in his hand. I'll go back first. If we continue talking, the meat will be snatched away by others. Mushiran pushed the glasses on his face. Okay. Then we'll get together again if we have a chance. I came here with my family today. Who did you come with? I'm almost there too. Yenrui smiled and nodded at Mushiran. Then ran back to the booth as if he was escaping. Why did you take so long? Jiananchi saw that Yenrui had a strange expression. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Yenrui shook his head and said nothing. He looked at Jiananchi, whose concern was about to turn into reality. Put down the bowl in his hand, and held Jiananchi's clenched fist with both hands. After the end of the world, no one should be pitted. Jiananchi nodded solemnly. Don't worry. I don't trust anyone after the end of the world. I only listen to you. After saying that, he held Yenrui's hand back. Did you just meet someone you knew before? Is he not a good person? He is my high school classmate. We had a good relationship in high school, but we didn't keep in touch often after college. We only had dinner together during the holidays. Yenrui thought about it and told the story of his previous life. He found us at the end of the world. He not only alienated us, but also stole our things and told our information to others. Speaking of this, Yenrui said viciously, we just took pity on him at the beginning, but he sold us out to get close to the boss. Jiananchi leaned against Yenrui and whispered, tell me what he looks like later. I will avoid him in this life. Yenrui immediately took out his mobile phone and prepared to show Jiananchi the photo of Mushiran. But the system was faster. He knocked on his head, and a huge screen appeared in front of him. The system recorded all the interactions between the two people just now. When Jiananchi looked at the screen and tried hard to remember Mushiran's appearance, the system also patted an ant's head, pointed at the person on the screen and said, this is a bad guy. Bite him next time you see him. And then sat on the pet seat, nodded seriously, then looked in the direction of the system and bared his teeth. Because of Mushiran's influence, Yenrui had a hard time eating this meal. He ordered a lot, but in the end, most of it was left over. Jiananchi took the opportunity to pack 10 more portions of hot pot base. When the two were about to leave, they ran into Mushiran, who was standing at the door waiting for the car. Yenrui cursed in his heart. Bad luck, but could only greet him with a smile. We are really destined to meet. Where are you going? We will drive you there. I'm going to XX Road. My aunt opened a tea house there. We went there together when we were in high school. Do you remember? Remember? Yenrui patted Mushiran's shoulder enthusiastically. Just when Mushiran was about to follow Yenrui, he heard Yenrui say, that's not on the way. Let's go. Goodbye. Yenrui turned around and left. Jiananchi stood there, looked Mushiran up and down, and turned away without saying a word. 2 people plus a monkey and a cat. In the end, only the monkey left a look for him. Mushiran clenched his fist silently. After returning to the car, the system finally spoke. Mushiran looked so strange, so I recorded all his movements after you left. Do you want to see it? Yes. Meow. Chapter 89 Original Plane. Yenrui looked at Mushiran's sinister eyes behind him, frowning and feeling depressed. Jiananchi drove the car and comforted him. We already knew that he couldn't be a close friend. We will avoid him in this life, and we will definitely not repeat the same mistake. But this man is so thick-skinned that you don't even know what he did. Yenrui sighed. If it weren't for him, you might not have died in your previous life. Jiananchi paused after hearing this, and the whole car suddenly became silent. Even the system, and it didn't dare to speak after understanding the situation. After I died? Did you have a hard time? Jiananchi opened his mouth and finally asked this question. Yenrui was silent. Why do you ask this? Why don't you ask how he killed you? Jiananchi had no choice but to follow Yenrui's words and continue to ask. Then how did he kill me? At that time, people have been saying that they saw 9-headed monsters nearby. 9-headed monsters are very valuable. A dead one can be exchanged for 50 bags of rice, and a living one can be exchanged for 10 times more. But rumors are just rumors. At that time, no one had ever seen a 9-headed monster with their own eyes. Later, He said that he had information about the nine-headed monster. In order to make you believe it. He swore on his sister that his boss fell in love with his sister. But his sister didn't want to. And he wanted to take his sister away. So he told you this news. And he would give him 20% of the success later. Then I believed it. Jian Anqi was a little unbelievable. According to his understanding of himself. She was just an outsider sister. In that situation. He couldn't protect himself. And no one would care. Yin Rui nodded. Yeah. At that time we could hardly afford to eat. You said you wanted to gamble. And then you went out and never came back. Yin Rui recalled the last time he saw Jian Anqi in his previous life. And his eyes were red again. Later I kept regretting. If I hadn't gambled that day. The dull atmosphere in the car made people breathless. And there was a ticking sound on the car window again. Yin Rui looked up and saw the raindrops falling from the sky hitting the glass drop by drop. Blurring his vision for a while. It's okay. It's all started again. Don't be unhappy about the things in your previous life. Jian Anqi turned on the wipers. Stopped at the red light. And took the initiative to cover the back of Yin Rui's hand on his knees with his right hand. And comforted him, if you don't agree in this life, I will never go out. Okay. Yin Rui pursed his lips and moved his left hand. But Jian Anqi's hand covered his hand firmly. He simply stopped moving. But pressed the car window and stretched his hand out of the window. Feeling the cool raindrops falling on his fingertips. Yin Rui's burning temperature in his heart gradually subsided. He took a deep breath and turned to look at Jian Anqi. We must never repeat the same mistakes in this life. Let's live together until the end of our lives. Okay. Jian Anqi looked at Yin Rui's serious eyes. And his heart moved. He finally let go of Yin Rui's hand and raised his hand to touch Yin Rui's face. But the horn behind him sounded unexpectedly. Yin Rui was smart and turned around to avoid Jian Anqi's eyes. The light is green. Go. Jian Anqi seemed to have some regrets. After he restarted the car. And dared to gently touch the system with his nose. The system knew what and wanted to ask and began to tell him what happened between the two of them. Do you want to go and see the house? Jian Anqi suggested. Go and see the house they picked in your community. You pay for it. So you should know about it. Yin Rui nodded. He was not in a hurry to get the goods. He needed to have a good rest in the next 2 days. After all, being outside was not as comfortable as being at home. Even the air here had a familiar smell. The two returned to the community. The rain had not stopped yet. Jian Anqi took out an umbrella and took Yin Rui. Yin Rui held it in his arms with both hands. The system was afraid that it would fall. So it stood on Yin Rui's shoulders and held his ears tightly without letting go. Don't grab my ears. Or you can stand on it. Anyway, you are small. The system grabbed his ears and made them hot. Alas, it is still so troublesome to have a physical body. The system thought about it and simply disappeared in front of them the next second. Where did you go? Yin Rui and Jian Anqi stood under the umbrella, looking around in surprise. I'm back in my space. The little monkey was just my carrier. If there is a new carrier in the future, I can continue to record it. The system explained. It's raining outside. I don't like it. So I came back first. So that's how it is. Yin Rui felt a little envious after listening to it. When he walked to the door of the corridor, he ran into two people head-on. One of them was still mumbling. Why is it raining suddenly? Didn't the weather forecast say no rain? How many days have you not seen the weather forecast? You saw last year's weather forecast. Right? Yin Rui wanted to go in. Jian Anqi put his arm around his shoulders and said to the two people who were rushing out, Jia Zhenyan, Tong Jiashu. What are you two doing? Oh, Captain. Jia Zhenyan looked at Jian Anqi, who was standing outside the door holding an umbrella for someone, and took a step back. You also want to see the house. Why didn't you say so earlier? Come on. Let's go back together. Tong Jiashu pinched Jia Zhengyan's lower back, and then said, Captain, do you two have a key? If not, I have one here. We have something to do now. So we want to accompany you two to go shopping. After saying that, Tong Jiashu looked at Yin Rui and said, This is Brother Yin. I have heard of your name for a long time. Sorry. We have something to do today, and can't entertain you two. We will have a chance to get together again in the future. After saying that, Tong Jiashu was about to pull Jia Zhenyan away. Before leaving, Yin Rui stopped the two of them. You two don't have an umbrella. Jian Anqi. Give them the umbrella. No. 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 It's okay for us two rough men to get a little rain. Even Jia Zhengyan could see that he had to refuse the umbrella. But Jian Anqi handed it to them. You take it. I have another one here. After hearing Jian Anqi's words, the two looked at each other, and then carefully took the umbrella. Thank you, Brother Yin. After Jian Anqi gave them a look, the two ran away quickly with umbrellas. Yin Rui looked at their backs and said in confusion, Why are you so anxious? What tasks did you assign to them? No. They should have their own things to do. Jian Anqi said calmly. Let's go upstairs and take a look. Jian Anqi and Yin Rui came to the 6th floor. They deliberately chose a floor that was not very high. Even if the elevator was out of service, the 6th floor would not be inconvenient. There might be safety issues on lower floors. So the 6th floor was just right. This is a 3-bedroom, 2 living room, 2 bathroom apartment. It's not very big, but it can fit 3 double beds. It's enough for Jian Anqi's brothers in his previous life to live in this apartment. This is the apartment you can move into right away. Yin Rui walked into the house and touched the furniture left behind. He said with some surprise, This room is better than I thought. The furniture is all made of solid wood. Although the shape is not fashionable, it is indeed durable. Turn the small one into a storage room. Otherwise you can't put many things, Yin Rui suggested. Jian Anqi nodded. The other apartment is also in this unit. I plan to let them split into 2 groups. One group lives in this apartment, and the other group lives in the other apartment. That's even better. The two went to the next apartment. The next apartment is also a 3-bedroom apartment on the 8th floor. The layout is the same, but the direction is opposite. But this one is only simply decorated. I heard that after buying it, it was hastily renovated and rented out. Now it's time to move. So it's in a hurry to sell the house. Didn't you say there was another large 2-bedroom apartment? Why didn't you buy that one? Although the house was enough. Yin Rui suddenly thought of what he had said before and asked. The owner of that one suddenly didn't want to sell it. So now there are only these 2. If 2 are not enough, look at other ones. Yin Rui didn't know if it was enough. It mainly depends on whether your people can live in it. If not, it's better to buy 2 more. Jian Anqi estimated. It's enough. No need to buy more. That's fine. After looking at the house, the two returned to Yin Rui's house. As soon as they entered the door, Yin Rui asked Jian Anqi to sit on the sofa. I'll pour you a glass of water, and we'll choose the next plane first. So early? Jian Anqi frowned as he looked at Yin Rui, who was busy pouring water for him in the kitchen, and said, Actually, there's no need to rush. There are still 2 months left, so you can rest more. I want to rest more, but I have to choose the plane in advance, so that when we prepare supplies, we have a focus. However, this time Yin Rui warned the system that the naming must be realistic, and the plane survey written for them must be similar to the real situation there. Otherwise he will really be angry. This time it must be true. Our main controller has specially extracted 5 sets of data from each plane for comparison and investigation for you. This time it must be not much different from the actual situation. Well, call out the planes I can choose and have a look. Xianxia Dusk, Forbidden Sea Ecstasy. Rose Doomsday Determined Starry Sky. What is this? Yin Rui looked up at the system in disbelief. You also read novels for the main controller? Yes. But it seems that the types he reads are different from mine. The system monkey jumped into Yin Rui's palm. It seems that he prefers the crematorium. Yin Rui took a breath of cold air. Green JJ was actually promoted to outer space. It's really a flower blooming inside the wall and fragrant outside the wall. Tell me what this is all about. The kind that follows the plot. Xianxia Dusk is about the degeneration of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Without spiritual energy, cultivators can only steal the cultivation of others. It is equivalent to the destruction of the world in the martial arts war plane. Forbidden Sea Passion is at the bottom of the sea. There is no land in that plane. Only sea. Everyone looks very stylish. I recommend you to go there and take a look. It's very lively. But it keeps raining. In addition, due to the climate, the sea is a little lacking in oxygen. When Yin Rui heard the system say everyone looks quite stylish, countless sea monsters immediately flashed in his mind. Not good. I have a fear of the deep sea. Let's change another one. The Rose Doomsday is when a couple breaks up and the man wants to kill everyone in the world. But the woman is actually dead. After the man finds out, he spits out blood, and the blood turns into gorgeous roses. After the reincarnation of the woman, She remembers that the two of them are together again. After the system finished speaking, Yenrui moved his ears. What doomsday is that? It's that man who can spit out blood. He is the immortal martial emperor. He spits out 3 tons of blood. Roses have become a disaster in the world. And people are living in misery. Yenrui opened his mouth in surprise. What is this? If this plot is written in a novel, people will scold you. Isn't this a plane that your main controller created after reading the novel? Yenrui deeply suspected that there was something fishy. Our master controller won't. In the past, this kind of plane would not be recorded in the Doomsday list, but would be assigned to the Love Brain system. However, the host of the Love Brain system is too slow to complete the task, so it was assigned to us. So that's how it is. Yenrui was slightly convinced. What is the determined starry sky? It won't be a couple playing a Xiongyao drama in space. Right? Yenrui said here, turning to look at Jian Anqi. How about we catch up on the TV series? Jian Anqi smiled gently at Yenrui. It's up to you. Whatever you say is fine. Yenrui, tell me what the determined starry sky is. The system said calmly. The determined starry sky is actually a situation where everyone is wandering in space, preparing to find the next planet suitable for survival. Their planet reached the edge of destruction hundreds of years ago. After detecting the situation on the planet, they built 20,000 interstellar cruisers and took everyone on the planet to outer space. Sure enough, not long after they left, the planet they originally lived on exploded. After that, they lived a wandering life in space. At the beginning, the goal of the 20,000 cruisers was the same. That is, to find the next planet suitable for survival. However, as time went by, and the chance of finding the next planet was slim, they began to compete for internal resources. If they dragged on, they might have to fight. Wouldn't that be another war era? Yenrui scratched his head. War is really unavoidable at the end of the world. Which one do you want to choose? Jian Anqi? I don't know which one to choose. But I don't want to go to that, Rose. When he thought that the initiator of the disaster was still suppressing him, Jian Anqi was furious. The deep sea should not work either. Don't you dislike water? You can't even swim. Then, there are only Xianxia Dusk and Determined Starry Sky. What level are these two? Yenrui asked. Can you send me the detailed information of these two planes? It's ready. The system sent the 5 sets of data extracted by the main control and various integrated data to Yenrui and Jian Anqi. You can take your time to look at them. These two worlds are both B-level worlds. But the protective shields on your bodies can also keep you safe. What about the protective shields in the supermarket? Yenrui asked. Is the protective shield in the supermarket enough? As long as you upgrade, it will be enough. The system stared at Yenrui with big eyes. Yenrui was about to attack. But seeing him like this, he couldn't bear it. We are all family. Forget it. Jian Anqi patted Yenrui's legs, and then comforted him. We can't use up all our points now. Thinking of this, Yenrui's anger was relieved. Then if you want to upgrade to an environment that can support B-level plane attacks, how many points do you need? Only 300 million is enough. The system monkey lay on the table, propped up its chin with its 2 front paws, and looked at Yenrui with big eyes blinking. It's not a lot for you. Your points are the first in the main control center. After hearing 300 million, Yenrui covered his chest with his hands. 300 million is not a small number for him. He now has a total of more than 2 billion points. And this time he has lost 1/10. But it was impossible not to upgrade. Yenrui helplessly waved his hand at the system. Upgrade. Upgrade. Spend the points. Anyway, you can still earn money. Another rebate was received by the system. And it looked at Yenrui with its big watery eyes and said gratefully, I will definitely fight for benefits for you in the future. Yenrui nodded. I know. You disappear for a while. My heart hurts. The system obediently jumped on an ant's back, and then struggled hard and threw him to the ground. And the cat and the monkey started playing again. So where have you decided to go? Jian Anqi approached Yenrui and asked. You have already made a decision. Right? Yenrui nodded. And he whispered to Jian Anqi, I want to go to the interstellar plane. After the interstellar plane is over, if there is a chance, we will go to the fairy plane again. Why choose that place? Because we can't beat the people in the Xianxia plane. But the technology in the interstellar plane seems to be very advanced. Their main means of attack are weapons. We may be able to exchange some high-tech weapons for them. Jian Anqi smiled and looked at Yenrui with appreciation. You are really thoughtful. Yenrui's breathing stagnated, and his back leaned back subconsciously. I'm done. You can leave now. Don't forget to read the information when you go home. After saying that, he was about to pull Jian Anqi up from the sofa. After Jian Anqi stood up, his tone was a little helpless. We two don't discuss it. And we are ready. What kind of goods? Yenrui paused, and then became a little angry. Let's discuss it tomorrow. I need to rest today. Jian Anqi, who was pushed out of the door, leaned against the door. He struggled to resist Yenrui's actions. Can I just say the last sentence? Yenrui took off his strength and looked Jian Anqi up and down. You say it. Jian Anqi smiled at Yenrui, looked into his eyes, and whispered, See you tomorrow. After Jian Anqi finished speaking, he took the initiative to close the door, leaving Yenrui standing there motionless, with only the roar of his heartbeat surrounding him. At this time, he finally had to admit that he had a little heartbeat for Jian Anqi. After going downstairs, Jian Anqi hooked his hands at Jia Zhengyun and Tong Jiaxiu, who were waiting for him in the community. Why didn't you two leave? The two men held umbrellas and looked at Jian Anqi, who had nothing in his hands. After looking at each other, they said, Captain, Xiao Yan didn't prepare an umbrella for you. What's your business? Just take care of yourself. Jian Anqi scolded him unhappily. Renovate that simple house. Use the most expensive materials. Don't be stingy. Buy the most expensive furniture. It's best to move in after the renovation. Jian Anqi stood at the stairs and told them, Make more storage space. I heard some news from above. If you have any important people, it's best to bring them all. 1 quota per person. I won't take care of more than one. I can't use any quota. I came to the army because my family can't be relied on. Jia Zhengyun patted his chest and said, Is our Xiaotong the same? Jian Anqi asked them to come here not only because they are reliable, but also because they have no other relationship behind them. Jia Zhengyun was a left-behind child who was left in the village by his parents since he was a child. Later, his parents made money in the city, bought villas and luxury cars, and gave birth to twin sons. But they didn't say they would bring him to the city. After his grandmother passed away, Jia Zhengyun realized that his parents were so rich. He was taken to the city to live for a month. He couldn't stand his parents' partiality and his brother's sarcasm. After wandering for a month, he joined the army when he was old enough. Tong Jiaxiu's background is even simpler. His father was a domestic abuser. After his parents divorced, he left him to his father. His father couldn't beat his wife, so he beat his son. When his son grew up, he couldn't beat his son and started drinking. In the end, he drank too much and died of cerebral hemorrhage. Tong Jiaxiu contacted his mother after he joined the army. His mother was very polite to him. There was always a gap after not seeing each other for many years. Moreover, his mother had a new life. She gave birth to a little daughter with her later husband. The family of 3 was very happy. Tong Jiaxiu stopped bothering her. After retiring, he heard that Jian Anqi was recruiting people here, so he came directly with his luggage. The same is true for Kongli. He is not much better than these 2 people. The only one who is tied to him should be Wang Jiaming. Anyway, Wang Jiaming only has 1 quota. Let him bring the person over when the time comes. Jian Anqi was about to leave in the rain when he heard a voice calling his name from behind. Jian Anqi. Wait a minute. Jian Anqi turned around and saw Yenrui running out with an umbrella in his hand. Yenrui was standing at the door thinking about it. He regretted that he had driven Jian Anqi away. Looking at the heavy rain outside the door, he looked at the umbrella at hand and simply went out with the umbrella. Even if Jian Anqi has many umbrellas in his space button, Jian Anqi must like the umbrella he gave him the most. Why did you come down? Seeing Yenrui, Jian Anqi was very surprised. You came to bring me an umbrella, right? Yenrui looked at Jia Zhengyun and Tong Jiaxiu behind Jian Anqi, took a deep breath and said, I saw you didn't bring an umbrella. It's raining so hard outside. Don't catch a cold. Thank you. I was still worrying about how to go back. Jian Anqi turned his back to Jia Zhengyun and Tong Jiaxiu, and the 2 of them couldn't see Jian Anqi's expression at all. But this gentle voice made them shudder. Yenrui raised his chin and handed the umbrella to Jian Anqi. Okay. I've delivered the umbrella. You can go back quickly. Jian Anqi nodded, waved to Yenrui, took 2 steps back and turned around, and saw the surprised expressions of Jia Zhengyun and Tong Jiaxiu as soon as he turned around. Look at shit. Go away. Jian Anqi's tone was completely different from before. After Jia Jingyun and Tong Jiaxiu said goodbye to Yin Rui, they were about to leave. When they were going back, Jia Jingyun suddenly slapped his thigh. The captain said that everyone can have a family quota. Is his family quota Brother Yin? It must be. Back then, Jian Anqi couldn't contact Yin Rui before the field training, so he slipped out in front of all the supervisors at the beginning of the training on the second day. Until now, no one knows how Jian Anqi got through the heavy blockade and escaped. After he escaped, he didn't even change his clothes and found Yin Rui's university so openly. The result was 10 days of confinement. It must be Brother Yin. But you can't say that in front of him. Otherwise, you won't know how you died. Tong Jiaxiu kindly reminded him. And Jia Jingyun patted him and said, I'm not such a rude person. At this time, Yin Rui, who was sitting on the sofa at home, recalled the expressions of Jian Anqi's two comrades in arms in his mind, and felt a little uneasy. Just now, I seemed to be a little too impulsive. Did Jia Jingyun and Tong Jiaxiu see something? They probably didn't see it. Who would think in this way? Yin Rui tossed and turned on the sofa, and finally grabbed a handful of hair randomly, and opened the system introduction sheet of Determined Starry Sky. This time, the background introduction is still only 10,000 words. But after this simple 10,000 words, there are a few more pages of photos, and some people's living conditions. This is much more detailed. Yin Rui briefly looked at the background of the Times. In addition to the situation he just learned, he found that there were only 10,000 cruisers left out of the original 20,000. It was not because the spacecraft was gone or something unexpected happened, but because the population was reduced and 20,000 cruisers were no longer needed. So in order to reduce energy pressure, they gradually merged and merged again. And now there are only 10,000 cruisers in operation. Basically, a cruiser can accommodate 100,000 people, which means there are still more than 1 billion people left. This is too small. Not even as many as the population of their country. Yin Rui frowned and continued to look down. He saw the photos in the cruiser and found that it was not as closed as he imagined. Instead, there was no lack of blue sky, white clouds and green grass. And everyone did not look depressed. What is this? Yin Rui pointed to one of the photos and asked the system standing next to him. He held the system in his arms. They are separated into grids. And they were white helmets on their heads, like permed hair. What is this? It is a virtual visual sensor. After wearing it, you can simulate the life on the original planet. Here you can virtually go out for a picnic, ski and parachute. And there is no danger. There is such a good thing? Yin Rui felt a little novel when he heard this condition. If you give me another one of this thing, I won't have to go out in the future. But fake can't be real. Data shows that many people who are addicted to it have suffered from mental illness. The gap between before and after is too big, and they can't accept it. Yin Rui didn't understand it, but he could vaguely understand the feelings of these people. After thinking about it, he could only sigh and change the screen to another picture. Then the blue sky and white clouds here are also fake. And there is still the sun in the sky. They are all fake. Just virtual projection images. The technology outside is more advanced than what you have seen. Only a little weaker than my Amoing galaxy. Yin Rui instantly stood in awe of the development of this plane. The fact that the system could evaluate him in this way proved that his technological level had reached a certain level. Where do their energy sources come from? They can't just make it up out of thin air. Thinking of the original species, Yin Rui asked curiously. It is indeed obtained out of thin air, but it is not fabricated, but absorbed from space. The system played a short video for him. That's it. During the journey, they will extract scattered meteorites in space and specific particles in the vacuum. Finally, after refining, they will get raw stones one by one. This source stone is their main source of energy. After processing, the raw stones will become raw liquid, which can be consumed by the human body. Then don't they have never eaten anything good? Yin Rui thought. Then if I had more snacks, not to mention spiritual food, even fruits will make them crazy about it. Almost. The system calculated for a while. But this thing can't be sold at a high price there. You can put more goods to go around. Why can't it be sold at a high price? Yin Rui was very curious. He thought this thing should be sold at a sky-high price. Because their nutrient solution is rich in variety. And the taste is also good. It can provide their daily needs. So in theory, they are not short of food. Then what do they lack? Yin Rui asked. The system spread its hands. I can't think of that. Think about it. Or contact Jiananqi. He must have a way. Yen Rui looked at the little monkey and cursed in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that the monkey was too small, he would definitely pinch the system's face right now. The next day, Jiananqi came to Yen Rui's house early. Hearing Jiananqi knocking on the door, Yen Rui opened the door and asked in confusion, "Don't you have the key to my house? I thought you would prepare it." Jiananqi looked at Yen Rui, who had messy hair. One eye open and one eye squinted, and was still a little confused. Yen Rui didn't understand what Jiananqi meant. His mind was in a mess. Last night, he kept thinking about what the interstellar plane needed. But he didn't figure it out until he fell asleep. The last desperate idea before going to bed was to simply buy 2 tons of goods and sell them as wholesale. Jiananqi was so pleased with Yen Rui that he raised his hand and rubbed his head. Then said, "I've brought you breakfast. Try what you like, and I'll make it for you later." The moment Yen Rui felt Jiananqi's warmth, he woke up. He turned around and rubbed his face uncomfortably. "I'll go wash my face first." After washing up, Yen Rui changed into a new set of clothes that didn't look so formal. But the style and tailoring didn't look too casual. This was bought by him and Jiananqi at the super expensive luxury market. I don't know if it was his illusion, but he really felt that he looked much better. Before walking out the door, Yen Rui took a deep breath. When he pushed the door open, he was afraid that Jiananqi would see his thoughts. So he took off his clothes and rubbed them hard. He put them on after they had some wrinkles. After Yen Rui went out, he greeted Jiananqi, who was sitting at the dining table. Jiananqi nodded and looked at the watch in his hand again. 40 minutes? It took 40 minutes to change clothes. Jiananqi calmly pushed the porridge he had warmed up in front of Yen Rui. "There's a long queue for pumpkin pie at this restaurant. Try it and see if it's delicious." Yen Rui said thank you modestly, and after putting the porridge into his mouth, his eyes lit up. "I haven't eaten the pumpkin pie yet, but this porridge is really amazing. I made it, and I will make it for you according to this recipe in the future." Jiananqi looked at Yen Rui, whose ears had turned red, and did not continue to push forward. Instead, he changed the subject and said, "Did you see what the people in the interstellar plane needed last night?" Yen Rui shook his head and sighed. "I don't know what they need either. I thought I could just send some food, but I found that they have everything they need. And their use of raw stones is even better than I thought. Is there anything that raw stones can't do, but we can do? Or in other words, something that only humans can do?" Jiananqi also frowned and hugged his arms. This was really a bit difficult. Only humans can do it. Isn't that creation? It's something that only human wisdom can do. Yen Rui clapped his hands. "Then let's buy some movies, TV shows, and all kinds of books. Classic novels. Can we sell them?" Thinking of this, Yen Rui stood up excitedly. System. Did you hear what I just said? Is there anyone making movies and TV shows over there?" Just as the system was about to answer, Yen Rui said, "Be careful. Don't say the wrong thing. This is an important source of our points in the future." The system clenched its small fist in front of its chest and nodded its golden furry head vigorously. "I will verify it. But after my investigation, although they still have literary and artistic workers, the number is not large. And under that situation, they can't provide them with a good creative environment." Yen Rui thought about it, and it was true. They could only be trapped in the cruiser and could not get out. They could not really feel the beauty of nature, nor could they travel and meet all kinds of people. In this way, inspiration would easily dry up. Even if they had the talent for creation, there was no soil for cultivating literature and art. Even if some people say that pain is the source of creation, people cannot be in pain all the time. It would be too torturous to be in pain all the time. How could they have the mind to create? Tell me how many books they can publish in a year. How many movies and TV series they can shoot. Or how many advertisements they can produce. All the people on 10,000 cruisers together only produce dozens of books. Less than 10 movies. And the longest TV series is only 8 episodes. And many of them are old movies. Yen Rui rubbed his hands and felt that he had finally found the real direction. He looked at Jiananqi excitedly. "Let's go out and buy books now." Jiananqi stood up and pushed him back to his seat. "You eat breakfast first, and we will go out after breakfast." After breakfast, the two of them took Anan and the system out. Yen Rui, who was sitting in the car, was in an excited mood. He rubbed the system's little face and said, when I raised an inn. I said that if there was another pet at home, it would be called Ping Ping. You always call the system, which makes us look unfamiliar. Yenrui pinched the system's little fingers. I will call you Ping Ping in the future? Or if you don't like this name, I will think of another one. I like it. In fact, the system has been waiting for a long time. But he was a little embarrassed to ask Yenrui for this request. He didn't expect Yenrui to take the initiative to say it today. He jumped up and down in the car excitedly, and finally jumped back into Yenrui's arms, lowered his head, and pretended to be reserved and said, "It's okay. The name Ping Ping is not bad." Seeing the system, "Oh no" Ping Ping's expression, Yenrui laughed out loud, and then saw that the two of them were having fun, and patted Yenrui's arm a little unhappy. Yenrui immediately turned around and hugged Anan in his arms. "I won't favor one over the other." Yenrui lowered his head and kissed Anan, and took advantage of Ping Ping's inattention to kiss his little red face. The system covered its face and laughed a little shyly. Anan also rubbed Yenrui shyly. It was not until Jian Anqi drove the car to the bookstore that the actions of the few people stopped. "Is this a wholesale service?" Yenrui walked to the door of the bookstore and asked the security guard standing beside him. The security guard glanced at Yenrui and asked, "You want to do business?" Yenrui nodded. "Yes. Let's try wholesale here." The old man saw him like this and advised him, "Young man, I advise you not to do this business. No one who does this business will not lose money. No one reads books now. Everyone reads on their mobile phones and electronic versions. Nothing can be sold except textbooks." After saying this, the old man wiped his face and said, "Maybe textbooks will be replaced with electronic versions in the future." Yenrui felt a little uncomfortable listening to the old man's words. He said to the old man, "I have to try it. Maybe I will succeed. Then you have to leave some money for yourself. Don't invest all your money. Otherwise you may not be able to eat in the future." Yenrui nodded, said goodbye to the kind old man, and walked into the bookstore with Jian Anqi. "Actually, I haven't read a book for a long time. The last book I read was Ziyushu. But that was because there was no electronic version of Ziyushu." Don't be too pessimistic. Electronic books can't replace the texture of books. There are still many people who like to collect paper books. This thing will not disappear. Jian Anqi comforted. Or you can think of it in a positive way. After the end of the world, not to mention books, even people will disappear. Yenrui, it's so hellish. But it makes sense. We can try our best to protect these books. Buy more, and we can keep a backup. Didn't you say that after the end of the world, no one can access the internet? So it can be proved that things left on paper are the real ones that can be passed down. But if we want to pass it down, it's not just these books in the bookstore. We can't access some information either. What should we do? Yenrui thought of this, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. It's okay. Jian Anqi was confident. I can solve this problem. Chapter 90 Original Plain 1. In the previous life, natural disaster struck, and people had no food to eat, let alone read books. When the weather was cold, there was no firewood in the city, and many people went to the library to burn the books in it. Who cared about whether to pass on the legacy or not? However, since Jian Anqi patted his chest and promised him, Yenrui was not worried. Now all his attention was focused on the wholesale market in front of him. Like the food wholesale market, the book city wholesale market is also divided into small single rooms. There are special teaching aids, children's literature, and fantasy reasoning, similar to 100 questions about ancient and modern China and foreign countries. Yenrui basically didn't read these books. He walked to the door of the most deserted cubicle and asked the boss, "Do you have any foreign original translated novels here?" When the boss heard someone coming to the door, he immediately stood up and welcomed the person in without saying a word. "What kind of books do you want to buy? Do you want to open a coffee shop or a bookstore? I have all kinds of novels with beautiful bindings and profound content. We have whatever you want. I want to open a bookstore, a large chain. If you have a full range of products, I will buy from you." Yenrui walked into the store and looked around. He saw that the plastic covers of some books were already scratched. It seemed that they had been passed down many times. The traces of time were very obvious. He picked up the book in front of him. The author of this book had passed away, but he also won a lot of honors with this book. However, the content was a bit profound and obscure, and needed to be savored carefully. Even though it was a famous book recommended by the school, the sales were average. Yin Rui asked the system in his mind. Will those interstellar people like this kind of book? Of course they will. When you just came back from rebirth. You will feel delicious even if you drink a bowl of white porridge and eat some pickles. How come I didn't know you were also a master of analogy? Yin Rui was immediately convinced by the system. This type of novel. 200 copies. No history books. Just novels. They can't understand history books. Many things have to be viewed around a specific era. So it's better to buy novels to save trouble. 200 books? I have thousands of this type here. Are you sure? Brother? Sure. How much is it? If it's cheap, I'll order something else. Yin Rui saw that there were also master's picture albums and photography collections over there. And he wanted to keep a few of these things himself. Okay. I'll give you 6 yuan per copy of this. And you can triple it if you resell it. They are all brand new. Is this price okay? The boss looked at Yin Rui with some expectation and asked. Yin Rui nodded and estimated the price. Okay. Are you sure it's genuine? Sure. The boss smiled. What other books do you want? Brother? I'll give you the lowest price. Count the picture albums over there. How much is that? I bought them at a high price. So I'll sell them at 8.5 yuan each. I won't make much money. As long as I don't lose money. I can clear out the stock. You have so many goods. Yin Rui looked at the small store inside. You can't judge a person by his appearance. My wife and my brother-in-law are both in this business. Do you want teaching aids? 300 Tang poems, and the students' favorite romance novels. I have them all here. These? Yin Rui was about to blurt out the word no. But then he thought of something and swallowed his words back. I want all of them. I don't need more. Just give me 20 copies each. And the romance novels are the same as before. 200 each. He planned to keep these teaching aids for himself. If he really reached the point where he couldn't control himself in the future, these things could at least be considered a spark. Don't worry. I can prepare all the goods within 3 days. Please leave an address, and I will send some first. Hearing this, Yin Rui looked at Jian Anqi for help. Jian Anqi followed his advice and wrote a line on the paper. This is the address. There are people in the warehouse to receive it. Just send it. Jian Anqi left the location of the warehouse that Wang Jiaming rented for a long time. Now Wang Jiaming has rented the 3 largest warehouses for a long time, which should be enough. After saying goodbye to this boss, Yin Rui changed to another floor. The other floor sold all discs. Yin Rui also bought 200 sets. As for the TV series and movies that he had heard were very popular, he simply bought 1,000 sets. There were 1 billion people on the interstellar cruise ship, so they would definitely be sold. However, the DVDs were more expensive than the books. Even though Yin Rui had money now, he still felt bad. After leaving the bookstore, Yin Rui looked at the sky. It was a bit gloomy, and it felt like it was going to rain. Shall we go eat hot pot? Jian Anqi suggested. I didn't eat well last time, but I won't be so unlucky this time. Yin Rui swallowed his saliva. Okay. Hot pot for lunch and grilled fish for dinner. Jian Anqi nodded in agreement. This time, no one disturbed him. Yin Rui finally had a satisfying meal. Even Ping Ping and Anan had a bloated stomach. Yin Rui gave each of them a stomach-strengthening and digestion-promoting tablet. Eat less next time. I'm not going to starve you. But delicious food is too hard to resist. Especially for the system, which has just acquired a body. His current mentality is similar to that of Yin Rui, who has just been reborn. He wants to eat everything he sees. I regret it so much. I should have a bigger body. I get full after just a few bites. The system touched its bulging belly with some regret. Yin Rui looked at him and said, if there is a suitable one in the future, you can buy it. If there is no such thing in this plane, there should be no shortage of immortals and magic planes for cultivation. Although there is no shortage of bodies, they are all very expensive. I saved my salary and commission for a long time to buy such a small one. It's because you submitted this thing. I have an internal price. I'll pay half next time. Don't be sad. Yin Rui rubbed his furry head. But since you can make it in bigger or smaller, why can't this body be bigger or smaller? Hearing this, the system suddenly had a clear mind. You make sense? Then I don't have to pay a high price for the body. I just need to save points to buy a controller. Yin Rui was in a good mood, pinched his face and said, you buy it. I'll pay for the points. The system was deeply moved, hugged Yin Rui's fingers, and didn't let go. After a while of coquettishness, The system suddenly opened its eyes and said ecstatically, "The new function I applied for before is finally available." What new function? Even Jian Anqi, who was driving, was a little curious. In the supermarket, we can see the new function when we go to the supermarket now. The system kept it a secret. You will definitely like it. Yen Rui and Jian Anqi looked at each other, and Jian Anqi turned the car around and drove towards the supermarket without saying anything. After entering the supermarket, the two looked left and right, and then looked at the system in their arms. Where is the new function you mentioned? Go forward. You will see it soon. The system stood in the middle of Yen Rui's palm, stamping its feet excitedly. You two will see it if you go forward. Yen Rui was a little curious, but then couldn't bear it anymore and jumped to the ground, walked to the position indicated by the system, and raised his claws to scratch the door in front of him. Don't scratch the door. It will leave claw marks, which is not good looking. Wait a minute. When did a door appear here? Is this the new function? Yen Rui walked to the door and put his hand on the door handle. He asked the system tentatively, "Isn't there a scary place like a wormhole behind this?" Of course not. There is a newly opened space behind this. The main control thought that the original supermarket area was not enough, so it used space compression to open up a place for you out of thin air. What do you think? Do you like it? Really? Yen Rui was a little surprised. He felt that the supermarket space was a little insufficient, but he thought of putting 2 sunshades at the door. Unexpectedly, the main control directly made the house bigger for him. This space is not like a warehouse where time is stagnant. Its time flow is the same as a normal room, so you can do business in it at will. If you are not satisfied with this position, you can adjust it at will. The system raised its hand, and the internal structure diagram of the entire supermarket appeared in front of everyone. Yen Rui looked at the position on the screen, and he was indescribably happy. This is great. Thank you, system. And thank the main control for me. This is really thoughtful. Yen Rui turned around with a little monkey in his arms, and then pushed the door open, and saw a huge empty space in front of his eyes. The decoration of this room box is exactly the same as the supermarket that has not yet been put on the shelves. The white floor tiles and the lights on the roof are exactly the same. Even the scenery outside the window is the actual scene next to the supermarket. And I don't know how the main control did it. This room is 80 square meters. If you want to expand it in the future, you will need points. However, in order to facilitate the host, the system also provides several decoration modes, which can be switched at will. Yen Rui's eyes lit up. He turned on the screen and saw the new functional partitions. This decoration is classified according to functionality, such as cafes, restaurants, supermarkets, and even classrooms and office areas. Yen Rui opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth, flipping through the pages one by one. He said in surprise, "System, I really didn't expect that you guys would get it this time. Because of the novels with systems that I recommended to the master. The master is now obsessed with developing new functions. If you have any other requirements, please let me know as soon as possible. The master is in the mood now. No new ones for now, since there is already a new space. He really doesn't have any special requirements now, especially this kind of decoration mode." Yen Rui thought about it. Didn't we want a place to practice before? Let's just use this room for practice. You can hold off on making a decision for now. If we just want to practice, we can open up a space on the 2nd floor. The 1st floor is better for commercial use. Yen Rui turned to look at the system. Can you open up a new space for us on the 2nd floor? The system nodded. As long as there are points. Then do as Jian Anqi said and open up a new space on the 2nd floor, vertical to the new space on the 1st floor. The 2nd floor will be used as a fitness room. But he couldn't think of the use of this floor for a while, so he insisted on comforting. You can wait until you get to the next plane, and maybe you will have inspiration by then. Yen Rui nodded. Let's go stock up today. The previous goods are almost sold out. No, all the previous stockpiles have been sold out. Yen Rui even sold the things he prepared for the end of the world. This time he has to stock up again. Maybe we have to trouble Wang Jiaming. We always buy so many things. Will Wang Jiaming be suspicious? Yen Rui was a little worried. Now is not a good time to explain to him. No need to explain to him. Just let him listen. Even if he has questions, he won't ask. Jian Anqi said, I have to go out tomorrow, and I will be back at noon. After you buy things, put them in the warehouse, and I will carry them when the time comes. You don't have to carry them now. I can just put them on the space button now. But what are you going to do tomorrow? Do you want to go with me? I'm going to see my old boss. I'm going to treat him to a meal. Forget it. Yen Rui sat up straight. What's the big deal about me going to see your boss? Call me after lunch tomorrow, and I'll tell you where I am, and you can come back. Jian Anji laughed and said, What are you thinking about? I want to tell him about the end of the world. You are more familiar with this kind of thing. So I want to ask you if you want to go. Hearing this, Yen Rui was a little entangled. Then It's okay. Don't go if you don't want to. They are still in the stage of doubt. I will call you when they are sure to believe it. That's fine. But I will tell you a few more things that will happen in the next 2 days to increase your credibility. The next day, when Yen Rui opened his eyes, he saw an ant and the system beside him. The system was nestled in an ant's arms, and an ant's paws were on the system's body. It was really cute. Yen Rui's heart softened when he saw it. He stood up slightly and kissed the 2 furry heads. After washing up, he prepared meals for the 2 of them, cooked noodles for himself, and then turned on his mobile phone to read today's news. The plane of Country N was shot down, and it was identified as a war invasion by Country L just because of the deviation of the route. Yen Rui remembered this news in his previous life, because it was too outrageous. How could someone deviate from the flight path to the airspace of another country, and be shot down directly by another country without even saying hello? The incident he told Jian Anchi yesterday also included this one. Jian Anchi was a little surprised after hearing it. But this news was the most favorable proof to gain the trust of Jian Anchi's boss. After dinner, Yen Rui asked Anan to stay at home obediently. He asked Ping Ping to change back to the system and went out alone. As a result, when he went downstairs, he saw Tong Jiaxu passing by the door of their building and moving furniture. Little brother Yen. Tong Jiaxu looked behind Yen Rui. The captain is not here. Yen Rui was a little surprised. Of course he is not here. We don't live together. Moving today? Tong Jiaxu nodded a little embarrassedly. It can be considered moving. Let's move the furniture in first. Oh, by the way, it's a good opportunity to see if you like this furniture. If you don't like it, I will change it directly. You don't have to show me where you live. Just like you like it. Yen Rui looked up and down at the appearance of the furniture. It looks good. Tong Jiaxu was relieved after hearing Yen Rui's words. The fruits and frozen goods bought by Kong Li these 2 days have also arrived at the warehouse. I will take you to see it later. Yen Rui almost forgot that there was a person named Kong Li. No. Just tell me the location of the freezer and cold storage. I can go and see it myself now. You don't have to go this trip. Okay. It happened that Tong Jiaxu didn't have time. After he told Yen Rui the warehouse number, the two said goodbye and separated. Yen Rui turned around and said to the system in a bored tone, You know, besides Jian Anchi, this Tong Jiaxu is the best fighter. If he hadn't been protecting Jian Anchi, he wouldn't have died so early. He died earlier than Jian Anchi? The system was a little surprised. Didn't you say he was a good fighter? Indeed. But it was very chaotic at that time. He blocked a knife for Jian Anchi. After everyone got out of trouble, they found that he didn't catch up. When they went back to save him, they found that it was too late. He pretended to be fine the last second. Yen Rui sighed with emotion. But in that situation, maybe it's better to die. Living is suffering, but he won't suffer in this life. With you here, the situation will definitely be very different from the last life. After hearing what the system said, Yen Rui was happy. You're right. So when will the system personal store open? It will open soon. Maybe when you are in the next plane, you will find that the system personal store can be opened. I heard from the main control that it has reached the final testing stage. Because it needs to connect many planes. You must be more cautious this time. Yen Rui nodded in understanding. He found the location of the cold storage that Tong Jiaxu told him. After opening the door with the password, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The size of this warehouse is probably the sum of the warehouses used by all the stalls in the fruit market. You can't see the end at a glance. And in this endless warehouse area, there are all kinds of fruit boxes. Where did he rob? This is too much fruit. It's enough for Yen Rui to eat for 10 lifetimes. In addition, Jian Anchi is safe and sound. So many fruits can't be eaten. Moreover, the varieties are very diverse, including tropical, subtropical, and cold zone fruits. A large durian box is placed on top of a red apple box, and behind it is a whole pile of mangosteens. Next to the mangosteens is a grape section, with 7 or 8 varieties of grapes alone. This is really outrageous. Yanrui took out his mobile phone, took a photo of Jian Anqi, and commented with only 2 words. Reliable. According to the actual time, Conley didn't have many days, but he was able to buy so many fruits directly, which shows that he really put in a lot of effort. I want to eat. The system raised its hand and said eagerly. Yanrui waved his hand. Eat. The system happily turned into a little monkey, jumped onto the box closest to it, opened it, picked up a cherry and ate it. While the system was eating, Yanrui bought a few hundred space grids, and then sorted them into categories, and put the fruits in again. I will definitely not sell these. Even if I sell out everything, I will not sell them. These are for us to eat later. Yanrui took out a box of strawberries, wiped them casually and stuffed them into his mouth. So sweet. Yanrui was a little bored sitting on the chair, turned his head, and took a picture of the system with juice all over its face, and sent it to Jian Anqi. At the same time, Jian Anqi looked at the photos on his phone, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. At this time, the leader sitting in front of him was a little unhappy. Let's talk about serious things. Why don't you look at me but play with your phone? And laugh. I have known you for so many years, and you have never laughed at me. Jian Anqi put away his expression, raised his head and looked at the man opposite him and said, Didn't you tell me not to laugh? I am your leader. You have to respect me a little. Opposite Jian Anqi sat a middle-aged man wearing ordinary clothes and looking ordinary, but with a straight back. At first glance, he was a middle-aged man who had been through a lot of training. What I told you is true. If you don't believe it, forget it. Anyway, I will prepare myself and I will definitely live well. But I still advise you to stock up some food at home. Is that what I said? The man slapped the table hard. I said I asked you to tell me the source of the news. You let the source tell me more details, so that we can prepare early. The leaders above have already started investigating. What can be checked? Wasn't the plane shot down this morning? You don't think I can control that, do you? Jian Anqi changed his posture and pretended to unconsciously put his phone on the table. If you don't believe me, I can give you a few more event nodes. But there is no time now. There are only 2 months left. If the people above hesitate, it may be too late to regret in the future. Because of frequent exposure to wind and sun, Xiong Qing's face was tanned. But now, his complexion is darker than his skin color. I know. You don't want to tell the name of that person. Is it because that person is very important to you? Xiong Qing suddenly thought of the incident a few years ago. The person you crossed mountains and rivers to see? How did he know that there would be an end of the world? You know that within a minute, all his information will appear in front of me with my order, including his medical records. Xiong Qing looked at Jian Anqi, hoping to see some clues from his expression. But after looking for a long time, Xiong Qing finally surrendered. Okay. You are such a fool. People always say that even the calmest people will panic when the person they like is threatened. Why are you not panicking at all? Do you like him or not? Because you are not that kind of person. Jian Anqi said calmly. I am leaving now. Come back to me when the people above really believe me. Jian Anqi stood up and heard Xiong Qing scolding him from behind. You stinky boy. You are always causing trouble for me. After hearing Xiong Qing scolding him and leaving, Jian Anqi was in a good mood. As soon as he got in the car, he called Yanrui. Where are you now? After Yanrui told Jian Anqi the address, he continued, I'm going to the frozen area. Are you going to find me in the refrigerated area? Or should we meet in the frozen area? I'll find you. After Jian Anqi hung up the phone, he saw Xiong Qing's message. Successful. Jian Anqi glanced at the screen, turned off the phone and went to find Yanrui, who was taking fruit photos for the system at this time. Yes. Raise the cherries. Raise them above your head. And then smile. Good expressions are very good. Especially cute. After Yanrui took the photos, he showed them to Ping Ping. Ping Ping liked them very much and asked Yanrui to upload them to the system. He wanted to set them as his avatar. You're here. Seeing Jian Anqi, Yanrui jumped up from the stool. How is it? Did your leader believe what you said? Jian Anqi nodded. Of course he believed it. Every piece of information you provided has been verified. If they don't believe it, there will be a problem. Hearing this, Yanrui breathed a sigh of relief. This was the best news he had heard. At least it would not be like the last life where he was caught off guard. All areas lost contact, became a mess, and it was difficult to recover in the end. Let's go. Let's go to the frozen area now. The frozen area was even more exaggerated. All kinds of seafood were stacked together, whether expensive or not, all displayed in front of Yenrui. I don't like seafood very much. Yenrui looked at the box in front of him and said in a daze, so I must live a few more years in this life and eat all these seafood before I die. These seafoods are very fresh at first glance, and the taste must be good, and they are carefully selected by Kong Li. He has already eaten all the fruits just now, and the seafood is even more out of the question. After putting away all the seafood, Yenrui and Jian Anqi said, "Does your leader want to see me? If you have time in the next 2 days, we can meet first." Jian Anqi shook his head against his will. "Not yet. Don't worry. I'll tell you when he finds you." Although Jian Anqi trusts his leader, he doesn't trust others. He doesn't know how the people above will treat Yenrui, and whether their attitude towards him will be good or bad. He doesn't want Yenrui to take this risk for the time being. You can have a good rest at home in the next 2 days. Prepare the words for the interstellar cruise, and I will help you purchase the goods. Jian Anqi reminded again. Since Xiong Qin can find out the relationship between himself and Yenrui, there is no reason why others can't find it. It's only a matter of time to find Yenrui. But it's enough for the two of them to spend these 2 days. When they arrive in another plane, he will definitely urge Yenrui to practice. At least the Zhuyu technique must be practiced well. The previous attack method of hitting the acupoints to make people limp is very suitable for Yenrui. There is also supernatural power, which is enough to protect himself. I don't need your help. You don't even know what I want to buy. Yenrui flatly refused. He didn't know Jian Anqi's worries. But even if he knew, he wouldn't stay out of the house because of this matter. Jian Anqi was not surprised to see Yenrui not listening to his advice. But he still reminded him, "Be sure to call me if you go out. It may be a bit chaotic recently." This is true. I don't know if it's because the end of the world is coming. The magnetic field may be a bit chaotic. The crime rate has increased recently. We can often see news about thugs appearing somewhere on TV. Let's go. Let's go to the wholesale market to buy goods. We came to the familiar wholesale market again. After seeing Yenrui, someone greeted him. "Little boss, the goods are selling very fast. You are here again today. I am here to purchase for my friend's company today." Yenrui was not in a hurry. He was not at all flustered by being recognized. He pointed to Jian Anqi beside him and said, "My friend saw that I did a good job, bought cheaply, and the quality was good. So he asked me to bring him to buy goods. I came directly to you." The man looked at Jian Anqi, and regardless of Jian Anqi not reaching out, he bent down and held his hand. "Brother, you really found the right person. I can definitely let you rest assured. The price is definitely the lowest and the quality is definitely the best." Jian Anqi nodded helplessly. He looked at Yenrui, who was smiling at him like a little fox, and smiled back. The boss felt that these two people were strange. They were different from other customers who came here. They didn't bargain or look at the goods carefully. But it didn't matter to him. He took out the goods book and asked Jian Anqi to draw what he needed. He would match them according to the things in the book. But as Jian Anqi was drawing, the book came into Yenrui's hands again. Yenrui asked for 80% of the goods in the book, which shocked the boss. "Brother, it's not that I don't want to make money, but you want 20,000 sets of ear picks. How many people are you going to give benefits to? Are you doing live streaming to sell goods?" This Yenrui is probably a big internet celebrity, or the kind of internet celebrity who can sell hundreds of millions of plastic bags. The boss looked at Yenrui's face, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was the case. "If you had told me earlier that you were an internet celebrity, we could have had in-depth cooperation. After your fans placed an order, I would just ship it on your behalf. You wouldn't have to buy so many goods and stock them up." Yenrui interrupted him hurriedly. "When did I say I was an internet celebrity? I'm not an internet celebrity. I really brought my friends to purchase." Yenrui really couldn't understand what these bosses were doing. Listening to Yenrui's explanation, the boss looked him up and down suspiciously. "You're really not an internet celebrity. It's a pity that you don't look like an internet celebrity. You don't even need beauty filters. It's okay. I make more money than internet celebrities." Yenrui handed the form to the boss. "When can you and your wife prepare these goods for me? This time the quantity is relatively large, And it can be finished in one afternoon. Can you do it? The boss looked up and down, patted his chest and said, come to pick up the goods tomorrow afternoon. I can adjust all the goods for you even if I have to adjust them. Yenrui paid the deposit readily. When paying, the boss also joked, isn't it your friend who is purchasing? Why is it you who pays in the end? He gave me all his money. Of course I paid, Yenrui blurted out. But after saying it, he felt something was wrong. He raised his head and subconsciously looked at Jian Anqi, and saw Jian Anqi nodded seriously and said to the boss, yes, my money is all with him. Uh-huh. I'm the boss. Didn't expect it. Yenrui tried to cover up. And after leaving the warehouse addressed to the boss, he turned around and walked quickly out the door without waiting for Jian Anqi. Wait for me. Jian Anqi kept up with Yenrui's pace. He grabbed Yenrui's arm, looked into Yenrui's eyes and said, you know what I mean? Yenrui looked around and said something else. Be careful. There are many trucks here. Don't hit you. Jian Anqi simply pulled Yenrui and walked quickly into the car. As soon as he got in the car, Jian Anqi locked the door and looked at Yenrui seriously. There are no trucks. No system Ananin. Only the two of us. I can go with you. Wait a minute. Yenrui's eyes were a little evasive. He was embarrassed to look at Jian Anqi, so he could only look out the window and said, I'm hungry. I want to go home for dinner. Jian Anqi sat back in his seat with some disappointment. He said in a muffled voice, go home for dinner? Do you want to go to a restaurant? We can pack more. Yenrui originally thought of an excuse. He was full of fruit just now. After hearing Jian Anqi's question, he didn't know how to answer for a while. Would you like to have a hamburger? Or pizza? I'm not very good at making these. I'll go find a restaurant to try them and learn the flavors you like. I'll make them for you in the future. Jian Anqi started the car as if nothing had happened just now. Okay. I'll pack 20 portions and take them back when the time comes. Yenrui answered. And he heard Jian Anqi sighing lightly. Yenrui's heart suddenly tightened, and the car was silent for a long time. After a few minutes, Yenrui spoke softly. I know what you mean. Let me think about it. We have known each other for so many years, and our relationship can't change just like that. Jian Anqi's hand holding the steering wheel tightened, as if the light he had been looking forward to for so many years had finally appeared. Jian Anqi knew Yenrui's cautious nature very well. He took a deep breath, calmed his nervous and somewhat surging emotions, and then said, it doesn't matter. I can wait. No matter what decision you make, I can accept it. When they reached the next red light, they both looked out the window. The short 60 seconds seemed to become particularly long. At 48 seconds, Yenrui felt Jian Anqi move. His breath was choked, but he controlled his eyes not to look around. At 47 seconds, he felt the back of his hand getting hot. It was Jian Anqi's hand covering the back of his hand. Jian Anqi had done this action before, but the meaning was completely different. At 30 seconds, Jian Anqi said, do you hate it? Yenrui was silent, and Jian Anqi's heart was getting heavier. At 5 seconds, Yenrui finally said, I don't hate it. I even like it a little. Jian Anqi raised the corners of his mouth, and his heart blossomed instantly. He held Yenrui's hand and didn't want to let go, but the horn behind reminded him that he should move forward now. He really couldn't wait to move forward now. The two ate in silence all the way back home. When Yenrui opened the car door, Jian Anqi was also ready to get out of the car to see him off. Seeing him like this, Yenrui immediately stopped him. I don't need you to send me off. Yenrui raised his hand and made a stop gesture. I can do it by myself, but I want to send you off. Jian Anqi looked at Yenrui sincerely and said frankly, don't you want me to send you off? Yenrui paused and turned around silently. Forget it. If he wants to send me off, let him send me off. It's not the first time anyway. Luckily, after entering the community, I saw Tong Jiaxu waiting for the truck at the door. When Tong Jiaxu saw Yenrui leaving alone in the morning, he was still nervous. When he saw the two of them coming back together in the evening, Tong Jiaxu was relieved. Did you two have fun today? Tong Jiaxu came over and said, I'm waiting for the refrigerator here. It's a big one with double doors. It can make ice by itself. It's very advanced. Yeah. It's good. Yenrui answered perfunctorily, while Jian Anqi patted Tong Jiaxu on the shoulder in a good mood. Well done. You really know how to choose things. It was a strange compliment, But Tong Jiaxu was very satisfied to hear the compliment from Jian Anqi. I heard that Wang Jiming will come tomorrow, and he will bring his brother with him. He said he wants to have dinner with us. Do you want to join us? Okay. I'll treat everyone to dinner. Has the place been decided? Yin Rui thought that everyone would help each other in the future, and it was important to build good relationships in advance. Especially, he wanted to see what kind of person Wang Jiming's brother was. He had already investigated the others in his previous life, and in this life, he mainly investigated Wang Jiming's brother, who he was desperate to find in his previous life. Then I told him that the location has been decided. It's a stir-fry restaurant nearby. I heard that Wang Jiming's brother can't eat spicy food and wanted to eat hot pot. It should be because of his stomach problems. Yin Rui guessed casually, not noticing that Jian Anqi's face beside him turned black. After Tong Jiaxu sent the location to Yin Rui, he looked up and was shocked to see Jian Anqi's face. Jian Anqi stared at him. Are you done? Tong Jiaxu, I said. It's over. Tong Jiaxu didn't know why he was done, but looking at Jian Anqi's expression, he knew that he must have done something wrong. He looked at Yin Rui, who knew nothing, and felt a little heartbroken. It's nothing. We'll go back first. Jian Anqi grabbed Yin Rui and walked towards Yin Rui's house. Yin Rui was a little confused. Why are you walking so fast? At this time, Jian Anqi said expressionlessly, I wanted to take you to the private restaurant in the west of the city tomorrow. Ah? Yin Rui realized it later, and felt that Jian Anqi's face looked a little bad. He even saw a trace of grievance in Jian Anqi's eyes. He had never seen Jian Anqi like this in his life, and felt guilty for a while. The two stood at the entrance of the corridor, and Jian Anqi let go of his hand. You go upstairs. I will bring you breakfast tomorrow morning. I can. Looking at Jian Anqi's more hurt expression. Order? Jian Anqi nodded. Just send me a message if you want to eat. Yin Rui swallowed his words just now. After he and Jian Anqi said goodbye, he went back upstairs and collapsed on the sofa as soon as he entered the door. His hand was hanging on the ground and touching an An's head. And he said to himself, why did it suddenly become like this? An N, who did not go out, didn't know what happened between the two people. And the system that knew what happened between the two people did not dare to talk now. It was just that the message from the main control forced him to speak. Host, new information about the star plane of determination has arrived again. Do you want to take a look? After hearing this, Yin Rui put the matter behind him and said, come and show it to me. This time the information was a long video. Yin Rui frowned as he watched the content in the video. Did the negotiation fail? The system replied, that's right. But don't worry too much. Their negotiations often fail. But this time the situation is a little bigger. Yin Rui looked at the 6 people gathered together, representing 6 different forces. No matter who they were, they all had serious expressions and looked tense. If this continues, war is absolutely inevitable.